It turns out the end point of human evolution is actually a demon. To gain power, I had a demon's heart transplanted into me, becoming the most powerful demon warrior in human history. I led countless experts in a final battle against the demons, single-handedly wiping out the seven-finned demons, who were the strongest known to humanity. But we still knew too little about them. The strongest demon wasn't actually a seven-finned one, but an unprecedented eight-finned demon. In the end, we still lost. I could only watch helplessly as the strongest demon pounced on me. But when I opened my eyes again, I found that I had been reborn as a weak youth. I had traveled 60 years into the future. At that moment, an instructor was giving a lesson to the students. In the instructor's eyes, the seven-finned demon was already the strongest existence. I was surprised to hear this, but I kept quiet. After the instructor noticed me muttering, he walked over to me. He asked, "Do you have doubts about my explanation?" Then he asked, "What is your name?" The youth thought for a moment. "Marcus," he replied. But after the instructor learned his name, he looked at him with utter disdain. "You weakling, you don't even have the most basic training of a warrior. Yet you dare share a name with the greatest warrior, Marcus." Then, the instructor casually threw a punch. This trashy body couldn't react in time, and I was sent flying. Luckily, a classmate caught me. As he left, he simply said, "I'll take care of you later." I then followed the instructor to the assessment base. Next up was the physical fitness test. Grace also seemed to despise my name. "Do you think having the same name gives you the same strength?" With that, she turned and walked away. I didn't care. What business is it of hers what my name is? Seeing that I didn't know who she was, my classmate Roland explained. "She's the most promising warrior of this group. The eldest daughter of the town's most famous martial arts family." He felt the surname Situ was very familiar. Then Roland helped him up. The girl next to them patted him. Truly a mature male friendship. The girl signaled that they didn't need to worry about him. "Keep going, keep going." Roland signaled that while you can eat whatever you want, you can't just say whatever you want. The girl then introduced herself as Chloe. She was simply drawn in by the sparkling passion between the two. In a flash, they arrived at the physical fitness assessment base. Although Marcus's current body is very weak, this simple assessment was a piece of cake for him. Whether it was the long-distance endurance test or the sprint, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The first round wasn't exactly a piece of cake. The result was as he hoped. He broke the all-time long-distance running record, but he ended up dead last. The second test was arm strength and explosive power. But as soon as he exerted force, he sprained his wrist. Once again, he came in dead last. The third test was for leg strength burst. Grace mocked him disdainfully from the side. "You're worse than an idiot," she sneered. "Stop making a fool of yourself here." Marcus was incredibly frustrated. This weak body was actually much weaker than he had imagined. Chloe even took out her camera. She told him she'd take a photo as a souvenir. The examiner noted that this kid didn't even need to proceed to the second round. Shaking his head, he said Marcus had no hope. However, everyone had the right to participate in the second round. The second test began. This round was a synchronization rate test for the grafting device. 60 years ago, Marcus was someone whose average synchronization rate was stably above 96%. Although this body's physical strength was lacking, the synchronization rate was determined by willpower. This time, he would show the people mocking him the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior and exactly what level that was. Meanwhile, Grace's synchronization test finished. She reached an impressive 39%. The students were all discussing how to win over such an amazing girl. Grace walked out of the testing room slowly. Every move she made radiating confidence. As soon as she reached the waiting room, she let out a deep sigh. They all saw me acting cool. This is so satisfying. Then she calmed herself down. "Keep it low-key. Grace, you have to stay composed." At this point, Marcus had to admit that Grace was indeed impressive. However, he wasn't nervous at all. As the assessment continued, many people using the grafting device for the first time showed expressions of pain. This was because the power surge from the core during the first test was overwhelming. Those with weak willpower chose to give up immediately. As long as the synchronization rate reached 10%, they could pass the assessment. After the rationality test, Chloe's synchronization rate was even more surprising, reaching 30%. The muscular instructor was very pleased. He had discovered many promising talents this time. The long-legged doctor agreed. The instructor noted that while this batch of new students had talent, some of them were completely lacking in quality. It was now Marcus's turn for the test. The students nearby began to mock him. But Marcus wasn't panicked at all. He wondered if they'd still be laughing soon. There are 6 types of demon cores recovered from the battlefield. The most common are the red, yellow, green, and blue ones, which represent strength, defense, recovery, and agility, respectively. However, the purple core representing psychic energy and the black core representing space are extremely rare. Without hesitation, Marcus chose the red strength core. The synchronization rate depends primarily on willpower. The strength of one's will determines how much load they can handle and how well they can control the demon core. As the grafting equipment connected, the test officially began. Now, let me show you what I've got. I'll show you what a truly strongest warrior looks like. As soon as the test began, a powerful red light erupted. Open your eyes and look. See what a truly maximum synchronization rate is. In the blink of an eye, the synchronization rate soared to a terrifying 40%. Every teacher and student present was left gaping in shock. Although he already had the highest score in the room, Marcus still wasn't satisfied. Back then, he had a synchronization rate of 96%. Don't stop, keep increasing. A powerful white light then surged, sweeping across the entire testing area. As the light grew stronger, Marcus's synchronization rate shot straight up to 60%. Immediately after, a suffocating power swept over everyone. The pressure was so intense that it felt impossible to breathe. Only then did everyone realize the massive gap between them and Marcus. But Marcus realized something was wrong. A mysterious force seemed to be pulling him down into an abyss, even though he was a man capable of controlling all demons. At that moment, the power within Marcus began to fade. Marcus refused to accept this. But the synchronization device couldn't withstand the power and began to crack. Then, a surge of black blood erupted. No. This body simply can't handle it. The synchronization value on the machine plummeted to 10%. The examiner was puzzled, wondering if the machine had actually malfunctioned. He then sighed in relief and helplessly declared that the test was passed. Marcus rested for a full half-hour before he finally recovered. But he still couldn't figure out what had happened. His willpower should have been enough to hold at 80 or higher. But suddenly, something mysterious seemed to drain the energy from his body. Meanwhile, the doors to the resting area slowly opened. It was the examiner for the synchronization test. Congratulations to everyone for successfully advancing to the final round of combat training. Here, you will face demons for the first time. Everyone, line up and move to the testing ground. At this time, Marcus followed at the very back of the line, looking completely exhausted. That was when the instructor noticed something was wrong with him. Something fell from Marcus's chest, and the instructor stepped forward to pick it up. He discovered the energy was completely exhausted, which made the instructor realize that the synchronization device had shattered because Marcus had unleashed a terrifying power. I want to see how you'll perform in this round of the test. As the ancient stone door opened, a white mist instantly swept in. Could it be that the area outside the city is always shrouded in this white mist? Everyone, leave the city quietly, or you won't even know how you died. But the moment Marcus stepped out of the city gate, a familiar feeling rushed into his mind, and a powerful energy surged outward like a tide, expanding with lightning speed. Every magical beast caught in the blast fled in terror. Deep within mysterious caves in the distance, a towering figure sat upon a skeleton throne forged from countless skulls. He had been slumbering, but was instantly awakened by this energy. How is this possible? To think there is a demon even more powerful than I. Marcus was also confused. What on earth is going on? It seemed that the demon he had seen earlier had some kind of resonance. Under the instructor's arrangement, Marcus and his group of four were told that the goal of this test was hunting. The assessment this time is hunting in the mist outside the walls. Each team member was given a small mist-dispelling device to plant in a designated area, followed by the demon hunt. Soon, the first echelon began their operation. The battle they faced was against the unknown lurking in the shadows. As a warrior, one needs more than just physical fitness. They need strong individual ability and close teamwork. Meanwhile, a few people were surrounded. But soon, 3 demons crashed to the ground. It seems the first echelon actually has some skill. There are quite a few of them. It seems this batch has plenty of excellent students. But I'm only interested in that girl from Grace's family. This person is Lydia, the captain of Hello City's 3rd echelon. Next, it was Marcus's team's turn to enter. In the next second, the device in his hand vanished. Before anyone could react, Grace had already beaten them to it and entered the battlefield. The other 3 followed closely behind. Grace suddenly pulled out a combat device and leaped forward, performing a 2.5 spin in midair before quickly and precisely installing the dispersal device in the designated spot. Soon, several finless demons sensed human presence and immediately charged toward Grace. Seeing this, Marcus quickly urged his teammates. Roland suddenly pushed off the ground, launching himself straight into the fray and slamming heavily between the demons and Grace. Facing the ferocious demons, Roland continuously gathered energy into his palms. Meanwhile, Marcus and Chloe also arrived on the scene. While Roland stayed behind to guard the device, the other 3 charged at the demons. Chloe used her speed advantage to launch a flurry of attacks, instantly leaving countless wounds on the demons' bodies. Chloe took the opportunity to use the momentum for a springboard kick. The demon was instantly slammed hard into the ground. Meanwhile, Grace injected toxin into her weapon and slammed it deep into the demon's body. With a loud crash, the demon's massive body exploded. Grace didn't forget to strike a cool pose before landing. Now, let's look at Marcus. He first struck 3 vital points in the demon's chest and abdomen. Green blood sprayed everywhere from the demon's body. But he soon realized that this body's explosive power was quite limited. So, taking advantage of the moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked the demon. The demon didn't hold back, swinging its fist toward his head. But Marcus easily dodged it with a quick shift. He then landed a powerful punch right into the demon's abdomen. Its reaction speed wasn't fast enough. Its coordination was lacking. And its explosive power was far too weak. His 3 teammates felt the same. And Captain Lydia on the wall was also surprised. This scrawny boy has an impressive presence, and his combat movements are very experienced. At this point, Marcus is completely exhausted. But he reached a conclusion. This body is incredibly weak. It's time to end the fight. Just then, a red spike protruded from the ground. Then, the demon sent Marcus flying. While they were all confused, a claw tore through the demon's body. Stinking green blood splattered all over him. Suddenly, an even more powerful white demon crawled out from within. This scene left the 3 instructors on the wall completely shocked. Oh no, how could a demon like this appear here? The instructor immediately shouted for the students to return to the city. Meanwhile, the demon muttered to itself. Why does this human emit the aura of a demon? Upon hearing the demon's whisper, Marcus's pupils dilated instantly. The overwhelming pressure made it impossible for him to move. The other 3 were also shaking with fear. Could this be a king-rank demon? It felt as if they would be torn to shreds in the next second. The finned demon suddenly extended its long, sharp claws. In an instant, it fired a beam of red light toward the 4 of them. But just then, several instructors rushed over. Try touching them and see what happens. The demon looked back. Interesting humans. In a split second, Marcus and the other 3 were wrapped in vines. Then, it let out a wicked smile. Bye-bye. It then descended into a bottomless abyss. Why take 4 students without killing them? Yvonne wondered. We checked and rechecked everything. So why did a demon still appear? Just then, the head instructor, Arthur, arrived. Where are the children? Why didn't you keep chasing? His panicked expression was a far cry from his usual composure. Liam explained that the trail ended here. The area ahead is unexplored, so we couldn't just rush in. At that moment, the head instructor remembered how he had been kidnapped by demons as a child. He suddenly slammed his hand onto the ground. It's all my fault for not confirming everything. It's my fault for not confirming things clearly. You 2 head back first. The city is probably in total chaos by now. With that, he chased after the mist. Meanwhile, inside a cave, Marcus slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Seeing that everyone was still alive, Marcus breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a voice came from behind him. Hearing the voice, he turned around to look. It was the demon that had kidnapped them and brought them here. Just as I thought. You've woken up so quickly. However, I'm curious why you have the aura of a demon on you. And it's an aura from a demon even higher ranked than me. Marcus gestured for him to come closer if he wanted to know. Suddenly, a burst of violent energy erupted from his body, shattering the vines binding him. The demon was also sent flying. The moment he hit the ground, Marcus pulled out his weapon and stabbed at the demon. Interesting. You little human are quite something. But it's not enough. Damn it. I'm way too weak. But no matter what, I have to save those 3 today. This red core demon's reactions and attacks are incredibly strong. But it has a fatal weakness, its joints. With that, Marcus charged at the demon. Damn, the demon just casually extended its claws. It's useless, human. The terrifying pressure instantly paralyzed Marcus. Then, it pierced right through his shoulder. The demon didn't realize Marcus had done this on purpose. His goal was to plunge his blade into the demon's joint. He violently tore the arm off. But then, the demon suddenly let out a cold laugh. It immediately kicked Marcus hard in the stomach. The blow was so powerful it made him cough up blood. He was sent flying and collapsed on the ground. Human. Even if you know my weakness, I am wood element. Just as it finished speaking, the demon's lost arm regrew right before his eyes. Marcus watched helplessly. Had the demons evolved over the last half-century? Then, the demon grabbed him. It opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Marcus alive. A strange voice suddenly echoed from within him. Eat me. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy blasted the demon back. As the orange power core shattered, Marcus's body released several powerful waves of demonic energy. 5 fint, 6 fint. The nearby demons were already trembling in fear. Then, his broken body began to recover rapidly. As this terrifying power continued to spread, red claws slowly grew from Marcus's body. A moment later, an even more powerful force soared into the sky. In an instant, it pierced through the heavens. The entire sky was enveloped by this violent energy. I am the only eight-finned red core, the strongest existence. Your king. He said indifferently, say my name. Hearing this, the demon said tremblingly. The Red King. Since I disappeared, how many king ranks are still around? Meanwhile, Instructor Arthur was desperately searching for Marcus and his group. The ordinary demons ahead also noticed Arthur's presence. But before the demon could react, Arthur had already appeared behind it. Immediately after, his fist pierced through the ordinary demon's body. Seeing this, another ordinary demon nearby immediately turned and attacked Arthur. Arthur calmly raised his leg and stomped it into the ground with thunderous force. He scanned the area, only to find that there were only these two ordinary demons within a 10-kilometer radius. It seems the children aren't here. I'll have to look elsewhere. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic power surged into the clouds. What a powerful energy fluctuation. But as the energy dissipated, he realized the children should be right there. The scene shifts. At this moment, an ordinary demon was trembling with fear, not expecting the outside world to be so bleak. Answer my question. Upon hearing this, the demon immediately prostrated itself on the ground. Now, it is still those 5 king ranks. It seems those 5 have been living quite comfortably. As he spoke, a terrifying demonic aura emanated from his body. Could it be they have forgotten what they did to me 60 years ago? I chose the body of this so-called strongest human warrior as my vessel. I did not expect the body to be so weak after crossing over, which already disappointed me. What is even more ridiculous is that the final divine brand was actually wasted on you. He gently stroked his chin. It seems if I want to appear again, I will have to wait for this strongest warrior to gradually awaken the memories. These memories are tied to the protrusions on a demon's body. The more protrusions there are, the higher the rank. This is a special ability unique to the demon race, and it is why their strength surpasses all others. This strongest human warrior is just like you. He needs to devour demons of the same rank to evolve. But he needs to possess high-level demons to obtain their memories. Consider this a gift I have given him. As for you, just treat this as nourishment for the memories of the chess piece. Human warrior. I thought you had laid the groundwork for me. Don't ever let me down. I have planned every step for the 8-finned demon's awakening. And when that time comes, I will also awaken from my slumber. As soon as the words were spoken, the core in Marcus's chest began to glow red. As the red light grew stronger, Marcus slowly woke up, like a baby. Memories from 60 years ago flashed through Marcus's mind. Our strongest king. I don't want to die yet. My wife and children are still waiting for me to return. You won't die? No, I will lead you all out of here. But the moment their hands clasped, that dying soldier suddenly opened his eyes. But we all died in battle. Yet you are still alive and well. Marcus suddenly startled awake from the dream, realizing it was all just a dream. Just then, the curtain was suddenly pulled open. Marcus, you're finally awake. It was Roland, Grace, and their companion. At that moment, Chloe suddenly stepped forward, looking at him with confusion. Why are there a few streaks of white hair in the front? Did the demon take you away just to give you a makeover? Wait, the things that happened after the demon took us to the hole. Don't any of you remember? The 3 of them waved their hands, indicating they had no memory of it. Just then, Instructor Arthur appeared and said, it seems you remember something. Tell us exactly what happened inside that hole. Before Marcus could speak, the instructor added, the 4 of you were all brought back by the head instructor. At the time, all 4 of you were unconscious. And that demon was nowhere to be found either. He then handed him a mirror. The other 3 said they had no memory of the hole, but Marcus was the only one who remembered something. Take another look at your hair. Looking at the streaks of white hair on his head, Marcus was completely bewildered. He then explained that he had completely lost consciousness after being attacked in the hole. He had no memory of what happened after that. He only knew that he had woken up here. After waking up, I was already here. Instructor Arthur realized he might have been overthinking things. Arthur then said that since things had come to this, they should wrap this up for now. All right, instructor, what happens to my warrior exam score? He excitedly replied that he had, of course, passed. Moreover, the instructor assigned the 4 of us to one group. Our team is already far behind the other squads. Just as he finished speaking, Marcus quickly put on his gear. What are we waiting for? Let's head out. Then, Instructor Arthur began assigning tasks. First, congratulations to the 4 of you for returning safely from the demons. I'm very pleased about this. Therefore, I've put you all into one squad, and I will be your captain. I hope you can stand out among all 9 squads. At this moment, Marcus looked confused. What do you mean by standing out? Have you really not heard of the squad leaderboard? Grace looked displeased. We're currently at the bottom of the rankings. Standing out means you have to compete with the other 8 squads for first place. At the same time, there are squads under other captains. The top 2 members of each squad can participate in the squad duel. The winner of the duel will receive an extra reward. Conversely, the last place finisher will be temporarily demoted to the labor corps. No wonder the town's hygiene is the way it is. Grace, who had the highest test score, will serve as your squad leader. You must strictly follow the instructor's arrangements. Now, go check the missions on the mission board. Also, you'll need to figure out how to adapt to the nano wings of your combat suits during battle. Dismissed. If you have any questions, come find me directly. Just then, Grace prepared to turn around and check the squad's missions. But Chloe suddenly stopped her, saying there was something more important to do before the missions began. Grace looked back. What's so important? Did I overlook something? Chloe then pulled out a camera. Of course, we need to take a group photo of the squad first, right? Marcus thought this suggestion was actually quite good. With a click, the gears of fate for the 4 of them began to turn. Meanwhile, 3 instructors were discussing something together. You said there are traces of a king rank near that hole. Do you suspect those 4 kids did it? Arthur mentioned that he suspected Marcus was acting strange. I can smell something on him, something I can't quite describe, but it's very familiar. My nose is very sharp. Let's just observe him for now. Inside the mission hall, Marcus was studying the mission panel on the screen. Great. There are actually 3 A-rank missions. That's 30 points. Seeing this, Roland explained. The remaining A-rank missions are likely the hardest. They're much more difficult than B or C-rank missions, and there's a risk of casualties. So, the safest bet would be the B or C-rank missions. But just as he finished speaking, Grace stepped forward. Since that's how it is, we'll take them all. Immediately after, the 4 of them rushed toward their mission target, feeling the incredible speed provided by the nano gear, which could also be disassembled and reshaped into new weapons based on his thoughts. It seems nano devices have advanced quite a bit over the last 60 years. There are a few finless demons ahead. Everyone, get ready to fight. Spread out immediately, as planned. The 4 of them quickly formed a combat formation. 2 finless demons, 1 red and 1 green, noticed them. With a loud roar, they charged toward the group. Roland, block their vision first. Marcus and Chloe, disable their mobility at the same time. And finally, I'll deliver the finishing blow. I'll end their lives in a quick and flashy way. A dazzling flash of sword light streaked past. And then Grace landed perfectly. 2 demons' bodies kept expanding due to excessive healing. And a second later, they exploded into pieces. This really gave Grace a chance to show off. She then quickly inserted the mist-dispelling device. As expected of an A-rank mission, it's far harder than the exam. Fortunately, a red core dropped this time. Now, let's see what the other 2 A-rank missions are. Looking at the requirements, Chloe was stunned. They needed to collect 31 demon cores. And they had to capture a finless demon alive. It seems things won't be so easy from here on out. That's when Grace stepped forward. Let's plan out our next moves, she said. First, we'll finish the remaining 2 A-rank missions. Then we'll keep taking A-rank missions and climb the rankings. Chloe and Roland agreed, determined not to fall behind other teams. Then what are we waiting for? They got right to work. Honestly, I'm already over 50, and I never imagined I'd be hanging out with such a young crowd. Their energy is actually quite contagious. They were determined to finish the next mission before sunset. Let's move out, everyone. With the 4 of them working in perfect sync, they finally managed to capture 3 finless demons before sunset. Chloe didn't forget to take a photo. The special ammo for the nano-weapons just happened to run out. Marcus was baffled. What on earth is this? This is a nano-synthesized demon tranquilizer gun. Like the previous one, it's a beginner weapon configured by the nanosystem. However, its synthesis and operation are more complex. Marcus realized that they could actually use tranquilizer guns to capture demons now. In the past, they had to rely on brute force to knock demons unconscious to catch them. Grace then gave a long stretch. They had to return to town before sunset, otherwise they'd face punishment. Everyone prepared to head home. But where in this world did Marcus still have a home? Just then, Marcus suddenly felt a powerful killing intent sweep past the 4 of them. A bullet flew through, piercing the body of the demon they had captured. Grace was instantly stunned. The group turned around to look. Who the hell did that? At that moment, a 4-person squad suddenly appeared before them. We can't let you complete this mission. You're that rookie squad that snatched up all the A-rank missions, right? That was the mission we were planning to take. Who gave you permission to take it without our consent? Marcus looked at the 4 of them and questioned who they were. Little did he know, they were the Black Gun Squad under Instructor Leo. Even more shamelessly, they claimed to be the group's seniors. As a rookie squad, it seems you aren't prepared to greet your seniors. With that, they walked toward Marcus and his team. Taking all the A-rank missions without our permission. Aren't you being a bit disrespectful? Grace looked at the dead demon corpse and could no longer suppress her rage. She leaped forward and attacked Nero. With one kick, she sent Nero flying. Seeing this, Nero shouted, How dare you attack your seniors? Grace shouted back. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be called a senior. She followed up with another punch. But Roland and Chloe quickly held her back. Don't be impulsive. Let's try to reason with them first. Reason? This is just how the hierarchy works here. You're all just adorably naive. Grace trembled with rage, a terrifying aura emanating from her body. But in the next second, a figure flashed past the three of them. Marcus flew up and kicked Nero right in the face. Screw you. I'm not putting up with some so-called senior like you. Nero was sent flying by the kick, a fitting response to him trying to oppress the newcomers. Do you have any idea how much effort we put into capturing these three demons? What kind of bullshit rules are these? Even in my past life, I've never seen anything this outrageous. Grace couldn't help but admire him. Nero was cursing up a storm and roared, "How dare you treat a senior this way? Black Gun Squad, prepare for battle," he commanded, and the squad members charged forward. Marcus and his three companions took their fighting stances. I'll see this through to the end. The old and new teams were now at each other's throats. But just then, Arthur suddenly appeared. He grabbed both of them by the leg and arm and threw them away with a burst of strength. You death-seeking idiots. The sun is about to set, and you're still fighting in the wild. He then turned around. He then turned to look at Nero. Bullying a rookie is truly embarrassing. Get back and reflect on your actions immediately. Before leaving, Nero didn't forget to provoke him. If you've got the guts, tell me your name. Marcus, he replied calmly. Marcus, I'll remember you. You'd better watch your back the next time we meet. I guarantee that by the end of this month, your squad's points will be the lowest. Pointing to the injury on his face, he indicated that he would pay him back twofold. After saying that, everyone returned to the camp. Marcus, however, was quietly planning something, and Grace saw everything. Just as Marcus was preparing to sneak out of the city under the cover of night, a voice suddenly startled him. It was Grace. What are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I'm just too full to sleep. So I came out for a stroll. Grace chose to ignore this excuse, remarking, "What a clumsy lie." Marcus had no choice but to tell her his plan in detail. I was planning to give you all a surprise tomorrow morning. Who would have thought you'd find out? I'll head back right now. Just make sure you don't snitch on me. But just then, Grace said she wanted to join the plan too. Taking advantage of the guards slacking off, they quietly slipped away. The two of them arrived at a secluded area. After Marcus finished coordinating the tactics with Grace, he walked straight into the misty forest. Grace then got excited. This is actually thrilling. Marcus was responsible for attracting the demons, while Grace would take them by surprise and knock them unconscious. With their exceptional skill and perfect coordination, they captured 3 live demons in the blink of an eye. As they prepared to return, a terrifying voice suddenly echoed from above. "I've finally found you." Looking up, they saw 2 first-rank demons. Clearly, they were attracted by the demonic aura on Marcus. The appearance of these demons gave Marcus a shock. Given their current state, they were completely unable to face 2 first-rank demons. At that moment, the town's alarm system went off. In an instant, several instructors arrived atop the city wall. It turned out that Arthur had sensed the demons the moment they appeared. The searchlights soon spotted the 2 demons. Seeing this, Captain Blue immediately ordered the electromagnetic wall cannons to destroy them. But then, Ruby noticed someone below the wall. Seeing this, Arthur shouted, "Why on earth are those 2 idiots down there?" The 2 were Marcus and Grace, who were currently fighting the demon. The instructors immediately concluded that they had snuck out under the cover of night to complete a high-level mission to capture a live demon. So they decided to rescue them first. Arthur launched himself forward with a powerful leap, vanishing from his spot in the blink of an eye. Ruby followed close behind, racing toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, the demon realized it had been spotted. It immediately decided to snatch the 2 of them away as quickly as possible. Without warning, it appeared behind them and threw a sudden punch into Grace's back. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Grace narrowly dodged, but the ground was smashed to pieces by the punch. Taking advantage of the pause in the demon's attack, Grace suddenly charged up and delivered a heavy kick to the demon's head. But it felt as if she had kicked a piece of cotton. Before she could react, she was tightly bound by the demon's spider silk. Seeing this, Marcus let out a roar and tried to rush forward, but another demon blocked his path. He then took a heavy punch. Looking closer, the newcomer was none other than Leo. Listening to Frank's analysis, these 2 demons were the Blue River Water type and the Red River Earth type, both of whom were quite troublesome. The demon that had just been punched instantly recovered. Seeing this from a distance, Leo ordered the city defense cannons to stand by. Just then, a subordinate reported that a massive swarm of strange demons had appeared in dense numbers outside the walls and were roaring as they charged toward the city gates. Seeing this, Frank ordered all the warriors in the city to immediately enter combat state. That was when Marcus realized these demons had no intention of attacking. So Leo took the lead and rushed out, hoping to use the chaos to rescue Grace from the demons. Seeing this, a demon slammed both hands into the ground, sending countless red spikes stabbing toward Leo. Surprisingly, none of the spikes attacked Marcus. In the next second, the demon appeared before him and whispered, "Go on over there." Immediately after, it shot toward the two captains. Leo was confused as to why the demon specifically avoided attacking Marcus. While the captain hesitated, the red demon's attack struck instantly. Another demon nearby beckoned Marcus, saying, "Kid, if you don't want her to die, follow me." With that, it turned into a pool of liquid and dragged Grace deep into the forest. Knowing it was a trap, Marcus still ignored Leo's warnings and insisted on going after her. He remembered his teammates falling before him and vowed that he would never let it happen again. At this time, the demon was still mocking Grace. Just as the demon was having its fun, Marcus appeared behind it with a blade. Grace never expected that Marcus would come alone to save her. The demon was quite intrigued by this. Even now, Grace didn't forget to warn Marcus to get away. The demon then kicked her right in the rear. Seeing this, Marcus immediately demanded that it let the girl go, but before he could finish his sentence, the demon transformed into a stream of liquid and lunged at him. "Ridiculous humans, both of you are going to die today." As soon as it finished speaking, Marcus slashed at the demon. But in an instant, the demon blasted him away. Marcus suddenly felt that this body simply couldn't dodge an attack of such speed. The demon then flickered behind Marcus, wondering why he smelled just like one of them. Marcus didn't answer, instead pondering how to kill it. Before it could react, the demon attacked again. The demon's attack struck again. Taking advantage of a pause in the demon's attack, Marcus suddenly slashed down at its head. But the attack was blocked by the demon's transformed palm. The demon believed that Marcus was the one who killed the Red River demon in the cave. Marcus claimed he didn't have that kind of power. This completely enraged the demon. In an instant, Marcus's arms were ripped off. Then, he was violently kicked away. He didn't stop until he crashed through several trees. At this moment, Marcus's body felt like it was falling apart. The demon crouched on the ground, mocking him. Just then, a blade slashed down at the demon's head. The demon easily dodged with a quick flash. But the newcomer still managed to land a kick on him. Using the momentum, the newcomer performed a 360-degree backflip, landing on the ground in a perfect, showy pose. The ambushed demon was instantly filled with murderous intent. He immediately launched countless water blades at Grace. Seeing this, Grace used her blade to deflect them all. The water blades at her feet suddenly rose and shot up like sharp spikes, frantically stabbing at Grace. The demon instantly bound her and dragged her forward, lifting Grace into the air. "I will torture you to death in the most humiliating way," the demon sneered. Marcus could only watch helplessly as the demon held Grace high, feeling completely powerless. He had been given a second life, yet here he was again, powerless to stop his teammate from falling. This thought sparked a sudden, inexplicable rage, and Marcus instantly launched several energy beams at the demon. While the one-finned demon was dodging, Marcus leaped forward and rescued Grace, catching her in his arms. He slowly set the heavily injured Grace down, telling her to get some rest and leave the rest to him. Marcus began to emit a terrifying aura. He couldn't explain why, but he felt a powerful force surging within him, feeling as if it could burst out of his body at any moment. As the power continued to grow, Marcus let out a furious roar toward the sky. The red core on his body also underwent a strange change. The demon looked at the red core on Marcus's chest in shock, immediately recognizing it as a king rank core. His complete form instantly awakened, and Marcus declared that the demon would pay for its actions. While fighting two captains, another, he suddenly felt the power inside him being suppressed and looked back, sensing the aura of a king-rank demon. Taking advantage of the demon's confusion, Instructor Arthur landed a powerful punch to its chest. Seeing this, Captain Rex leaped high and delivered a fierce kick to the demon's head. He gave the king-rank demon no chance to breathe, deciding to finish it off while it was down. He rushed back in front of the demon, gathered all his energy in his hands, and fired a blast that sent the creature flying dozens of meters into the air. The king-rank demon looked down at the massive hole in its chest and decided that if it couldn't survive, it would self-destruct and take everyone with it. But just as it prepared to blow itself up, it was struck by a giant crossbow bolt and crashed heavily to the ground. But right then, a massive swarm of finless demons began scrambling up the city walls. Captain Kai was fighting them frantically, but there were simply too many of them. Captain Kai cried out, "I can't kill them all. There's just too many." He immediately requested the other two captains to return for support, warning them that the demon tide had arrived and the walls would fall if they didn't hurry. Instructor Leo thought for a moment. Since the safety of the city was far more important than Marcus and his companion, he reluctantly prepared to return for support. Meanwhile, the fin demon looked at Marcus. "Why can a human like you grow a king-rank fin?" Marcus didn't answer. Instead, he channeled green energy into his fingers and transferred it into Grace's body. Instantly, her injuries were completely healed. Perhaps this was the meaning of his rebirth, using demonic power to change the future. The demon watched everything in shock. It's actually wood element energy. Marcus vaguely remembered that it was because he had previously devoured a wood element finned demon. If he devoured this water element demon, he might gain the power of the water element. Standing high atop a withered tree, he looked down at the finned demon on the ground. He was already looking forward to that powerful demonic energy. Do you have any last words? If not, then it's time to end this. Hearing this, the finned demon couldn't stop trembling. How interesting. In 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've discovered that even demons can feel fear. With a sudden flash, he appeared right in front of the finned demon. He dismissively told it to use its strongest attack, wanting to see exactly how powerful a demon's strength really is. The demon asked in confusion, "Are you a human or a demon?" Marcus didn't say a word. Instead, he launched a direct attack. But it was blocked by the demon's water blade. Manipulating elements. I remember the wood-type demon I devoured could also do this. Since I devoured him, I also possess all of his skills. With that, Marcus gathered wood elements in his palm. Countless wooden spikes burst from the ground, instantly binding the demon tight. No matter how the demon struggled, it was useless. It seems I have to use my trump card, otherwise the consequences will be dire. The next second, countless water waves surged toward Marcus. Human, your abilities seem to be lacking. Marcus could only hurriedly raise his hand to block. Wood elements can't decompose themselves like I can. It seems you have no idea how to use a demon's power. Then, the demon suddenly kicked Marcus away, who only stopped after crashing into a dead tree behind him. But at that moment, a wicked smile appeared on Marcus's lips. I really can't fully control a demon's power, but I am already the strongest human warrior. My learning ability isn't something a demon like you can match. That's why killing you won't be very difficult. It was then that they realized Marcus had used wood element energy to heal his injuries. How about it? My learning ability is pretty strong, right? Now, let's have some real fun. With that, he turned into bolts of lightning and shot forward. As Marcus's attack approached, the water element demon prepared to fight back. But its feet had already been tightly bound by vines. It turned out that the moment Marcus moved, he unleashed several vines that quietly crept up to the demon's feet. Before the demon could react, he grabbed its head with both hands. Then, he twisted it with all his might. With a series of cracks, he instantly injected wood element energy into the demon's body, causing it to explode with a loud bang. Just as Marcus thought he had destroyed the demon's spike appeared right above his head in the next second. Stupid human, your attacks are useless against me. It seems you've forgotten the characteristics of the water elemental demon. Just as he finished speaking, the water demon had already been turned into a pincushion by wooden spikes. I know that, of course. As a demon, my most important core cannot be decomposed. Foolish human. Are you perhaps too confident in yourself? Before the demon could react, Marcus had already grabbed the water core in his hand. Even for a demon, once the core is destroyed, it is the end of the road. I'll be taking your water abilities now. With that, he crushed it with force and drank the essence. It tastes quite good. But at this moment, he didn't realize that the demon's consciousness was eroding his mind. Looking at Grace, who was still asleep nearby, a sudden smirk appeared on Marcus's lips. He wanted to kill this human and then devour her. In an instant, he extended a blood claw and lunged at Grace. Just as the claws were about to strike, Marcus suddenly stopped. Stop it. How could I kill my own companion? I have to take her back with me. Damn demon, get out of my head. Marcus was deeply shaken. This human can actually resist his will. After saying that, he slowly faded away. This is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, the humans were locked in a chaotic battle with the demons. Several demons had already climbed onto the city walls. Roland concentrated all his power into his right hand. He wondered why Marcus and Grace hadn't arrived yet. He learned from Chloe that those two had sneaked off to hunt rare demons, but had been targeted by one, and their fate was still unknown. Setting that aside, the priority was to fight off this wave of demons. At the same time, several instructors were also in the heat of battle. How are your core statuses? Arthur noted that their core depletion wasn't too severe. The core wear and tear isn't too great. It turns out that cores are depleted during battle. The higher the intensity, the greater the depletion. Consequently, the power one can exert becomes weaker and weaker. Fortunately, the attacks of the remaining ordinary demons have clearly dropped significantly. Moreover, these demons' attacks are completely haphazard. But what they don't know is that the water-type demons have already been slain by Marcus. Now let's unleash a massive burst of power. With that, the two instructors instantly turned into bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, they slammed the demon horde away. Outside the city, a bottomless pit was instantly formed. If it weren't for the limitations of the core and the body, I would continue slaughtering in this form forever. They continued to blast the demons. Instructor Blue watched the two fight, noting that Instructor Red's burst was indeed the most violent, though his own power shouldn't be underestimated either. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and charged into the demon horde. So strong, so strong. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful attack. Could this be the strength of a core warrior? Roland swore to himself that he would achieve this as well. At this point, the three instructors took a short break. The demon army was being pushed back by the slaughter. It seems these beasts have finally learned to be afraid. It's time to boost our soldiers' morale. He then shouted toward the city wall. Soldiers, recover your strength. The demon tide will surely retreat. Everyone cheered wildly at his words. Those three captains are incredibly powerful. Great, now let's continue. But before he could finish, a terrifying force erupted behind the demons in a series of violent explosions. Oh no, could it be the remaining? One-fin demon. As the dust cleared, a figure slowly appeared. The three captains looked back, and everyone realized it was Marcus, walking out of the demon swarm while carrying an injured Grace. Rex was very confused. How did this guy escape from a one-fin demon? If he had just walked over openly, he would have been torn to shreds by these demons. Just as the demons were about to bite their heads off, the three captains saw the danger and rushed in to save them without a second thought. But Marcus just stood there quietly. He then softly spoke. The demons were completely bewildered. But before they could react, they were blasted away by an invisible force emanating from Marcus. The demons now looked at Marcus as if he were the Grim Reaper. In the next second, they all began fleeing in terror. Seeing this, the three captains were also bewildered. Why did these finless demons suddenly all retreat? Seeing this, everyone cheered, thinking the three captains' strength had scared away the demon tide. But Captain Leo didn't think so. He was sure this had something to do with Marcus. Just then, Marcus let out a long sigh of relief and suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, the three captains immediately rushed forward to help. At the same time, Marcus's consciousness entered a pitch-black space. A giant skull floated on a blood-red lake. You're enjoying my power, aren't you? Hearing this, Marcus asked in confusion, who are you? We met once over half a century ago. You should remember. That's when Marcus remembered. You're one of the 2 8-fin demons that killed me back then. Just how many 8-fin demons are there? You'll find that out soon enough. First, I must formally introduce myself. I am the Red King, the strongest among the 8-fin demons. As expected of the strongest warrior, you didn't even panic when you saw me. No wonder your will is strong enough to resist my consciousness. But you don't need to worry. I won't hurt you for now. Marcus loudly demanded. Why did you choose me? What exactly did you do to my body? Don't be in such a hurry. I'll tell you everything in time. The entity then gently stroked Marcus's cheek. As for your body, it is now my body as well. Due to some uncontrollable factors, I need to sleep for a while. For our safety, you'll have to handle the evolution on your own for now. Once you grow to a certain level and I reach my perfect state, the Red King will reign over the world and look down upon all creation as you grow stronger. Damn demons. What do you think we humans are? I'll kill you even if it costs me my life. But a second later, he froze on the spot, feeling that something was off. He then realized he was clutching Grace's collar, and 2 plump breasts had popped out. I don't even know how to describe the expression on Marcus's face at that moment. Then, with a loud snap, Grace cursed under her breath as she buttoned her clothes back up. Good grief, even if you're the young lady's savior. Grace grumbled as she buttoned her clothes. Just then, a voice rang out. Is this any way to treat your savior? The man was Grace's father. He was Silas, the head of the Situ family, a renowned martial arts clan in Hello City. Seeing him, Marcus immediately stepped forward and said, Greetings, Patriarch Silas. No need to be so formal. I'm grateful you saved my daughter's life. Later, we shall all celebrate today's great victory over the demon tide together. I ask you all to look after my daughter from now on. Don't worry, Patriarch Silas, we will certainly do our best. Leo looked at Marcus and said, Follow me. From the warrior exam to this demon tide. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the blue-haired instructor. I'll take it from here. Marcus, are you actually a demon? Marcus was momentarily stunned. You've got to be kidding me. Grace and I just escaped from the demons. The 3 of us worked together to kill a one-fin demon. As for the remaining one, did you really take it down all by yourself? And I'm very curious how you managed to get her out of there. Seeing this, Marcus hesitated over whether to tell the truth. If he actually spoke out, what would happen to him? They might just kill him on the spot. If he couldn't explain it clearly, they'd treat him like a demon. After all, the strongest demon, the Red King, was hidden inside him. Kid, if you don't start talking, I'm really going to have to use force. Just as Marcus was at his wit's end, the red-haired female instructor suddenly stepped in to stop him. Only demons with 4 fins or more can evolve into human form. From the looks of it, he doesn't have that kind of strength. Even if he stayed in a C-rank town, it wouldn't make any sense. Besides, demons don't save their companions. They don't even have that concept. Since he risked his life to save Grace, I don't believe he's a demon. All right. You know I was just teasing him. Don't take it so seriously. You've worked hard, Marcus. But Leo still had a question in his mind. Grace was unconscious at the time, so how did you save her from the finned demon? Did you really kill that one finned demon? Hearing this, Marcus thought for a moment. I did indeed kill it. You probably didn't know. But I'm a martial arts prodigy, the likes of which haven't been seen in years. Realizing he was overacting a bit, Marcus coughed a few times. Actually, I can instantly absorb most of the power from a core, allowing me to temporarily unleash a much higher level of strength. It's my secret weapon. Hearing this, the instructors looked at each other. Are you talking about something similar to how we activate core energy? If that's really the case, it explains everything. It seems you really are a genius. In that case, why don't you head to the training grounds and show everyone what you can do? With that, they headed to the training grounds to spar. It seemed that only by showing his actual strength could Marcus clear up their doubts. Arthur slammed his hand down, sending a cloud of dust flying everywhere. Bring it on. Please guide me, Captain. Just as he finished speaking, Arthur shot toward Marcus, his fist striking toward his chest in the blink of an eye. Marcus quickly twisted his body to dodge the attack, looking at the marks left behind by the instructor in the arena. This guy is actually serious. The shocked captain, Ryan, cried out. Arthur replied, just a spar. Your reaction speed isn't bad, kid. But little did he know, this was already Marcus's absolute limit. Arthur then threw a punch as big as a sandbag. Hearing those words, Marcus wondered if the instructor had been joking. The punch smashed the ground, cracking it. Luckily, Marcus reacted quickly and dodged. But before he could react, Arthur's massive hands grabbed him, tightly gripping his neck. Marcus realized that this body simply couldn't dodge such an attack. Then, Arthur suddenly stomped his foot, sending Marcus flying. Seeing this, the other 2 instructors tried to step in and stop him. Arthur said expressionlessly, "Is this all you've got? This is nothing like the strength of a genius." Feeling looked down upon, Marcus struggled to get back up. After all, in his previous life, he was a man whom all warriors had to address as king. If he couldn't show some real strength today, I'm afraid he won't be able to pass the test. So, he had to release that bastard from within. The power of the demon. At that moment, a strange power suddenly erupted from Marcus's body, making the surrounding space and time seem distorted. Seeing this, the instructors were shocked. How had Marcus's aura become so powerful? Marcus slowly walked toward Instructor Arthur. Now it's my turn to attack, he said. You'd better be ready to take it. This power completely overwhelmed Instructor Leo, leaving him unable to defend himself. But little did he know, this was the power of the 8-finned demon. As the power fluctuations grew stronger, his core synchronization rate began to soar. It had already far exceeded Grace's 39%, and it was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instructor, don't you dare lose focus, because my attack is coming. Unfortunately, the instructor's reaction was too slow, and the punch slammed right into his chest. But Instructor Arthur only became more excited. Now this is getting interesting. You've successfully fired up my fighting spirit, kid. But in the next second, he took another kick from Marcus. Marcus immediately followed up with a roundhouse kick toward the instructor. Arthur dodged it with a quick move. Then a powerful whip kick followed immediately. Even the blue cat instructor couldn't help but praise the boy's attacks. So agile. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared. The newcomer was Grace's father, Silas. These 2 are making way too much noise during their spar. I want to see what kind of sparks their battle will produce. Facing the wave of attacks, Arthur could only try to find an opening. Hee kid. I've finally caught you. He then threw a punch toward Marcus. Instructor, I think you've got it wrong. I'm the one who caught you. With that, Marcus unleashed a powerful 360-degree roundhouse kick, sending Arthur flying backward. Holding his forehead, Arthur complained, "Young man, you have no sportsmanship." Then Marcus leaped, instantly turning into a streak of light as he shot toward Arthur. Take this. Arthur clenched his fists. Let's see just how strong you really are, kid. The other instructors gasped. Before Marcus's attack could land, Arthur slammed his fist heavily into the ground. Marcus immediately realized that this was Arthur's offensive defensive technique. Let's see if you can withstand this demonic power. Marcus transformed his energy into a demonic hand and lunged forward, crushing the defensive system Arthur had constructed. This left Arthur completely shocked. It seems I underestimated the kid. Then, Marcus vanished into the dust. A second later, he suddenly appeared behind Arthur. The other two instructors were left completely stunned. This guy actually used Arthur's own technique against him. Gordon, however, had a different take, noting that the kid's ability to learn was terrifying. "Don't forget, kid, this is my move." But as he spoke, Marcus's attack arrived silently. Seeing this, Gordon remarked that this time, Arthur was bound to lose. At the same time, Arthur was sent flying by a heavy blow. But Arthur discovered that his punch, which should have been a direct hit, had veered off. It turned out Marcus had done this on purpose because he didn't want Arthur to lose face. Marcus had taken advantage of this exact moment. Now you should believe what I told you, right? Could this kid really be a martial arts prodigy, the likes of which only appear once in 10,000 years? A meaningful expression appeared on Mr. Situ's face. Just then, Grace and her companions arrived. "What are you all still doing? It's time to eat." But upon seeing the scene, they were completely stunned. The martial arts field was now a total wreck. Marcus smiled and claimed that this was all Arthur's doing and had nothing to do with him. Grace looked completely devastated. Was this really just a sparring session? The blue-haired instructor didn't miss the chance to add a jab, asking if Arthur had been taught a lesson. Arthur replied that the sparring was over and told everyone to go and eat. After saying that, Mr. Situ fell into deep thought. This kid has real skill. He's competitive, yet he knows how to behave. He was exceptional in combat and had limitless potential. Then, he looked over at Grace. "Marcus is quite impressive," he said. "I wonder if you find him interesting." "Father, what are you talking about?" Grace asked. Afterward, everyone took their seats and began the celebration ceremony. "On behalf of all the residents of this town, I thank you all for your protection," the old man announced. He specifically praised Marcus as a remarkable young man. Once the banquet ended, he told Grace, "That young man's talent and potential are not inferior to yours at all. I suggest you learn from him." A month later, the competition for the squad points ranking had reached a fever pitch. After some discussion, the group made a major decision. They decided to challenge other squads to duels to win more points. Their target was the Black Gun Squad, with whom they had a grudge. After some provocative taunting, Nero, the captain of the Black Gun Squad, accepted the challenge without hesitation. He threatened to twist the four of them into pretzels. With everyone watching, the duel began. Grace was scheduled for the first match. Her opponent was the female vice-captain of the Black Gun Squad. With the click of Chloe's camera, the match officially started. "So you're the eldest miss of the Grace family, the one they call the Cold Beauty, Grace. I'm looking forward to testing your skills today." But before she could even finish, Grace launched a sudden attack. The vice-captain was stunned. She couldn't believe a Green Core recovery type could be this fast. Before she could react, Grace struck her elbow with a handblade. With a loud clang, her weapon hit the ground. Just as expected, they rely too much on teamwork. In a one-on-one fight, their offense and defense are completely disorganized. Not only that, Grace injected energy into her muscles, causing spasms that left her paralyzed. Grace didn't give her a moment to recover. She immediately followed up with a punch, sending the Black Gun Squad's vice-captain crashing to the ground. Grace's family specializes in physical combat. She then turned and walked away with style. "Thanks for the match. Don't forget to transfer those 10 points to my team." Seeing this, Nero was instantly enraged. "I'll handle this one myself. Who among you is brave enough to face me?" Grace replied coldly. "Make it a 20-point bet, and I'll play along with you one more time." Marcus waved his hand and said, "Leave this guy to me. Get lost. I'm only fighting your captain. You're not even qualified." Marcus just shrugged. "I don't really mind either way. But if Kane doesn't even have the confidence to fight me, then forget about fighting our captain. Since you're looking for death, kid, I'll beat you until your own mother doesn't recognize you." Then, the two of them stepped onto the arena. "I've already switched to training air bullets, but they still hurt quite a bit when they hit you. I hope you aim carefully and don't miss," Marcus replied calmly. "Confidence is great, but don't say a veteran like me bullied you when you lose. In that case, I'll use these fists to see what you've got." Hearing this, Nero was shocked. Fists. The other Black Gun Squad members also gaped in disbelief. "Is this guy suicidal? He wants to fight me empty-handed? Ha. Are rookies these days really this arrogant?" Marcus just scratched his ear. "You sure talk a lot. But let me get this straight. Even if it's a rabbit fighting a lion, I'll give it my all, and I won't be holding back. Enough talk, let's just start." With the referee's signal, the battle began. Nero vanished from his spot with a whoosh. Marcus, however, didn't budge an inch. "The three captains already know my strength, so there's no need to hide it anymore. If Marcus wants to fight the 8-finned demon inside him, he must surpass his past self." By then, Nero had already aimed his gun, and with a bang, a bullet whistled through the air. "You're asking for death, kid." Meanwhile, Marcus made his final decision. "The demon power within me will only serve me from now on." Facing the whistling bullet, Marcus simply stepped aside to dodge it. In an instant, the shots shot out like bolts of lightning. Seeing this, Nero was secretly pleased and immediately loaded a new set of rounds. These were specialized decoy bullets. Then, a barrage of bullets poured from the barrel. Even an agility-type blue-core elemental demon wouldn't be able to dodge these sticky, high-speed rounds. Once a single shot hit, the stickiness would ensure the rest hit as well. But Nero didn't realize that Marcus had done this on purpose, simply to test his water-type abilities. Using the decomposition property of the water element, Marcus easily evaded the attack. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance and appeared right in front of Nero. The Black Gun squad members nearby were thrilled, noting that their biggest advantage was storing energy in the bullets for a powerful strike. They wanted to see how Marcus would dodge the captain's high-precision burst round at point-blank range. But the moment Nero pulled the trigger, he found his feet firmly bound by vines. Marcus had vanished without a trace. The next second, he appeared beneath Nero and grabbed the gun. Then, he delivered a sharp hand chop across the captain's arm. Marcus follows up with a kick to Nero's stomach, sending him flying. Hee, 20 points for me. Nero was in total disbelief. How is this possible? This month's performance gave the other team members plenty of confidence. They completely crushed the Black Gun squad. Their points climbed at an incredible speed. By the end of the month, they claimed the top spot on the leaderboard and earned a spot in the final. The instructors were quite helpless. But since they won the points through their own strength, there was no reason to stop them. Now, let's look forward to the final match. As the red-haired instructor appeared, the match was about to begin. Arthur also arrived. The blue-haired instructor arrived as well. Everyone, come over and assemble. Since everyone already has a basic understanding of the opposing sides, I won't go into too much detail. The competition is divided into team segments, and the winner will be decided by the final score. The specific rules will be explained in detail during the match. First, let's take a look at the rewards for this competition. Winners can go to B-rank towns to observe and learn. Marcus fell into deep thought. The demons in B-rank towns must be far more powerful than these three instructors, right? In his previous life, there wasn't such a clear classification for town ranks. Hello's town belongs to the lowest grade, C rank. Then comes B rank. Level 3 core warriors are classified as B rank, while those with level 4 or even a few level 5 cores belong to A rank towns. As for S rank towns, there is only one, Dawn City, located in the central region, the Land of Hope. It not only has level 5, 6, and 7 core warriors, but even the strongest 7 core warriors. It is the gathering place for humanity's strongest fighting force. He wondered how their strength compared to his previous life. Now, he didn't know if that town still existed, or if the teammates he'd faced life and death with were still alive. Just then, a voice sounded beside Marcus. Stop spacing out. It's our turn to enter. Grace had drawn the lot for the first match. It was Grace's squad versus the Shiny squad. Until now, Marcus's 4-person squad didn't have a team name, so they decided they needed to come up with something cool. Marcus thought it was a great idea, and suggested they decide on one after the fight. Beside them, Grace scowled and asked if they could be more serious. The blonde captain of the Shiny squad seemed lazy and undisciplined, but his expression suddenly turned serious. He told his team to find their own targets, while he would take on Grace himself. With a wave of Instructor Arthur's hand, the match officially began. As soon as he spoke, the Shiny squad scattered to find their opponents. However, the blonde captain kept his eyes fixed solely on Grace. Seeing this, Grace began to think seriously. This tactic is very effective when the opponents are evenly matched. But unfortunately, then we'll do the opposite and launch a concentrated attack. Marcus also saw through the opponent's strategy. I have to admit, Grace's commanding is actually quite good. The biggest drawback of split combat is that everyone fights alone. If the captain falls, the others lose their will to fight. Seeing this, Captain Leo immediately changed tactics and ordered everyone to regroup. Before Grace could even react, the 3 members of the Shiny squad launched a sudden attack. Leo ordered his team to maintain formation and cover each other while holding off the attack on Grace. At the same time, Marcus and the other 2 rushed toward Captain Leo. Leo chuckled, not bad at all. But if you want to take me down, let's see if you actually have the skill. With a sudden leap, he landed right next to Grace. Grace wasn't about to back down and swung her knife toward his head. Meanwhile, Captain Leo gathered energy in his palm. Take this, my Flash Thunderbolt palm. Seeing this, Grace immediately shouted for everyone to shield their eyes and defend. The attack instantly blinded everyone from both sides. While this move would be a powerful weapon in a 1v1, in a chaotic fight, it's a different story. His own teammates would also be affected. No matter how many times I've told him, this guy just doesn't learn. It seems he'll only change if he suffers a bit more. Leo immediately decided to take out the captain first, so that the Gamma Squad would lose its combat power. On the battlefield, I don't care if you're the young lady of Grace's family. Taking advantage of Grace's brief stun, He tried to smash her head in. But just then, a shadow stepped between them. You didn't think about how your own teammates would be affected? With that, Marcus lifted his right foot and slammed it into Leo's shoulder. Unable to keep his balance, Leo stumbled backward. Damn! Leo realized that Marcus had put on aquatic combat goggles at some point. The light was blocked. Now, it was time to deal with him. Grace then appeared right in front of Leo. You still dare to charge at me? Then let me give you one more blast. But he soon realized his joint had been kicked out of place. He couldn't even lift his arm. Grace was sent flying. You were right, Marcus said. We need to settle this quickly. On the other side, Marcus didn't even break a sweat. He blasted all the other team members away. It was all as expected. Marcus hadn't even used his superpowers yet. Next up was the showdown between Grace's squad and the New Flower squad. Leo rubbed his aching arm. I have some advice for the New Flower squad. Whatever you do, don't underestimate your opponent. This warning left the New Flower captain feeling quite uneasy. Everyone, stick to the plan. We absolutely cannot let our formation be broken. Roland concentrated his power into his right hand and slammed it into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. A yellow protective shield appeared. This was done to provide cover for Marcus's wood element skill. Before they could react, they were bound by vines and couldn't move. Where did these roots come from? It looks like a water-type skill. Water and wood elements are taking effect. I wonder what will happen if I fuse all the remaining elements. Seeing this, Grace commanded Roland. It's your turn, she said. Roland stomped the ground and charged towards Stella's squad. Stella immediately ordered everyone to scatter and regroup elsewhere. Their formation was forcibly broken. But a second later, Grace and Chloe's combined attack arrived instantly. Stella called for backup. But she found that the other members had already been pinned down by Marcus and Roland. Marcus then sent her flying with a single powerful blow. Only then did she realize the truth behind Leo's warning. That guy named Marcus is the strongest one in the squad. His presence would be the deciding factor in the battle. If they wanted to defeat them, they had to keep a close eye on him. Stella easily dodged the attacks from the two of them. Staring at me won't help, she said. I'm an agility type, after all. She added nonchalantly, my apologies. Chloe calmly said, sorry about that. I'm an agility type too, she added, before launching a 180-degree yoga goddess high kick. With a loud smack, she sent Captain Sarah flying. Grace's squad was told that for the team competition, they could challenge any member from other teams. Just as he finished speaking, Captain Leo stated that he wanted to challenge Marcus in a one-on-one. Since that's the case, to save time, you two should just go up together. The two captains curled their lips, determined to make him pay for those words. Next, the red-haired instructor explained the rules of the competition to them. If there are no objections, the challenge match will officially begin. As soon as he spoke, the two captains teamed up to pinch Marcus. They were acting according to their original plan. It turned out they had already figured out a way to deal with Marcus. They had the red-haired female captain wear these special tactical glasses. When Leo released his flash skill, the red-haired captain would unleash all her skills to attack Marcus. Only then would they have a chance to reach the town. Meanwhile, Leo had already reached Marcus. Kid, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. This is a five-fold flash. Seeing this, the three instructors were incredulous that the kid could release such a powerful flash instantly. It seemed he wanted to settle this quickly. The red-haired female captain guessed that Marcus might have temporarily lost his vision, so she tried to catch him off guard and kill him while he was blind. But unexpectedly, Marcus suddenly opened his eyes. As expected, you're the main attacker. The red-haired captain wondered what was wrong with his gaze. It felt as if some terrifying thing was pulling her down into the freezing deep sea, leaving her completely powerless to resist. It turned out Marcus had used a water-type skill. He refracts the light and sends it flying. Because of this, his strength remains completely unaffected. This is the red-haired captain. He's been tightly bound by the water-type skill. No matter how he struggles, it's useless. Sorry, it looks like your plan is going to fail. Marcus activates several layers at once. He binds Leo so tightly that he can't move. Then he starts spinning the two of them. He throws them both away with great force. Due to the flashing light and smoke, the situation inside is invisible. Leo worries that these kids aren't holding back. He looks inside to see what's happening, but he's stunned the moment he opens his eyes. He's overwhelmed by a terrifying aura. A massive figure looms in the smoke, like a winged demon. Seeing this, everyone begins to speculate. Could it be our captain? Grace, however, looks completely confident. As the smoke slowly clears, Marcus emerges from the mist. The two captains were just lying on the ground, sunbathing. He also publicly gave Marcus a very high evaluation for the individual competition. Watching the four of them leave, the blue-haired instructor suddenly said, I feel like even if we gave it our all, we might not be able to defeat him. Leo looked into the distance with a meaningful gaze. Marcus doesn't belong here. He will keep moving forward, perhaps to a place we could never reach in our entire lives. After discussing it, the instructors decided to head toward BG Town through an underground tunnel where there were relatively few demons. But what the four captains didn't expect was that deep within the tunnel, a high-level two-rider demon was slaughtering human warriors. Meanwhile, led by the instructors, the four of them entered the tunnel. Chloe asked curiously why the tunnel had become so desolate. Hearing this, Leo sighed. It's a long story. Ever since the Battle of Dawn 60 years ago, countless great human warriors fell. We were unable to expand our territory or carry out missions, which caused the energy crystals we rely on for survival to begin decreasing steadily. That's why this massive underground tunnel had to be abandoned. This tunnel was actually built during the era of our great King Marcus. Hearing this, the others looked at Marcus. Did you build it? Marcus replied without hesitation. It's only natural. Hearing this, Leo frowned. Natural, my foot. Don't joke about the greatest warrior. Marcus scratched his head helplessly. Please don't blow my cover, Captain Leo. Leo coughed a few times. All right. Let's get serious. And keep moving. Marcus fell into thought. It was embarrassing to admit, but this massive project was exactly the plan he had proposed back then. However, Leo got one thing wrong. The underground tunnel was actually a massive network of underground cities. It not only connected various towns, but it was also the safest and most prosperous trade route. I just didn't expect that this project, hailed as the greatest miracle of its time, would be abandoned by later generations. After I died in battle, that was when Roland suddenly asked the captain, "Are the energy crystals you mentioned similar to the demon cores in our chests?" Yes, you can think of them as a collective of demon cores. A single demon core provides energy for a warrior, but by continuously refining and concentrating them, a large energy core can be successfully synthesized. These are called energy crystals. They can provide power for an entire town, much like electricity did in the past. Advanced towns used to organize demon hunts, to collect demon cores and refine them into energy crystals, which were then distributed down the chain. Taking you all there this time isn't just to broaden your horizons, but also to collect our town's share of energy crystals. Without them, the entire town would be completely paralyzed, and our defenses and weapons would become useless. Losing our home would be the greatest disaster the town could face. Hearing this, the four of them suddenly grew solemn. Haha, don't worry. Our current energy crystals can still last for over 3 months. You'll need to be well prepared this time. Peta City doesn't just have several second-stage core warriors. They even have several third-stage core warriors, some of whom have a synchronization rate as high as 69%. Wow, a core warrior with 69% is just too strong. A look of disdain crossed his face. Right behind you is the strongest core warrior of all, who once had a synchronization rate of 96%. Just then, Chloe noticed a red button on the wall. Just as she was about to press it out of curiosity, Marcus loudly stopped her. Leo explained that it was an emergency shut-off button used to seal off the tunnel during an emergency. Do you see that circle above? Once pressed, a massive iron wall will slide down. It seems the tunnel's most important function is still operational. But right then, a thick wave of killing intent came from ahead, and something was approaching. Marcus shared his suspicion with Leo. Sure enough, there was a strong smell of blood. This guy sensed the danger even before he did. Let's not worry about that for now. Leo immediately ordered them to put down their backpacks. Maintain formation. Everyone, prepare for battle. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from ahead, and the ground was covered in thick blood. Could something have happened in the direction of Peta City? Just then, a dark figure appeared before them. It was a warrior from Peta City. You are. Before he could finish, he collapsed face first, warning them that demons had attacked Peta City. Furthermore, Peta City had already sounded the city abandonment alarm. The group looked at Leo in confusion. In any fortress or town, there's only one reason to sound that alarm: when every single warrior in the city has been killed. Just as they were reeling from the shock, a yellow light suddenly flashed in the tunnel. In an instant, it snatched the Peta City warrior back. Finally found you. Finally found you. Why are there still people ahead? It'll be hard to explain if I don't kill them all. The Peta City warrior used his last bit of strength to tell them to run. But with a sudden crack, the warrior was obliterated. I'm going to kill every single one of you humans. But there are so many of you here. But he didn't know who to start with. After thinking for a moment, he decided, it's you. With that, he threw the spinning fire blade in his hand. He targeted Roland, but just at this critical moment, Instructor Leo stepped forward. He caught the demon child's spinning fire blade with both hands. Then, he threw it upward with all his might. A loud shattering sound exploded. Not bad at all, the demon said. Much better than that trash from before. By now, Leo's hands were burnt bright red. He wouldn't be able to block another attack like that. A second-stage elemental demon was far stronger than he had imagined. Safety was the priority now, and he didn't have the luxury to overthink. He grabbed Marcus's eager hands and ordered the group to flee immediately. Seeing this, the demon let out a cold laugh. Thinking you can escape? That's impossible. With those words, he launched a massive fireball toward them. Leo ordered the others to get through quickly. While he prepared to hit the isolation button, the demon gave him no chance. It instantly appeared above their heads. At this critical moment, Marcus pushed the others through and pressed the isolation button. Captain Leo was stunned. He watched the isolation door slowly descend, seeing the determination in Marcus's eyes. Grace frantically tried to pull him back, but Marcus only gave her a gentle look back. All that remained was Grace's helpless cries for Marcus. Are you okay? The demon slowly walked toward Marcus. Humans doing this only buys the others a little more time while you are about to die. Meanwhile, Leo told everyone to stay calm. Before Marcus pushed them through, he had told them to let him protect them. It seems he must have his own way. We can't waste the opportunity he created. Therefore, we must leave immediately. Roland and Chloe insisted that even if it meant death, they couldn't just leave him. Grace even suggested they work together to break open the isolation door to save Marcus, but Leo said that with their current abilities, it was simply impossible. The strength of this isolation door requires at least a Phase 3 demon to break through. Even with the help of the other two instructors, it would be useless. Then the instructor said there was one other way. They could go to the town and ask for help. The power hidden within Marcus was far more terrifying than Leo had imagined. Therefore, they were convinced that Marcus would definitely return alive. Meanwhile, Marcus took advantage of the moment the demon was speaking and threw a punch. Then, he followed up with a powerful kick that sent the demon flying. Finally, he no longer had to hide his power. Are you a human or a demon? I'm not sure myself. But if you had pushed a bit harder just now, I might have been forced to transform in front of them. But right now, I only want to devour your fire attribute. Feeling the strong aura coming from Marcus, the demon couldn't tell what he really was. Marcus summoned wood element vines, which shot toward the demon with a whoosh. Seeing the wood element, the demon became instantly excited. My fire element is the perfect counter to you. With that, it unleashed a massive fireball, burning all the vines to pieces. Now, I'll eat you and turn you into my power. A dazzling yellow light shone from its mouth, forming another huge fireball that shot toward Marcus. Marcus stepped aside to dodge and rushed right in front of the demon. The demon sneered, wanting to fight me in close quarters? I'm afraid you'll be burned to a crisp before you can even touch me. Hearing this, Marcus reached out his right hand and slammed a powerful punch into the demon. Who told you I only have the wood element? Now it's my turn to counter you. The demon was suddenly confused. What? You actually have two elements. But by the time he realized, it was too late. He saw the water energy expanding within the demon's body. With a loud crash, the demon turned to ash. Meanwhile, Marcus held the demon's heart firmly in his hand. A fire-type demon core. I wonder what kind of power you'll give me. With that, he crushed it violently. Suddenly, countless fire energies merged into the demon core in Marcus's chest. He could feel the fire power surging within him. From that moment on, Marcus successfully evolved into his demon form. Shortly after, Marcus walked out of the tunnel. But as he looked around, he saw only dead human soldiers. An entire B-rank town had been wiped out. Even the three-finned core warriors had all fallen in battle. Rest in peace. At least now you can finally get some rest. But just then, a loud roar echoed from nearby. You damn demon, what are you doing to them? In his current state, Marcus couldn't possibly explain himself. But at that moment, a giant claw pierced through a boy's neck. Two finless demons had suddenly leaped out. Seeing this, Marcus killed the two demons in a single strike. Damn it, there are still finless demons hiding in the city. He then helped the boy up and prepared to heal him. Are you a demon or one of us humans? After saying that, he died completely, leaving Marcus looking completely bewildered. But regardless of whether he was a demon or a human, there was one thing that would never change, and that was to destroy all demons. After a period of frantic hunting, the demons behind him had piled up like a small mountain. This was a good chance to see what happens when fire is injected into a demon's body. Now get back to the pile of beasts you came from. With that, he slammed the demon violently into the ground. With a loud boom, a violent explosion erupted, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. That really was a demon bomb with impressive area of effect damage. He still didn't know the status of the instructor and the other three. First, he needed to find the energy crystals the town required. Then, he used his vines to search for the fluctuations of the energy crystals. Before long, he found the location of the crystals. The energy transmission system of a B-rank town was truly spectacular. The speakers kept broadcasting calls for the warriors to defend the energy crystals to the death. It seemed this place had also undergone a great battle. He immediately rushed inside. But once he arrived, he discovered that the warriors guarding the crystals had all fallen in battle. The energy crystals had also been completely destroyed. It seemed the demon's goal was very clear. Now, the only option was to find another town and obtain energy crystals within 3 months, otherwise Hello City would be in grave danger. With that, he drove a human-powered tricycle and sped toward the outskirts of the city. Now this is exciting. A new journey begins. As night fell, the mist around the town grew even thicker. So Marcus left a marker at every spot he passed. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. The figure immediately cut a nearby rope. With a few whooshing sounds, several bundles of logs crashed down toward him. Seeing this, Marcus jerked the steering wheel and pulled a sharp U-turn. He narrowly avoided the sneak attack. He then slowly stepped out of the vehicle. This didn't seem like a demon's style. Could it be? Suddenly, a woman atop a giant tree pointed a gun at Marcus. Don't move. Which hunting squad are you from? Identify yourself. What bad luck to run into a hunting squad here. They are different from the human warriors who live in the town. They usually operate in small squads, and the requirements for their individual abilities are extremely strict. Marcus shrugged, explaining that he was just passing through and didn't belong to any squad. The woman countered, warriors from the town wouldn't come here alone. You're a scout for the Silver Wolf squad, aren't you? No, I told you I'm not part of any squad. It would take a while to explain it all to you. Hearing this, the woman pulled the trigger. With a bang, a bullet flew out. Shut your mouth. Answer me. Are the members of the Scorching Gun squad still alive? Marcus thought about it for a moment. I'll say it one more time. I don't belong to any hunting squad. We can't have a conversation if you keep pointing a gun at me. The woman slowly lowered her weapon upon hearing this. But just then, a gunshot rang out, knocking the weapon from her hand. As expected, there are still remnants of the Scorched Gun squad. Now I can claim credit with the boss. Trembling, the woman tried to pick up her weapon from the ground, but she found that she couldn't lift her arm at all. Oh, it's a woman. Let me see what you look like. Grab her. Wow, she really is a beauty. Top shelf quality, too. Perfect, we'll take her back to let the boys blow off some steam. But no sooner had he spoken than Marcus suddenly lashed out with a kick, sending the man flying. I didn't want to get involved in the grudges between your squads. But it seems you Silver Wolf squad are a bunch of scumbags. So before I make my move, get the hell out of here. The moment he saw Marcus, the man pointed his gun at him, but Marcus crushed it to pieces. Having a gun pointed at me again really pisses me off. With that, he violently hurled the man into the air. Now beat it. Afterward, he treated the wound on the woman's arm. The woman immediately knelt down in gratitude. Marcus asked her where the nearest town was. The nearest town is New Perimeter Town, a very small place. But it's already been occupied by the Silver Wolf squad. A few days ago, I tried to rescue the town from their hands. But they all failed. Initially, they had a chance of winning. But the Silver Wolf hunting team's captain recently broke through to become a 3-core warrior, while our captain was only a 2-core warrior. As a result, all my teammates were killed in action. That's why I'm asking you to take me with you. I'll do everything I can to assist you. Marcus was shocked upon hearing this. In his previous life, hunting teams never crossed the line. But now they actually dare to forcibly occupy towns. The woman continued. The Silver Wolf hunting team occupied the town to seize energy crystals. Though I don't know what their ultimate goal is. They actually dare to steal energy crystals, which are the town's lifeblood. Marcus was furious after hearing this. Lead the way. If this were under my jurisdiction, this would be absolutely impossible. What on earth are the current administrators doing? Shortly after, the two arrived at the outskirts of New Way Town. They decided to scout the situation first before making a move. As soon as Marcus stepped off the carriage, he encountered a reckless demon. Marcus simply released a few vines and tied the demon up tightly. To avoid attracting more demons, he chose not to kill it. He noticed there were no sentries guarding the town, which left Marcus very confused. But a moment later, a middle-aged man holding a child rushed out of the city. Before the man could even call for help, a giant palm reached out from behind and slammed him hard onto the ground with a loud bang. Seeing this, the girl was about to pull the trigger to wipe out those scumbags, but Marcus held her back. Firing now would give away their position. Unexpectedly, a non-human hand reached out from within the city gates and quickly dragged the father and son back inside. While they were still in shock, Marcus decisively changed his plan, deciding to just save whoever he could. As soon as he spoke, he vanished from the girl's sight. In an instant, he took out 2 members of the Welcoming Wolf squad. The girl followed close behind. But when she reached them, she discovered that the members of the Welcoming Wolf squad had completely rotten skin. It was obvious they had been dead for days. Clearly, they've been dead for a few days. But what happened next completely shocked the girl. The city was packed with Silver Wolf squad members. Marcus instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and charged into the crowd. It turned out these corpses were all being controlled by a demon with special abilities. If that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate. In the blink of an eye, Marcus cleared out all the corpses in the city as if he were slicing through vegetables. The demon must be controlling the corpses through these black lines, and usually, this kind of demon acts alone. It seems I'll have to follow the scent of these corpses to find him. So Marcus arranged for the girl to search for survivors, while he went to save the father and son from before. After saying that, he vanished in a flash of light. Soon, Marcus found the demon's hiding place. But as he looked around, the father and son had already become like walking corpses, completely expressionless. Seeing this, Marcus was furious. He instantly transformed into a demon warrior. Inside the hall, a demon sat perched on its throne, and tied to the crosses on both sides were that father and son. It turned out to be a third-stage core demon with the ability to control corpses. Behind him were 3 energy crystals. I wonder what these demons want with those energy crystals. The purple demon was also somewhat confused. Are you a human or a demon? But Marcus didn't say a word, instead staring intensely at him. It was a relatively rare purple core with unique illusion abilities. Seeing that Marcus wouldn't speak, the purple demon became enraged. With a whoosh, a black shadow lunged at Marcus before he could even react. Marcus quickly dodged the sudden attack, using a sidestep to create distance. He hadn't expected this third-stage core demon to be able to control 3 core warriors. Then, several more black shadows appeared. It seemed the members of the Silver Wolf squad had been completely wiped out. There were even warriors from the original town among them. But there were simply too many of them. Before he could react, these controlled corpses lunged at Marcus. At that moment, Marcus fell into deep thought. If it were an ordinary 3-rider demon, Marcus might have been worried, but fortunately, this was a purple lotus demon, which isn't particularly skilled in direct combat. He gathered flames in his right hand, forming a fist as large as a sandbag, and smashed the group of corpses away. In the blink of an eye, the demon's puppets were burned to ashes. Then, like a galloping horse, he crushed the ground beneath his feet and instantly appeared before the purple lotus demon. With a flurry of rapid strikes, Marcus sent the purple lotus demon flying. He tried to pierce the demon's life core. However, the purple lotus demon suddenly controlled a child to block Marcus's path, forcing him to stop his attack. While Marcus was stunned, the demon suddenly tossed the child aside. A flash of light appeared in the air, transforming into a giant blade that slashed toward Marcus. Marcus used his water abilities to dodge the fatal blow, but the giant blade still managed to wound his abdomen. Seeing this, the demon mocked. I can do more than just control corpses. And my metal element attacks are quite sharp. Marcus, however, looked on with disdain. He first used his wood element healing ability to treat his wound. Seeing Marcus switch between 3 elements so effortlessly, the demon realized he could no longer underestimate him. So, he ordered the middle-aged man to bring out his secret weapon. Only you are worthy of forcing me to use this move. With that, he drank a mysterious green liquid in one gulp. Although Marcus didn't know what it was, his instincts told him it was extremely dangerous. Marcus lunged forward to interrupt him. But an energy shield suddenly rose around the demon, blocking his attack. This sudden blast sent Marcus flying backward. Just as Marcus was feeling confused, the purple core demon began frantically absorbing energy from the crystals. In Marcus's eyes, this was nothing short of suicide. Because in his past life, he had proven that energy crystals are refined by humans into concentrated, violent energy. Whether it enters a human or a demon's body, it will eventually explode. But then he suddenly noticed that the purple core demon's violent energy had suddenly stabilized. Could it be because of that mysterious liquid? Impossible. That thing absolutely couldn't have been made by Kane. Just then, the demon screamed, "Evolution!" Purple energy exploded throughout the room. He actually managed to evolve using it. But as the energy dissipated, a curvaceous 4-finned demon appeared before him. She possessed illusion-based attributes. Marcus realized things were getting tricky. The demon beckoned him with her finger, telling him to come over and keep her company. As soon as she spoke, several golden bells appeared out of thin air. With a few whistling sounds, the bells flew toward Marcus. Suddenly appearing before him, the purple demon whispered, "Elite wind thorns." As soon as she spoke, countless spikes shot out from the bells. That was when Marcus realized. The 4-finned demon had already evolved new skills. Before the spikes could hit, he wrapped himself tightly in vines. But the 4-finned demon leaped high into the air, tearing through the vines and kicking Marcus hard. With a loud crash, Marcus's body smashed straight into the ground. Then, a sharp blade from the demon's toe was driven deep into Marcus's arm. Ridiculous humans. There is an insurmountable gap at every stage of evolution. This is the end for you. Though I actually quite like you. Why don't you become my toy? Its right arm transformed into a razor-sharp spike and thrust toward Marcus's head without hesitation. At that critical moment, the space behind the purple lotus elemental demon suddenly warped. The demon's attack came to a sudden halt. A slender hand reached out from the void. I can't let an insignificant little character like you ruin the plan. A curvaceous black silhouette leaned out from the space. The demon trembled and asked, "Could you be the Black King?" She ignored him. She softly whispered, "Compress." A purple vortex instantly formed in her hand. Even the surrounding space began to distort. In the blink of an eye, the purple lotus demon vanished. The woman in black walked toward Marcus, her heels clicking. She held the purple lotus demon's forecore in her hand. Looking down at Marcus, she remarked, "The human body is still as useless as ever. Red King, why would you choose such low-grade trash?" Marcus was instantly crushed by the Black King's terrifying aura, leaving him unable to breathe. It felt just like that red guy inside his body. It was another black eight-finned demon, the same kind that had defeated him before. That was when the Black King finally spoke. "You can't even defeat a four-finned demon. If this is left unchecked, who knows when the Red King will finally wake up? Humans really are a lowly race." Hearing this, Marcus was infuriated. "What did you say?" "I said you're a lowly race. And to think you're the strongest human. Your evolution is far too slow." With that, the Black King used telekinesis to lift Marcus into the air. "I don't care how you do it, you must evolve to the four-fin stage today." Then, the Black King forcibly implanted a four-finned core into Marcus's chest. Immediately after, Marcus was slammed to the ground. Only then did Marcus realize what had happened. The Black King had actually shoved the four-finned core directly into his body. The energy contained within the four-finned core was far too powerful. As a result, Marcus's chest couldn't withstand such immense power. The Black King looked at Marcus with a face of mock innocence. "Is the strongest human warrior really this weak? You can't even absorb the energy of a four-finned core." Cracks began to form across Marcus's chest. It looked as if he was about to explode. Seeing this, the Black King immediately activated the eight-fin space lock. Then, the Black King roared, "I've locked down the space around you. Hold on, you useless human. Who on earth evolves like this?" But just then, a pair of golden eyes slowly opened. "Who dares disturb my slumber?" The Black King quickly realized it was the Red King's voice. "He's back. Have you forgotten what I told you, Black King?" Then, he slowly extended a red claw and smashed the Black King's space lock to pieces. "You shouldn't have interfered with this human's evolution." But the Black King didn't care. With a whoosh, she threw herself onto the Red King. "You've finally shown yourself. Do you know how much I've missed you?" With that, the two demons snuggled closely together. The Black King slowly explained, "I've been observing this human in secret. But this time, he simply couldn't withstand that newly advanced four-finned demon, so." The Red King gently stroked her cheek. "Human bodies are different from ours. This physical form requires constant tempering. Though fragile, it is also full of unknown potential. He was originally only supposed to evolve to the fin stage. But you had him skip the three-fin stage and absorb the energy of a four-finned demon. So his physical body could never withstand it. However, the overflowing four-finned energy this time has allowed me to temporarily awaken from my slumber. And I absolutely will not allow you to interfere with this human's evolution again. He needs to evolve step by step, so he can become my perfect vessel in the future. Do you understand, Black King?" "Oh right. While you were faking your death, the other four king ranks were restless. But none of them were willing to make the first move. Just as you expected, a temporary four-way deadlock has formed among them. Back then, they feared my power and joined forces to eliminate me. Now it seems that even without me, they can't avoid suspecting one another. Perhaps they've forgotten their original mission by now. Have you been doing well lately? Do they suspect you? I'm surprised you still remember me. Even if they have some suspicions, they don't have the energy to investigate your fake death, so I'm doing fine for now. Stop worrying about me." Having said that, the Black King reached out to stroke the Red King's chest and whispered softly, "I only wish to welcome back my strongest king. I will, it's only a matter of time. I've already forced this body to evolve to the four-fin stage, but he needs time to slowly adapt to and stabilize the power within. You shouldn't get involved with this man, lest it cause unnecessary suspicion and ruin our plans." Hearing this, the Black King looked displeased. "I just wanted to come and see you, even if it's only as your vessel." Just then, a girl arrived in this area searching for Marcus. "An eight-fin demon? Why is there an eight-fin demon here?" The Black King looked at the girl as well. "Oops, I forgot to clear this area." The Red King then lunged at the girl. The next second, there was a loud whoosh. At this moment, Marcus felt as if he were sinking into the deep sea, and a single phrase kept repeating in his mind, "So you're a demon." Then, Marcus slowly woke up. Looking at the girl from the hunting party he had killed, he stared at his hands in disbelief. Could it be that he did all this? He let out a roar toward the sky, a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Violent energy broke through the clouds, instantly blasting everything within 10 kilometers into scorched earth. Only then did he realize his four-finned demon evolution was complete. Then, he recalled fragments of his time with the girl. I really love flowers. If I could, I'd love to be a gardener's apprentice. This world is so cruel. I think it needs more beautiful flowers. At this moment, Marcus was consumed by deep self-reproach. He couldn't forgive himself for this mistake. It happened because he couldn't suppress the demon power within him. I hope these flames spare you from the humiliation of the demons. Now, he had to get to the bottom of things. What exactly was the Red King inside him trying to do? What was the relationship between it and that female 8-finned demon? What was its true intention in forcing him to evolve into a 4-finned form? How was that mysterious liquid used during the 3-finned demon breakthrough obtained? Something of that quality could probably only be produced in the so-called Dawn City. He had to find the answers as soon as possible. He also wondered how Grace and the others were doing. So, he drove toward an A-ranked town called Picadia. Meanwhile, Grace and her group had already successfully arrived at an A-ranked town called Brown. Sorry, we cannot send troops to support you. This man was Kurt, the 5-finned combat commander of Brown Town. We've just received news that Peta City was hit by a high-level demon tide. I'm afraid your companion, Marcus, is likely dead. Hearing this, Leo suddenly spoke up. But sir, this soldier of ours has a unique talent. What we have plenty of here are young soldiers with all sorts of unique talents. Then, changing the subject. Although we can't provide direct support, I'll at least send some scouting soldiers who are heading that way to check the situation. Thank you, sir. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I wonder if this demon tide will affect the demon hunting competition. If you're interested, you can stay a few more days. The futures of the 3 warriors behind you might be very different. Then he turned and left. Chloe suddenly asked, what is the demon hunting competition? Captain Leo explained, that's a competition that can only be held in Dawn City. It selects the next generation of powerful warriors by hunting demons of different levels. Dawn City also gives them special rewards. It's a grand event held regularly, and it's something every warrior aspires to. Unfortunately, warriors from our town aren't qualified, but I believe we'll have a chance to participate in the future. This is an ancient divine sword with a 10,000-year heritage. Even the current strongest 7 Knights core warriors couldn't move it an inch. As a result, it's been sitting in the old warehouse for 30 years, ignored by everyone. However, Marcus just took a quick glance and decided he had to have it no matter what. The moment he touched the divine sword, he felt a strong resonance with it. The woman beside him, however, looked on with disdain. A warrior shouldn't be so delusional. But what happened next completely shocked him. He pulled it out with just one hand. Continuing from the last episode, he sighed. If Marcus were here, he'd definitely be interested too. A high-level demon tide. Grace could only stare blankly out the window. Then Leo sighed. All we can do now is wait for news from the scouts. In the meantime, you can observe and learn here. There are many outstanding warriors here. Inside the reception room of Picadia City. We verified the news you brought, and just as you said, Peta City has already been destroyed by the demon tide. We've also sent a message to Hello City on your behalf. We should receive a reply soon. As for your other request, I'm afraid we can't provide you with energy crystals. The person speaking was Barry, the commander of Picadia's 5 cavalry. These items are allocated by the higher-level cities. We can report this to Dawn City and request a reallocation. But with his current status, even entering Dawn City would be a problem. Marcus then suggested that he go as a representative of Hello City. Barry told him that wouldn't work, unless you're a captain or you have authorization from Hello City. However, if a higher-level city can vouch for you, you can still go. Hearing this, Marcus immediately perked up. Are you saying you can vouch for me? Barry said he could, but he had one condition. You've probably heard of the Dawn City Hunt. If you act as a vanguard in the capacity of an outside expert and help us gather intel during the competition, I'll agree to act as your guarantor. But I can't guarantee your safety. The vanguard is the role in the tournament responsible for gathering first-hand intelligence on demons. Since the demon hunt tournament is extremely difficult and the demon levels vary wildly, casualties among vanguards are extremely common. They're usually seen as cannon fodder. Competing warriors generally try to avoid this position. At this point, Marcus said, looking at your squad, no one wants to take this role. But that's fine. I agree. After all, the hunt is a massive tournament I founded back in the day. Then Barry took Marcus to the Namie equipment warehouse. In that case, I've said everything I need to say. Feel free to pick any equipment you want from the warehouse. I'll just have a look around then, Marcus replied. Barry was quite puzzled. In a C-rank town, the strongest are only 2 core warriors. Yet Marcus seemed very confident in himself. Could he have some kind of trump card? Marcus looked up at the Namie wing, which could transform into a greatsword. Barry was instantly stunned. That equipment requires at least a 3-core warrior to operate. If you force it to activate, it might be unstable and you could easily hurt yourself. But Marcus didn't hesitate to remove his own demon core. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. Barry couldn't even open his eyes. Does this guy have a special understanding of the Nimi? He actually managed to activate it so smoothly. He'd heard that some warriors with high talent could activate high-spec Nimi weapons without any issues. Seeing it in person was truly surprising. Marcus remarked that the weapon felt quite handy. He asked if there was a real combat zone nearby, as he wanted to warm up by testing the new Nimi on some demons. Barry asked if he was sure about going alone, since mounted demons occasionally appeared there. He offered to accompany him if needed. Marcus replied that it wasn't necessary, as he could easily handle the demons. Barry thought to himself, what an interesting guy. Confidence and courage are rare qualities for a warrior. But he urged Marcus to be careful. Of course, I can't let you come with me. Because he not only wants to test the new nano gear, but more importantly, he wants to see what abilities he actually possesses in the Forerider form. Soon, a demon appeared behind him. Seeing this, Marcus quickly stepped aside to dodge, and a nano greatsword instantly appeared in his hand. With a sudden whoosh, the demon was sliced in two. Still, the greatsword feels more comfortable. Too many things have happened lately. I'll use this greatsword this time and just go all out. He then stomped hard on the ground, appearing above the demon's head in a second, as several flashes of sword light streaked past. Every time he swung the greatsword, it sent demon blood and severed limbs flying. In this bloody dance, he seemed to have become a machine born for slaughtering demons. He swung his greatsword again and again, honing the muscle memory of this life. It could be called a one-sided slaughter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a one-sided slaughter. Only the painful screams of demons echoed in the darkness. After hacking away for an unknown amount of time, he finally stopped. But just then, several spikes suddenly shot toward Marcus's back. But Marcus simply swung his greatsword lightly and knocked them away. He then turned around to look. It turned out to be two finned demons. I've been waiting so long for you two to show up. Seeing this, the demons were instantly confused. Why wasn't this human afraid of them? Marcus just beckoned them with a curl of his finger, telling them to come over and keep him company. You little brat, how dare you mock us? Second brother, go. With that, the demon activated a fire skill and lunged at Marcus. But in the next second, it was blasted away by a surge of golden energy. Then he plunged his great sword into the demon's abdomen. Using the gold element against fire really is effective. Now, it's time to test the power of the four-finned demon. That four-finned core demon has the ability to control corpses, which means its power can now be mine to use. With a loud roar, the dead fire-type one-finned demon was brought under Marcus's control. Impossible. How is this possible? How could he possibly control a demon's corpse? Meanwhile, in Pakadia City, you're saying that young man still hasn't returned? Report the recent appearance levels of demons outside the city immediately. Report. Recently, not only have one-finned demons been appearing frequently, but three-finned and even four-finned ones have also appeared. That kid really knows how to find trouble. Right after submitting the entry list, Barry decided to leave the city immediately to find Marcus. I was too careless. No matter how strong that kid is, he's just a warrior from a C-rank town. I shouldn't have let him go to the training grounds alone. 5-finned demons have appeared here in the past. If that kid actually runs into one, it'll be a total embarrassment for me as a 5-finned warrior. And I'd be failing Hello City. Kid, you'd better stay alive for me. A short while later, she smelled the scent of demons. But why is there such a heavy scent of death? The scent is coming from the direction of the training grounds. And there seem to be quite a few demons. There are not only many one-finned and two-finned ones, but even three-finned ones. This doesn't seem like typical demon behavior. Moreover, these three-finned demons are all gathered together. Suddenly, a demon charged toward Barry. When she stepped forward to look, it was actually a 5-finned demon. Just as Barry wanted to fight it, she discovered the demon was just running forward frantically. But Barry wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. She raised her leg and delivered a powerful strike to the demon's head. Barry stomped the 5-finned demon hard into the ground. But she felt something was off, unlike anything she had experienced before. Within a second, a swarm of 2-finned and 3-finned demons appeared around her. Since when did these demons start swarming like this? Never mind that for now. I have to take you all out before the city gates close. Time is a bit tight, though. But then she noticed something. These demons were just advancing forward like zombies. Barry grinned. I don't care. As long as you're demons, you're all going to die. She immediately unleashed her secret sword technique. With a single strike, she sliced through waves of demons. The attack was so powerful that flashes of blade light filled the air for miles. But soon, hundreds more demons pressed forward. Just then, a dark shadow appeared behind Barry. Relying on her instincts as a five-finned warrior, she swung a horizontal slash behind her. But the shadow instantly blocked the attack with a sword. Hey, stop. Look closely, it's me, Marcus. Barry looked at him in disbelief. You're actually okay? Wait, this kid actually blocked my instinctive slash. His strength and speed are definitely impressive. Even a 4-core warrior would have to use all their strength to barely block that. Is he really from a C-rank town? Marcus teased her with a grin. Big sister, your 5-fin core strength is really something. That strike was so powerful that my hand is still numb. Stop talking. As long as you're okay, the most important thing right now is to deal with these demons. Some of them are 3-headed and 4-finned. Just stay behind me. Hearing this, Marcus slowly stepped forward. Don't worry, they're just corpses now. Then, he simply snapped his fingers. The demons in front of him instantly collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons. All done. We can head back to the city now, big sister. Seeing this, Barry was instantly stunned. What did this kid do? Barry then grabbed Marcus by the collar. You're clearly a red core strength-type warrior. Why can you control these demon corpses? How on earth did you do it? However, Marcus gently pushed Barry's arm away. Sorry, we're just partners. There's no need for me to explain. Barry then fell into thought. In this apocalypse, it's normal to have a few trump cards. But I can tell you this much. I can only slightly control dead demons. In that case, I won't ask anymore. We'll set off for Dawn City tomorrow. That's great, big sister. I need to solve the energy crystal quota problem in Hello City as soon as possible. At this moment, Barry thought to himself that he was actually looking forward to seeing how this kid would perform at the demon hunting assembly. But Barry, who was anxious to return to the city, was unaware of what had happened at the training grounds in the distance. He only found out later from his subordinates' reports that the training grounds had been completely destroyed by some unknown force. The next day, under Barry's leadership, everyone arrived at Dawn City. As expected, it was still the town he used to govern. That meant he might be able to see them here. The 6 members of the strongest team he had led in his previous life, known as the 6 Greats. If he told them about the current situation, would they believe him? Then, Barry suddenly placed his hand on Marcus's shoulder. Marcus, visiting Dawn City for the first time, was stunned by the city's imposing atmosphere. Not everyone is as lucky as you, Barry said. Some people might never set foot in Dawn City in their entire lives. Barry suddenly stopped in his tracks. Are you asking about the new 6? Do you mean the new 6 heroes or the old ones? I mean the 6-person squad led by the Marcus who shared my name. But as soon as he finished speaking, Barry covered his mouth. You idiot, are you actually this stupid? Everyone in the city knows that you must not discuss the new or old 6 heroes. As for the former king, the era has long since changed. The current king is not the one from before. The strongest warrior now is the new king. Let me warn you one more time. Don't say such brainless things in the city. Seeing this, Marcus asked tentatively. So, what happened to the old 6 heroes you mentioned? Barry was completely infuriated. Are you freaking kidding me? Can't you understand a simple word? I'm telling you, stop mentioning the old king and the old 6 heroes in Dawn City. Maybe in those relatively isolated C-rank towns, the people you're talking about are still worshipped. But in Dawn City, no one acknowledges them. Especially that old king. No one acknowledges the sacrifices made back then. Let's just get into the city. Remember what I told you. Marcus was feeling incredibly depressed. Not everyone acknowledged his sacrifice. He wondered what had actually happened after he died. Back then, Jay and all the soldiers fought against the evil. Since 6 ancient king tablets descended from the heavens, he had entered alone to uncover the secrets of the demons. They came in 6 colors: yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. Core demons continuously surged out from the ancient king tablets. It seemed that only his past self had discovered the secret of the demons within the tablets. Was everything he did completely meaningless? Does anyone even remember him? Marcus looked up at the current Dawn City. It could no longer be described as a mere town. It was now divided into 7 major districts. Although many of the buildings had changed, the layout was almost exactly the same. Even the air smelled the same as it did back then. Suddenly, his gaze became sharp. This was once his own statue. But for some reason, the face had been completely covered. Seeing this, Basil slowly noted that the statue had stood there for decades. It was carved for the king of that era. But it wouldn't be there for much longer, because a larger statue of the Star King would soon be carved in its place. I don't know if that's good luck or bad. Beneath the statue stood one of the 7 strongest recovery warriors. A former member of the 6 Greats, Lena. He couldn't help but feel nervous. My once closest comrade, he called out. Hearing this, Lena slowly took off her hat. Who's calling me? But in less than a second, the flowers in her hand were knocked away. How many times do I have to tell you? You can't mourn here. Especially since you're from Rescue Unit 6. Seeing this, Lena. Marcus, however, opened his mouth. Now there's a good show to watch. Although she's a healer, she's famous for her explosive temper. But what happened next left Marcus completely stunned. Lena didn't have the explosive temper everyone expected. Instead, she leaned down to pick up the flower petals scattered on the ground. Sorry, you lost the qualification to possess a core long ago, Lena said. If the Star King hadn't allowed you to stay in the city, you would have been thrown out of Bright Light City to fend for yourselves long ago. After saying that, she pointed to the statue of Marcus behind her. It's all because of your self-righteous rescue back then. Humanity wouldn't have to live so passively now. As she said, a statue of someone like this, she was suddenly hit hard. Shut your mouth right now. I won't allow it. You bitch, how dare you hit me? With that, the guard tried to strike Lena. But Marcus blocked him with his greatsword. Try taking one more step. The guards immediately drew their weapons. This is Bright Light City. Put down the sword, or we'll open fire. People of your character are no different from the trash lines outside the city. I'll have to teach you a lesson. We are warriors from Pikadia City, who came to participate in this demon hunting competition. Do you really want to start a conflict with visiting contestants? And you, Marcus, you now represent the warriors of Pikadia City. If the law enforcement team found out they were clashing with outsiders, it would be a disaster. Since we're here for the competition, let's just head to the hotel. Consider yourselves lucky this time. Let's go. Just then, Lena suddenly stepped forward. Do you know who I am? Your strongest warrior has returned. Don't just say whatever comes to mind. Just as she was wondering how to respond, Barry, who was standing nearby, spoke up. This troublemaker is also named Marcus. Your name is Marcus. Lena patted her chest. I see. She then put on her mask and left. Suddenly, Barry flew into a rage. And to think you're the senior here. She helped you. And you didn't even say a basic thank you. Hearing this, Marcus waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not disturb her for now. I get it. The next day, the Demon Hunter Convention began in a lively atmosphere. Marcus and his group drew cheers from the crowd, who were excited by the handsome new face. Once this competition is over, I'll introduce you to the person in charge of the energy crystals. I'll definitely deliver results that will satisfy you. Suddenly, Barry changed the subject. Just make sure you don't die during the competition. Meanwhile, Lena seemed to be watching Marcus's every move. Seeing Marcus look her way, she immediately pulled down her collar. The venue for this competition was a forest the size of a town within Dawn City. And that's as far as I can escort you. Once you enter, you're on your own. With that, he slammed the flagpole heavily onto the ground. For the glory of Pikadia City. Good luck, warriors. Then, the teams entered according to the order of their cities. It started as just a small local competition for each city, but now it has evolved into a massive demon hunting tournament. Next to enter were the warriors of Pikadia. Their vanguard was actually an outside recruit from another city. Before parting, the group bowed to Marcus. We'll leave the task of gathering demon information to you. We will always remember your contribution. They all wore heartbroken expressions. Perhaps they believe being a vanguard is a suicide mission. By now, the vanguards from every city were ready to go. The host began to speak. First, I want to offer you my highest respect. To be able to stand here in this role already requires an admirable amount of courage. You all know your individual missions. Please be sure to prioritize your own safety, because what awaits you are demons and risks of unknown levels. Now, let's welcome our chief judge with a round of applause. One of the greatest warriors among the new 6 heroes, and the strongest recovery-type warrior. Along with heavy footsteps, a man with a dark face and green hair, who didn't look like much, slowly walked out. He is Dante, the dual 7-finned green recovery core warrior. Dual core warriors are so damn cool. I wish he were my husband. The whole crowd was chanting Dante's name. It seems the technology that was just a concept in my previous life has finally become a reality. Dual cores represent double the power. With a high synchronization rate, a warrior can even unleash unexpected levels of strength. Since a warrior's power comes from the demon core, the higher the synchronization rate, the more latent power can be drawn from the core. However, the body must also withstand a much greater impact. It's like being crushed by an overwhelming force. This is why some core warriors have low compatibility and synchronization rates. In the past, human technology could only develop equipment for a single core graft. Now, the new 6 heroes not only possess dual core graft equipment, but also far greater strength. Meanwhile, everyone began bowing to him. But Marcus just stood there, perfectly calm. Thinking about the current plight of the old 6 heroes made him feel a chill in his heart. Dante ignored this. You are all remarkable warriors. Dante said, knowing how dangerous the vanguard position is, you still bravely stand here. If you return safely, I will personally reward you with a 1-finned core. The crowd immediately bowed in gratitude. But Marcus remained standing in place. A teammate nearby immediately reminded him, "Hurry up and bow." But Marcus just rubbed the back of his head and smiled, looking straight at Dante. "Sorry, my old back hasn't been working well lately, so I can't bend down." Dante didn't say a word, but just stood there quietly, then winked with a slight smile. This completely caught Marcus off guard. How disgusting. Why is he giving me, a man, such a creepy smile? Just then, the rabbit MC suddenly walked over. "Next, please welcome Mr. Dante, one of our greatest new 6 heroes, to give us a demonstration of hunting a 4-finned demon. Now, all you vanguards please follow me and leave the stage to Lord Dante." Marcus looked on with disdain. To think the current new 6 heroes would show off their achievements in such a way. It was absolutely ridiculous. Dante looked at the rabbit MC. "Are you the new referee?" "My lord, it's an honor to meet you." Dante then turned away from the MC. "I'll have someone replace him in a moment. Stop constantly bringing up the new 6 heroes. That word new is really grating. If there weren't so many people here, maybe I'd just strip you naked and blast your organs to pieces with one punch. While I'm still holding back my killing intent, get the hell out of here." After saying that, Dante used energy to create a headset. "Now, on behalf of the 6 greats, I will present a hunting demonstration of the 4-finned demon. I wish this hunting competition every success, and I hope this gives our brave vanguard warriors a great start." Dante then slowly looked toward the edge of the arena. "Bring it up." Just as he finished speaking, a cage made of special steel slammed down. Dante slowly walked toward the cage. Then, a giant claw reached out from inside the cage. What you see before you now is a specimen that is exceptionally rare and violent even among 4-finned demons. A red core gold element 4-finned demon. The demon wondered why the humans hadn't killed it, but instead placed it in this open arena filled with spectators. With a sudden stomp of its foot, "It seems you human warriors are too complacent." It then lunged violently toward the audience in the stands. The crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. But in the next second, layers of protective shields appeared in front of the demon, separating it from the crowd. Ropes made of energy then coiled around the demon's body, and with a sudden surge of force, they slammed the demon aside. Can you see clearly now? You don't even know who this is, do you? This sturdy energy shield in the arena was set up by the strongest illusion warrior. Now, you only have one path left to choose, and that is to die. Seeing this, the demon fell to the ground, trembling with fear. He screamed, "No," but launched an attack at the same time. "You damn human. Die." Once the dust settled, Dante was still standing there, completely unharmed. What a lowly, brainless demon. What other tricks do you have? Go ahead, use them all. Curse you, human. You're asking for death. With that, he threw a heavy punch at Dante. Even though the demon struck with all his might, he still couldn't break through Dante's shield. The demon's palm began to crack and bleed. With a loud bang, his palm exploded into a mist of blood. You don't even have the right to fight back. How can a mere Green River warrior be so aggressive? Green cores represent recovery-type medical warriors, whose own combat power is limited. But the power this person is unleashing has already exceeded the demon's understanding of humans. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. I'd like to correct you on that. Although I'm a Green River warrior, I'm actually a dual-type warrior among the 6 greats. What? You humans have actually learned tissue regeneration? Dante used energy ropes to break the demon's other arm, and then thrust it directly into the demon's mouth. Let's start with your mouth. With a shattering sound, the demon's green mist body instantly exploded. With the demon's blood, let's open the curtain on our demon hunting competition. At that moment, the audience's passion was completely ignited. Everyone began shouting, "Number 6! Number 6! Dante emitted a powerful energy. Based on how his energy operates, the power provided by the cores isn't just twice that of a single core, but rather they complement each other to unleash an even more powerful force. Number 6's strength is truly formidable. How terrifying would the strength of the so-called Star King be?" Then Dante bowed to the crowd and invited their vanguard to return to the field. But Marcus remained unmoved. Just as the two of them passed each other, Dante suddenly stopped in his tracks and softly said, "Wait." Hearing this, Marcus grimaced and looked back at him. At that moment, Dante spoke up, "You seem to be dissatisfied with me." Hearing this, Marcus's eyes immediately grew sharp. "You've misunderstood. I'm used to staying alert until the moment I enter the field. I know what the vanguard position means. An interesting warrior. Heh, truly an interesting warrior. I'll be keeping an eye on you. I hope you don't disappoint me." Hearing this, Marcus was instantly annoyed. "Who the hell do you think you are? When I was playing with demon horns, your parents were probably still playing in the mud." Then, the vanguard operation began. The so-called vanguard is the one who, before the squad moves. The vanguards act as the eyes that scout the forest. Your task is to use your team's strength to find the optimal combat route. And before the time limit expires, you must successfully hunt demons and earn points. The forest is filled with many unmounted demons, as well as 1 ride, 2 ride, and a few 3 ride demons. The vanguards of each team must carefully check their routes, avoid provoking the demons, and prioritize their own safety. Hearing this, the crowd whispered, "Do we really need to be reminded of this? We can barely handle 1 ride and 2 ride demons, but it's a different story if we run into a 3 ride. In other words, we're toast once we go in." That was when Marcus noticed that these dual-core warriors only had the cores, but were far from having the actual strength of a true dual-core warrior. Perhaps it was because they were young and lacked experience, and didn't carry the responsibility of being a captain. This made them seem naive, and they lacked the spiritual power of dual-core warriors like Instructor Leo. They grew up in resource-poor towns, honing their combat skills and resolve through constant death matches. At this point, some of the Vanguard warriors were already starting to feel afraid. Finally, a reminder to everyone about the special segment that occurs in every tournament. Within the competition area, there are several imprisoned 4-finned demons. If your squad is powerful enough, you might consider making one of them your target. Successfully hunting a 4-finned demon will end the match immediately, and that squad will be declared the winner. Just like the previous tournament, these 4-finned demons are dangerous, but some squads will likely still take the risk. As the match began, everyone rushed into the forest. Marcus cracked the ground beneath him and shot into the forest with a whoosh. That 4-finned demon is my target this time. Shortly after entering, Marcus came to a sudden halt. Most vanguards had planned conservative routes in advance. It seems they have no intention of searching for the 4-finned demon. After all, a 4-finned demon isn't something these young warriors can handle. They could lose their lives at any moment. Meanwhile, in a mysterious observation room, "Give me the data on these warriors immediately," Dante commanded. Hearing this, the assistant in black stockings stepped forward. "Which Vanguard warrior's data would you like, my lord?" Dante crossed his legs. "That guy on the screen with the tuft of white hair, the one walking so leisurely." "Reporting, my lord. He is a 3-core warrior registered in Picadia City." While 3-core warriors are allowed to join the Vanguard, very few are willing to take on such a thankless task. Does he think he's a level above the other warriors, which is why he's so arrogant? "Continue," Dante ordered. "This warrior is named Marcus." But before the assistant could finish, Dante suddenly crushed the marble armrest beside him. He tilted his head and asked, "What did you just say his name was?" "Marcus." "My lord, I am simply reporting the information from the records. Please, look for yourself." Dante squinted at the screen. "Switch to this guy's combat feed immediately." Meanwhile, the audience outside was also watching the action on the big screen. The audience is watching every move on the big screen. The vanguards locate the demons and record their coordinates in a unique way. Then, they head to the next location, planning the best path to score points. That is the duty of a vanguard. As for Marcus, he's trailing at the very back of the group, watching the other vanguards rush through the jungle. Meanwhile, in the Picadia City locker room, why does that guy look like a spectator? Is he even reliable? Barry, the commander, sat on the sofa with an arrogant air. He then recalled what Marcus said before leaving. "Barry, I won't plan a conservative route like the other vanguards, but I can guarantee that Picadia City will win." Judging by his confidence, he wasn't joking. Plus, he had a powerful performance in the combat grounds earlier. He even dared to call me by my first name. That just makes me more interested in you. During the scouting, the team members marked several demon gathering spots. Stay as far away from these coordinates as possible, as there are a few Red King demons there. If you encounter a 3-finned demon, your only option is to run for your life. As they fled, they didn't forget to warn Marcus. But that direction happened to be the only way for him to go, so he had to take it out. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the jungle. It was a 3-finned wood element blue-core demon. The onlookers outside were worried. Is this young guy not afraid of death? He sees a 3-finned demon and still doesn't run. Damn, humans have kept us imprisoned here for so long. The demon launched an attack at Marcus. Human die. Seeing this, Marcus leaped and easily dodged the strike. These demons were all imprisoned here, which made them even more brutal than those outside. "You think you can run?" With a whoosh, it shot toward Marcus. But to avoid attracting too much attention, Marcus decided to finish this off as quickly as possible. A spike lunged toward his face, but Marcus simply slid to the side. Marcus used a slide step to dodge in just 0.5 seconds. He then looked toward the position of the demon core. He slammed on the brakes. Then, he reached out with his left hand. "I don't have time to play with you," he said. His great sword instantly pierced through the demon's body. It all happened in less than a second. The audience was left speechless. Such a fluid sequence of moves completely shattered their understanding of combat. How is this possible? A mere vanguard killed that finned demon. It turned out that the moment Marcus leaned down, he had infused the metal element into his great sword. This significantly increased its sharpness and destructive power. This way, he could increase the sharpness and destructive power of the weapon. Seeing this, Dante couldn't help but feel curious about Marcus. He was actually looking forward to seeing how the guy would perform next. Marcus held the agility core of a three-finned demon in his hand. He then took a long, deep breath. If the original design hadn't changed, the four-finned demon should be there. He looked up at a building nearby. To accommodate the noble high-ranking officials, the four-finned demon would be placed at the highest point near the spectator stance. It seems I really underestimated this kid. I didn't expect his target to be that four-finned demon. After an intense battle, the fifth three-finned demon was slain. Marcus noticed that the demons deep in the forest had become inexplicably more aggressive than before. This was completely different from the settings of his previous life. He wanted to study them further, but since the demons kept chasing him, he had no choice but to kill them. No wonder Marcus's position toward low-level warriors. This is undoubtedly a death sentence. However, as the vanguard, Marcus has already slain 75 three-rider demons for the team. Barry wondered if they could see the team's current score. Inside the Picadia City preparation room, everyone was completely stunned by Marcus's actions, their mouths hanging wide open in shock. Marcus then looked up toward the high stands. The four-rider demons should be over by the highest peak, he thought. The person sitting at the highest point of the audience should be the dual-core recovery warrior of the new 6 heroes. Dante. At that moment, Dante couldn't help but ponder. This guy's ambition is truly massive. I'm actually quite curious. Was your team's goal the four-rider demons all along? Was it the team's decision? Or your own personal choice? As Marcus continued to walk toward the four-rider demons, Barry looked at the live screen in confusion. Could it be that he's planning a route to kill them for the team? Seeing this, another warrior looked at Barry. Our strength is simply not enough to defeat them. Commander, is this your decision? Hearing this, Barry also broke into a cold sweat. In truth, he had no idea what this guy was planning. You better not cause me any trouble. But remembering his promise, he suddenly felt much more relieved. He crossed his legs and puffed away on a cigarette on the sofa. Marcus approached the cage of the 4 horsemen demons, giant sword in hand. But he didn't attack, nor did he leave. The audience wondered what Marcus's next move would be. The vanguard of Picadia City observed him, mapping out a route in his head, believing that Marcus's squad would be the first to set out. But Marcus's next move left everyone there completely stunned. Even the host in the studio was shocked into dropping their jaw. Could it be that he intends to face this powerful 4 horseman demon alone? Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed across the field, severing all of the demon's seals. Marcus stood calmly to the side. Wisps of gray smoke drifted out of the demon's cage. System notification: you have removed the container restrictions. Immediately after, a powerful demonic aura erupted. The cage began to shake violently. Seeing this, Marcus's gaze suddenly became sharp. Get out here, demon. Dante, watching from the stage, looked on with great interest. This is getting more and more interesting. It seems you don't plan on letting your squad kill the 4 riders, but instead want to hunt them alone. To achieve a feat never before accomplished in history and win the championship as a vanguard. At that moment, the host excitedly announced, "This is simply unbelievable. The vanguard from Picadia City has actually broken the seal and intends to face the 4 riders alone. This is something that has never happened before in the hunting competition." The audience's passion was completely ignited. They kept shouting Picadia. Barry was so shocked by Marcus's actions that he didn't even notice the ash falling all over him. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this guy does next. A vanguard taking on the 4 riders solo. Is this guy crazy? Those are the 4 riders who have been imprisoned for a long time. If he faces them, he's as good as dead. Hearing this, Barry fell into deep thought. Although you have that mysterious ability to control demon bodies. But this isn't just any ordinary 4-rider demon. Even for a martial rider like me, I'd have to give it my all to face one. Marcus, are you really sure about this? Just then, the cage above exploded with a loud bang. The Blue River Water Element 4-rider demon suddenly appeared. I have been imprisoned for 100 years. Finally, today I can break free from this damned cage. It then glared at Marcus, who was standing in the arena. Ignorant human. How dare you challenge me? As it spoke, its head twisted into a spiral. I'll start with you. Bursting drill. A vortex of energy made of water elements shot toward Marcus with a whistling sound. Marcus immediately raised a dirt wall several meters high to block the 4-rider demon's attack. But the piercing power of the bursting drill was exceptionally strong. The demon's attack speed wasn't affected in the slightest. It pierced straight through the dirt wall. Foolish human. This kind of fragile defense is simply like paper to me. How dare a human fight me? Die. With that, countless water spikes shot toward Marcus. But Marcus dodged the evil demon's attack with a single movement. Taking advantage of the pause in the attack, Marcus asked, "Did I ever say I was human?" Watch closely. As soon as he spoke, the demons he had just killed suddenly reappeared. They immediately launched an attack on the demon. Seeing this, Dante was shocked from the viewing stand. Those were the ones he had just killed. This is getting more and more interesting. The demon was also stunned by this sudden assault. It instantly turned into a stream of living water to dodge the attack. It barely managed to steady itself. The scent of a demon's death. So you can actually control demon corpses. You think this is an ability exclusive to your kind, don't you? But I can't be bothered to argue with you. Did we see that right? What on earth did this Picadia Vanguard do? Elemental demons are actually fighting for him. A human warrior actually has the ability to control the corpses of elemental demons. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. Then, as Marcus's command rang out, several three-finned demon corpses shot toward the four-finned demon. Ignorant human. You think a few three-finned ones can defeat me? Let me show you my rapid-fire water gun. But just as he was about to activate his skill, a giant horn suddenly descended from the sky, striking the four-finned demon's head directly. In an instant, the demon was stomped hard into the ground. It instantly created a 5-meter deep pit. The gruesome sight was too much to look at. Just how powerful is this strength? The impact alone crushed the four-finned demon. Seeing this, Marcus was stunned. What are you doing? Dante turned around with a wicked smile. My apologies. I was simply curious about your strength and abilities, so I couldn't resist wanting to have a simple spar with you. I'm very curious about your ability to control demon corpses. I believe you already have the power to defeat a four-finned demon. After saying that, Dante emitted his unique dual-core energy fluctuations. Then let me test your strength. Meanwhile, the match was being broadcast live. Our dual-core Lord Dante is going to personally test that outstanding Vanguard warrior. The audience this time is truly lucky. The crowd was instantly ignited with passion. They kept shouting, "Dante! Dante!" This might be even more exciting than the scene of the demon being insta-killed just now. Barry, watching from below, wondered what on earth was going on. Lord Dante, one of the six greats, was personally testing Kane's strength. Now things had completely spiraled out of control. Kane was completely bewildered. What is this guy's problem? He says he's testing my strength, but the killing intent in his eyes is completely undisguised. Seeing Kane's composure, Dante couldn't help but praise him. Not bad. It seems you're not nervous at all. Your composure is not like that of a young warrior. You're even more composed than some seasoned generals. Seeing this, Kane started bantering back. Maybe it's because I've had a lot of training. Since I was born with special abilities, my captain has been very strict with me since I was a child. Maybe that's the reason. My strength is indeed much higher than those my age. You know how so-called geniuses all have secrets that others don't know. Haha, you're quite an interesting kid. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. In that case, show me everything you've got. Having said that, he gathered energy in his right hand and slammed it directly at Kane. Luckily, Kane reacted quickly and leaped away to dodge it. The flying debris was even sharper than bullets. The speed and power were simply absurd. If he hadn't been on guard, he definitely wouldn't have dodged that hit. That was when Kane finally realized that this damn guy actually wanted him dead. You were only guarding against me, weren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have dodged that move. Now my expectations for you are even higher. I hope your next performance doesn't disappoint me. But I still want to ask a presumptuous question. I'm curious why you're so hostile toward me. Hearing this, Marcus said slowly. There are 3 reasons. First, and the thing I hate most about you, is that condescending attitude of yours. He continued to explain, but he didn't stop attacking. After saying that, Marcus paused for a moment during a gap in the fight. But without anyone noticing, Dante had already quietly appeared behind him. Dante asked, "Second, do you want to say you hate the demonic aura on me?" Seeing this, Kane instantly dodged to the side. As expected, it had aroused his suspicion. The moment Dante used the demonic power within him, Kane noticed. Even though Kane was only using 50% of his strength right now, the pressure from this absolute power wasn't as direct as it was with the 8-finned demon. But it had been a long time since Dante felt something like this. Then, Dante leaned into Kane's ear and whispered, "And the third reason is, I really hate your name." Hearing this, Kane grit his teeth. He hates my name? To put it simply, he hates the former Kane, meaning he loathes the former king. Kane thought about how he once led the strong in a final battle against the demons for the sake of future generations, and how many of his comrades he lost in the process. Yet now he is despised by an ignorant world. At this moment, Marcus's heart was filled with indignation and regret. Seeing this, Dante gathered power in his palm. "I'll stop playing with you for today." Hearing this, Kane was instantly enraged. You say you'll stop playing with me? Who the hell do you think you are? When I was killing demons, your parents were probably still playing in the mud. With that, he swung his greatsword and slashed toward Dante. You're just a 7-fin dual-core recovery warrior. What right do you have to be so arrogant before me? After the collision of two absolute forces, the area for 5 kilometers around them was instantly turned to scorched earth. Luckily, the arena had a protective shield. Otherwise, the consequences for the spectators in the stands would have been unimaginable. After about a minute, as the dust settled, Dante stumbled back several steps. Dante took a combat stance and looked into the dust, fearing another attack. Kane slowly walked out from the battlefield. Holding his greatsword, he looked at Dante with a cold expression. This vanguard actually blocked Lord Dante's attack. The aura he emits is like a demon emerging from hell. It's truly impossible to tell this vanguard's real strength. Meanwhile, Dante quietly activated his core recovery skill. Even he hadn't expected that this ant, as he saw him, could actually cause him harm. Although it was only a slight scratch, there was no denying the man's power. If he isn't eliminated today, he will surely become a great threat in the future. Thus, an evil thought formed in his mind. It seems the only option now is to kill you. Then I can just explain to everyone that it's because you had the aura of a demon. Meanwhile, the host began to comment. Look, the great Lord Dante is utilizing his skills. The explosive power of those high-speed rotating energy gears will crush that vanguard. I'm sure Lord Dante will know when to stop. Let's all enjoy Lord Dante's performance. Dante suddenly shattered the ground and lunged forward, launching a fierce attack toward Kane. Kid, you must die here today. Hearing this, Kane couldn't help but tremble. It looked like he could no longer hide the power of the 8-fin demon, otherwise he really would die here. You're Dante of the new 6 heroes. Even if you really want me dead, and even though I'm far from your match right now, I'll still make you a cripple. With that, he fully unleashed the 8-fin demon's power throughout his body, determined to deal a heavy blow to Dante. But at the critical moment, a surge of powerful green energy shielded Kane. Even the host was shocked. My God, someone actually deployed a protective shield to block Lord Dante's skill. Seeing this, Dante said in a deep voice, your current actions are very unwise. Why did you intervene? Do you know the consequences this will bring you? The one who blocked the attack was Verena, a recovery warrior with a 7-fin core and one of the old 6 greats. You say you hate this kid, but I actually like him. Kane's recent ability to control the demon's body had completely shocked Dante, who was now willing to do whatever it took to nip him in the bud. Hearing that incredibly familiar voice, Kane was overjoyed and looked up. It was Verena. Did she use the green box to restore her body to its peak state? Kane wondered. Dante replied coldly. Have you forgotten our agreement? You are strictly forbidden from wearing combat suits to fight again. Are you trying to provoke the king's authority and break his rules? Do you know what that means? Verena responded calmly. I think you're mistaken. I'm only restricted from participating in demon hunting operations, not from wearing a simple combat suit. Do you expect me to walk around naked every day? Hearing this, Marcus couldn't help but admire her. Lena is still just as blunt as she was in his previous life. She was the most lively and spirited member of the 6 greats. In his previous life, Marcus had always stood in front of her to protect her. But now, he was the one being protected by Lena. Meanwhile, the crowd was filled with confusion. They wondered how a member of the 6 greats could possibly be here. Heavens, is this some kind of special event organized by the officials? There are just too many surprises in this year's hunting competition. Dante looked over. Lena said dismissively, that doesn't mean I'll save face for you. You shameless woman, Dante snapped. So what? Lena replied. As a member of the 6 greats, do you really want to start a conflict with me? The boy behind me is my acquaintance, so your tests on him should have come to an end by now. Or perhaps your goal wasn't to test him at all. A malicious expression appeared on Dante's face. You really are a disgusting bunch. Without another word, he unleashed an attack. Countless green spikes flew straight toward Lena's face. Lord Dante used the skill Chase Snake, firing energy in a fan-shaped area. It's an AoE skill that's very hard to dodge. Dante really is a formidable guy. As he spoke, the core device on his body suddenly activated, emitting a powerful recovery-type energy wave. Just as Lena was about to stand up and fight, a figure suddenly flashed past her. Before she knew it, someone holding a giant sword stood in front of her and blocked all of Dante's green spike attacks. Lena's eyes widened in disbelief. This scene felt incredibly familiar to her. It was as if the person standing before her wasn't just a rookie warrior, but the king Lena once viewed as a god, the strongest human warrior of all time. Barry, watching from below, was also shocked. This kid is becoming even more unpredictable. He actually blocked Dante's attack. But more attacks followed in quick succession. He figured Kane wouldn't be able to block them no matter what. But at this critical moment, Lena used a flash to appear in front of Kane. Lena pulled her away. Quickly retreat and let me handle this, Lena said. She leapt in front of Marcus, easily neutralizing the subsequent attacks. Seeing this, Kane felt a surge of dread. She had tried to tank those hits because she feared Lena's stubbornness. If they truly fought, there would definitely be casualties between Lena and Dante. The host was also incredibly excited. Let's wait and see. A sinister smile appeared on Dante's face. It seems I'll have to use my full power to deal with you. Dante summoned green energy spikes in his hand and lunged at Lena. Unfazed, Lena shot toward Dante with a whoosh. It looks like Lord Dante is getting serious, the commentator noted. He's actually using the secret silver spear technique. Meanwhile, Kane started talking trash, shouting toward the sky. All hail the great warrior Dante. Seeing this, Dante suddenly stopped his attack. He froze right where he stood. Lena also looked back, looking completely confused. Great Lord Dante, Kane shouted. Thank you for teaching me so many combat techniques. Seeing them both stop, Kane felt a surge of secret joy. This sonic attack really works, he thought. He then raised his voice even louder. Great warrior Dante. Despite your busy schedule, you're still passing on your combat experience to the younger generation. It truly brings us to tears. I want to express my deepest gratitude to you, Lord Dante. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Barry was also confused, wondering what on earth this kid was up to. The audience could only sigh. They had missed out on an exciting duel between two top 7 rider warriors. Seeing this, King got even more excited. May I ask the great Dante, what do you think of my performance today? He stopped there, waiting anxiously for Dante's response. The crowd began to whisper. 2 7-rider warriors fighting is a duel on a completely different level. We should be satisfied just seeing Lord Dante make 2 moves. The crowd wouldn't stop praising Lord Dante. This is our great warrior number 6. Let's all cheer for the great Lord Dante. Seeing this, Dante was completely bewildered. He then narrowed his eyes. He chuckled. This kid is really something. It'll be hard for me to make a move now. Right, kid? Marcus calmly said, I'm truly grateful for your guidance, Lord Dante. Believe me, as your junior, I definitely won't let you down. Marcus took a deep breath and exhaled. This flattery tactic really worked. Otherwise, if we actually fought, it would be hard to say how it would go. Lena also added, I'm not in the mood to fight anymore. Dante said, let's just end it here for today. Your performance was quite surprising, kid. Not bad at all. You passed the test. You're a very promising young warrior. Please keep working hard. As soon as the words were spoken, the arena erupted with cheers congratulating Piccadia City. Barry also found it hilarious that Piccadia City had just coasted its way to the championship. It was truly an unexpected miracle for Piccadia's vanguard. As the competition came to an end, the two passed each other, and Lena whispered tentatively, see you at the usual spot. Meanwhile, the results of the demon competition were being broadcast everywhere on TV. Kane was hoisted high by the people of Piccadia City. One of them shouted, you brat. You won the championship for Piccadia City. Do you have any idea how many rewards I'll get for this when we return? With that, he threw an arm around Kane's shoulder, pulling his head tight against his chest, and excitedly declared, I can grant you one request tonight. Seeing this, the nearby warriors yelled, stop it, Commander. He's about to suffocate. Once released, Kane coughed awkwardly a few times. He then looked at Barry and asked, do you still remember what you promised me? Of course I remember, Barry replied. I'll arrange a meeting between you and the person in charge shortly. I'll leave it to you then, Kane said, patting his cloak. If it's not too much trouble, could you prepare a few changes of clothes for me? The love-struck girl beside him then asked, is it for a date? I'm just meeting an old acquaintance. As for the victory party and things like that, I'll pass. Soon, they arrived at the agreed-upon meeting spot. Miss Lena, is there something you wanted to discuss when you asked me to meet you here? Hearing this, Lena turned around. You actually came. I'm curious. People say your name is Kane. I only told you to meet at the old spot, and only the 2 of us know where that is. She slowly walked toward Kane. Could it be that you really are our former king? Answer me. Look, we used to stand right here, overlooking the town below. After saying that, she slowly opened her arms. I love it here. That familiar feeling. I'm finally back. Then, memories began to flood back, one scene after another. Silly from now on. This place will be a secret base just for the 2 of us. Kane gently flicked Lena's forehead. Still thinking about a secret base? Do you think you're still a child? Stop flicking my forehead. I'll become stupid if you do that. Every girl dreams of having a secret base. Besides, you dummy. You don't understand anything except how to kill demons. All right, stop teasing me. I agree, but to be honest, this place really is quite peaceful. With that, the 2 of them gazed silently into the distance. Then, Lena turned around and pointed behind her. Silly, look, what's this? Lena said, Kane, I've decided. From now on, this place will be a secret base just for the two of us. You must never tell anyone. Lena's eyes were already brimming with tears. You're Kane, right? Do you still remember our secret base? Kane was suddenly frozen in place. He really wanted to shout out loud. Kane really wanted to tell them that their long-awaited king had returned. But he hesitated, the words stopping at the tip of his tongue. Lena wiped her tears and apologized. I was thinking of an old friend and lost my composure. I'm sorry if I scared you. You look just like him. He was very important to me. Seeing Lena like this, Kane struggled internally. Your actions during the competition were far too reckless. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you might not have survived. Consider this as repayment for your kindness under the statue. But just then, Kane suddenly spoke, softly calling her name, Lena. What did you just call me? Kane didn't answer, but instead lightly flicked Lena's forehead. You're still thinking about the secret base after all these years. At that moment, she realized the Kane she once knew had returned. Tears welled up in his eyes. A moment later, tears of joy and sorrow streamed down his cheeks. You silly girl, seeing you alive and well makes me truly happy. He let out a long, heavy sigh. I'm Kane. I'm back. But the moment he finished speaking, Lena, as if seeing a lover she hadn't seen in years, tackled Kane to the ground frantically. She then began to sob uncontrollably against his chest. You're finally back. Why did you take so long? Do you have any idea how much I missed you? In the past, whenever Lena felt wronged, she would always lean on Kane's chest just like this. Afterward, Kane explained the details of his rebirth. You mean you traveled from 60 years ago to the present, and that there's an 8-finned demon in the Ancient Master's cup? I thought the highest rank for an elemental demon was only 7-finned. Kane slowly explained. To be honest, I haven't fully figured out how any of this happened. Even as I say it, it sounds unbelievable. In short, I was supposed to be dead long ago, but crossed half the world to reach the present. Moreover, there's an incredibly eerie presence hidden within my body. Lena looked at Kane with a smile. Just like you said. No matter what, you're alive now. Kane then asked, by the way, Lena, there's something I don't understand. Why do the people of this city have such strong hostility toward us? Back then, I risked everything, putting my own life on the line. Yet now, they hate me so much. They hate us. Lena let out a soft sigh. If I must explain it, it's all because of you. During the Battle of Dawn, you led the warriors to the ancient king's tablet. Most people tried their best to stop you from entering rashly. Even the representatives of the logistics warriors came to stop you, because the situation at the time was rare and favorable for us. Everyone's opinion was to maintain the current balance. But you didn't listen to any of their advice. You resolutely led the warriors into the ancient king's tablet. However, shortly after, news came back that you had died in battle inside the ancient king's tablet. As news of your death spread, the morale and confidence of every warrior plummeted to rock bottom. The king, the symbol of humanity's strongest fighting force, was gone. A shadow of despair loomed over the entire world. Then, the demon hives launched a massive counterattack. The captured territories were reclaimed and trampled by demons, and the land was littered with the corpses of warriors. Later statistics showed that 9 out of every 10 warriors had perished. Many believe all of this could have been avoided if you had listened to the warnings back then and hadn't rashly entered the ancient king's cup. Perhaps so many lives wouldn't have been lost in the Battle of Dawn. As time passed, the new 6 heroes and the new king gradually emerged, and they were the very people who had opposed you from the start. Perhaps that's why so many people hate you now. As for those of us left from the 6 greats, because we were seen as your steadfast supporters, we were also despised by the public. Eventually, we were even stripped of our warrior status. Hearing this, Kane fell into deep thought. Could my decision back then really have caused so many deaths? Lena then spoke up. So many years have passed. There's no point in arguing over who was right or wrong now. I always stop here and think about the past. But seeing you alive in such a strange way makes me truly happy. Let the past be the past. Kane suddenly flew into a rage. What kind of logic is that? Back then, I wanted to eliminate the demons at their root, which is why I chose to enter the ancient king's cup. I did it so future generations would no longer be plagued by demons. That's why I was determined to make that decision. Lena gently stroked Kane's face. I know why you did it, but perhaps you can't blame them. Most people couldn't accept the outcome back then. And as the king, you naturally became the target of their blame. Hearing this, Kane fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. He asked, what about the others from the 6 greats? Lena stood there blankly. Including me, only 3 of us are left. The other 3 all perished in the battles that followed. Anrin, who was once one of the 6 greats of the Yellow River lands, was also seriously injured, So he eventually stepped down from his position, finally retired to some small town. I had originally planned to leave this place filled with sad memories. But for your sake, he resisted the regime, only to have both his arms and legs broken and be thrown into the dungeon to wait for death. What did you say? They actually dared to treat you like this. Those damn bastards. Why didn't you unite with the supporters to resist the regime? We thought about resisting, but in the end, we gave up. He was simply too strong, as he is the only 3-core star 7 warrior. I believe that even you, in your prime, might not have been his match. You must have noticed that the current star SIXS are already superior to those of the past. Even if the star 7 dual-core warriors are as you say, it's unacceptable for him to die in that dungeon. No matter what, we have to find a way to save him. Damn, dual cores are already hard enough to deal with. How on earth did he achieve a 3-core? Kane clenched his fist tightly. Lena suddenly replied, maybe there's a way. Do you know about the elemental power that demons now possess? Hearing Lena mention elemental power, Kane seemed to realize something. Could she be talking about the elemental power within himself? Lena then explained that demons don't just have the 6 cores, red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black. While humans were evolving, demons also developed the 5 elemental powers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Because of this, demons have become even more powerful. They are no longer as easy to deal with as they once were. There are now dual-core warriors like the new 6 heroes, and even 3-core warriors like the new king. So it's the 5 great elements. That means Kane is only missing the earth element now. But Kane was confused about what these 5 elements had to do with warriors. Lena looked speechless. To think you were once humanity's strongest warrior, she said. What if a warrior could successfully fuse with elemental power? Kane was shocked. Are you saying warriors can fuse with the 5 great elements? Is it similar to my own ability to control elements? There's a clear divide in strength between 4-core and 5-core warriors. To fuse more elements, powerful 5-core warriors risk their lives to fight for precious fusion cores. And the place that holds these fusion cores is Bone Burial Castle. I believe you still remember this special place, Lena added. Kane's gaze suddenly became sharp. Of course I remember. It's a nightmare that has haunted Kane's entire life. It was one of the battlefields where he led countless human soldiers in a final showdown against the demons. That place doesn't just bury the remains of countless demons. It also buries his former comrades. That's why it was named Bone Burial Castle. Decades after the Battle of Dawn, someone accidentally discovered a special kind of demon appearing there. The lowest rank among them was 5-finned. Unlike other demons, their chests each had a floating fusion crystal embedded in them. With these crystals, human warriors could fuse elemental power. But not all warriors had the strength to do it. Based on current human experience, only warriors with a core of at least 5-finned and exceptional physical endurance could successfully fuse. Hearing this, Kane shrugged. So you're saying as long as you have a fusion crystal, you can fuse 5 types of elemental power? No, you idiot. How could anyone possibly fuse 5 elements? The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all interact and counter each other. No one has ever succeeded. Theoretically, it's impossible for one person to possess multiple elements. Even the new 6 heroes, or the new king with his 3 cores, have only fused a single element. What? You mean they've all fused elemental power too? Then why, when I fought Dante, did I not sense a hint of elemental power from him? Because he was concerned that if he used elemental power, the arena's protective shield wouldn't have held, and the audience would have been hurt. That guy really cares about his image. If he had used elemental power to fight you from the start, you probably wouldn't have even had a chance to fight back. Although I'm reluctant to admit the strength of the new king and the new 6 heroes, the truth is they're far stronger than we were back then. Not only do they have dual or even triple cores, but they also possess elemental power. That's why I couldn't rescue Dexia from the dungeon. Marcus fell into deep thought. Could the reason he has 4 types of elemental power be because of that guy inside him? Even so, the gap between him and the new 6 heroes is still too large. As the former strongest human warrior, to rescue Dexia, he must become strong enough. He can't just rely on the power of that guy inside him forever. I understand, Lena. It seems it's time to pay a visit to the Bone Burial Castle. Hearing this, Lena was confused. Aren't you only a 4-core warrior right now? The idea that the gap between 4-core and 5-core is a dividing line of strength was a standard Marcus had set himself back in the day. But in this life, he felt he no longer needed to follow those rules. He had to break through those limits. The scene shifts. King called Barry out while he was having a blast at the bar. The plan has changed. After discussing the energy crystal, Kane prepared to leave. Barry straightened his clothes. You young people certainly have a lot of energy, Barry remarked. I promised you, so I'll definitely get it done. Hearing this, King glanced back at him. I was just afraid you'd overdo it. He then set off for the combat department to request rescue. But just then, Kane spotted some familiar figures. Seeing this, Barry looked confused. Why did you stop, kid? I think I heard Kane's voice. He looked at the man behind him. It's Kane. Hearing this, Leo looked back. It really is Kane. Thank goodness he's alive. The narrator felt just like Grace. Tears instantly streamed down their faces, and they stopped in their tracks. They lunged into Kane's arms like hungry wild dogs. Thank goodness, we finally found you. Chloe burst into loud, messy sobbing. Leo grabbed his arm. I can't believe you survived. And you've become much stronger than before. Chloe looked at Kane with deep affection. I was so lonely without you. By the way, it looks like the kid grew taller, Leo added. It turns out they had come to observe the competition with the commander of Bryan City. Along the way, they heard news about Kane. So they decided to look for him. They didn't expect to actually find him. Moreover, Captain Leo had already settled the redistribution of the energy crystals. That was for the best, as it saved Marcus from having to negotiate as the representative. Seeing this, Barry looked disappointed. It seemed Kane didn't need him for the time being. He then waved his hand. I assume you're the companions who were separated from Marcus. Since there's nothing else, I won't disturb your reunion. Before leaving, Instructor Leo thanked Barry for taking care of Marcus. Barry waved his hand, saying, don't mention it. It should be said that I and Picadia City were the ones taken care of by Marcus. Then Roland reminded him. Go check on Grace quickly. She's hardly eaten anything since we parted. He then showed a photo he had taken. Grace looked gloomy in the picture, and she sounded completely distracted when she spoke. Grace was standing alone to the side, as if waiting for something. Then Kane slowly walked over. Captain. Sorry for making you all worry, Kane said. Hearing this, Grace grit her teeth. She then rained a series of small punches on Kane's chest, shouting, I'll hit you. I'll hit you. Remember, no matter what happens, you can't leave the team on your own ever again. Hearing this, Kane smiled slightly. Yes, Captain Grace. Just as they were chatting, a green figure suddenly appeared. It was Lena, who had been watching Kane all along. Lena couldn't help but think. This scene looks just like us back then, when Kane and the others finally reunited. The ancient castle. But that very night, in a deserted city filled with demon skeletons. Kane, be strong. You have to hold on. We'll be out of here soon. We finally got it today. Don't fall asleep. You absolutely cannot sleep. The instructors are still waiting for you. Please, don't. But before she could finish, a hand slammed down heavily. The element crystal in her hand rolled away. Element crystals allow human warriors to merge with the elemental power of demons. Just then, a demon suddenly appeared. You lowly human warriors. I didn't expect you to have element crystals. Now, your only fate is death. Turning into streaks of afterimages, it attacked the two of them. Your lives end here. Immediately after, Grace and Kane were sent flying. You've got a strong will to live. I can't believe you're still moving. Grace crawled with all her remaining strength, wanting to hold Kane's hand in her final moments. I'm sorry, I was too weak. I couldn't protect you. If there is a next life, I hope we can meet again. Goodbye. Grace then closed her eyes. But why do I care about him so much? You silly girl, why are you thinking so much? She let out a long sigh. You should go take a shower first. Remembering something, Kane pushed open the door. He shouted as he entered. Are you okay? At the sight before him, Kane was stunned. Looking like a startled little rabbit, Grace hurriedly grabbed her clothes and threw them at him. Stop looking. Who told you to enter a girl's room without knocking first? In response, Grace unleashed a flurry of attacks on Kane. Then, the door slammed shut with a bang. Kane knelt there with a swollen face. Who did I even offend? I'm never looking after you again. He had just been beaten for no reason. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. The next morning, they had already been waiting at the door for a long time. You've finally finished packing. Captain Guan continued. You didn't get much rest last night, and we have a long way to go today. Hearing him ask, Grace didn't even bother to look back. Don't worry about me. I just had a wonderful dream. I felt like slapping him. Fair enough. Unfolding the map, the captain explained. Our current location is in this C-rank town, which is a necessary stop on the way to Bone Burial Castle. If everything goes smoothly, we should reach our destination by evening. I've heard that to enter Bone Burial Castle now, you first have to pass a strength test by the city gate guards. Otherwise, you'll be seen as an illegal intruder. Grace replied, that's not a problem, right? Nowadays, Bone Burial Castle is an important strategic point. It's a place where powerful warriors can obtain element crystals, which is why they built a wall to enclose the entire area. A large army of high-level warriors is also stationed there. The perimeter of the entire castle is heavily guarded. This isn't just to prevent unauthorized entry, but is also a protective measure for all warriors. If the demons inside were to escape one day, what would we do? Are you really not worried about coming with me to Bone Burial Castle? Although it was the instructor's requirement, I didn't expect that you'd actually agree to come. After all, that place is somewhere only warriors with at least 5 cores dare to venture. It's incredibly dangerous inside. Hearing this, Grace suddenly opened her eyes. Do you think I actually want to go with you? The instructor just doesn't trust a reckless guy like you. He's uneasy about you not having a recovery warrior by your side. And since I happen to be a green core recovery warrior, and let me emphasize this again, I'm not just doing this for you. I'm here on a mission this time. The instructor told me to level up alongside Kane. Don't forget, you have to help me become a high-level warrior before we go back. During this time, Chloe's level rose incredibly fast. Just how did she level up so quickly? But to rise from level 4 in such a short time. It's driving me crazy. Hearing this, Kane immediately responded. I wouldn't dare forget. I'll definitely get you to at least a level 2 warrior. But there's one very important thing I need to remind you. I'm the captain during this operation. Since you left the team on your own last time, you must follow my instructions the entire time, or you'll get a fist to the face. Got it? No problem. I'll do whatever Captain Grace says. After saying that, Kane tilted his head and grinned. Seeing this, Grace gave a slight, mischievous smile. What are you laughing at? Why do you look so sleazy when you smile? Are you still thinking about what happened last night? I'll beat you to death. After some playful bickering, the two of them soon arrived at their destination. By then, the area outside the city gates was already packed with people. Our team still needs a green core. Looking for a 5-core warrior for recovery, minimum 5 core. High attack team here, still missing an agility type warrior. This is the main entrance of Bone Burial Castle, the equipment inspection zone. Looking at this place, which felt both familiar and strange, Kane couldn't help but sigh. I've finally come back here again. The nearby warriors watched the two of them and began to gossip. A 4-core warrior bringing along a 1-core warrior. Where did this brat come from? Has he gone crazy in his quest for power? Isn't he just delivering free fodder to the demons in the castle? A wave of mockery filled the air. They wouldn't even pass the most basic strength test. Hearing the chatter, Kane opened his signature wide mouth. A terrifying aura inadvertently leaked out. It seems we're being looked down upon by these people. Oh boy. Still a baby who hasn't been weaned, yet he's trying to act cool by bringing a girl along. He doesn't even know his own limits. Stop embarrassing yourself and get out of here. Hearing this, Kane only gave them a cold glance but didn't say a word. At that moment, a man flirting nearby couldn't resist mocking him. A mere 4-core warrior dares to put on airs. Didn't anyone teach you to stay humble? The giant axe warrior behind him chimed in. I think so too. A 4-core warrior bringing a 1-core warrior actually dares to come to Bone Burial Castle for element crystals. You probably won't even know how you died in a moment. Hearing this, Grace looked furious. Where did this trash come from? Kane grinned and told her it was fine. Just ignore this kind of low-level provocation. But he advised the other party to keep their mouth shut. That was when the crowd realized this man was young Master Darius of the Mill family from Ura City. They hadn't expected him to come to Bone Burial Castle to compete for element crystals. The guard with the giant axe following him was actually a 6-fin core warrior specially hired by the family. Moreover, this man was well known on the mercenary rankings. Although he was a bit dim-witted, his strength was immense. He had already successfully fused with and adapted to his elemental power using an element crystal. With this man protecting him, it was highly likely that the element crystal would belong to young Master Darius. Darius slowly spread his hands. I am young Master Darius of the Mill family from the A-rank town of Ura City. I assume you've heard of me. The Mill family is the most powerful warrior family in Ura City. Then, he arrogantly said to Grace, Hey, white-haired girl, listen to your big brother's advice. Bone Burial Castle is no place for someone of your level. Hearing this, Grace was furious. You arrogant prick, who do you think you are? Instead of getting angry, he reached over and gave the girl's chest a hard squeeze. I see you're a green core recovery class as well. I happen to have a vacancy in the private medical room right next to me. I'll make an exception and save it for you today. After saying that, he stole a glance at Grace. He thought it would be wonderful if she agreed, so he could have a girl on each arm. However, Grace completely ignored him. This guy is a complete idiot. Marcus was also left speechless by this. Their reactions completely infuriated young Master Darius. Don't you know who the Mill family is? I only invited you because I thought you were quite pretty. Don't push your luck. Hearing this, Grace finally snapped. Who gave you the right to speak to me? You're just a moron who bullies people using your family's power. At this point, Darius was completely enraged. You bitch, you dare call me a moron? Do you have a death wish? But Grace refused to back down. You fatherless brat. A moron who does nothing but brag about his family. You were probably a waste of space even in the womb. You bitch, you dare insult me. I dare you to repeat what you just said. With that, he shoved the nurse away from his arms. Believe it or not, I could kill you with a single finger. And I'll keep calling you a moronic waste of space, so what? Grace, might not be strong enough yet, but I've never been afraid of a fight. After saying that, she threw her bag to the side. You pervert, you actually have the nerve to be angry. I'm cursing you because you're a born piece of trash. I'm going to settle this with you right now. By now, Darius could no longer tolerate the insults. A mere finned warrior dares to act wild in front of me? A mere finned warrior dares to act wild in front of me? I think you're tired of living. Today, I'll give you a proper lesson. With that, Darius reached out to grab Grace's chest. But in the next second, a whoosh sounded through the air. Someone suddenly appeared and grabbed Darius's attacking hand. Then, with a stylish skid, he came to a stop right in front of Darius. I'll give you some face and call you Master Darius. But I suggest you behave yourself. Hearing this, Darius looked furious. Who the hell do you think you are? If you don't move, I don't mind dealing with you as well. You'd better think this through. You were the one who provoked others today. If word gets out that you started a fight, it might not look great for the Mill family. Plus, causing a scene in a place like this, the guards probably won't let you in. With that, he tightened his grip. I suggest Master Darius reconsider. But Darius's temper flared up. Reconsider my ass. Just as Darius was about to explode, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Master Darius. That kid is right. Most warriors who can make it here have some level of strength. If you gain a bad reputation right after arriving, sending word back would be bad for you and your family. After saying this, he placed his hand on Darius's shoulder. Even if you want to teach them a lesson, there's no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities later. The priority right now is to enter Bone Burial Castle first. Anything can happen inside Bone Burial Castle. Do you understand what I mean, Darius? Hearing this, Darius looked aside, only half understanding. Then he grinned and said, I won't bother with you two pieces of trash today. With that, he brushed the hand off his shoulder. Let's go. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten them. Kid, we'll see about this. As they left, the giant axe-wielding man gave him a sideways glance. He thought to himself that Kane was just a mere four-core warrior. Once they entered Bone Burial Castle, the kid would be at his mercy. He wanted to see exactly how much strength Kane actually had. Then, he suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. Immediately, earth element power surged from beneath his feet. It even caused the rubble on the ground to float up. Then, it transformed into a bolt of red lightning. With a whoosh, it shot straight toward Kane's head. But Kane noticed the moment he activated his element power. In the blink of an eye, he caught 3 pieces of rubble in his hand. The faint sound caught Grace's attention. Hearing her, Kane said it was nothing. Just a few mosquitoes, he replied. All right, let's go get tested. I'm sure we'll pass without any problems. So that's how Kane was able to block that attack. It was because he activated the metal element skin hardening technique in his body. Otherwise, the strike would have surely pierced through his palm. Meanwhile, the giant man with the axe was also shocked. That kid actually blocked my hidden earth element attack with just one hand. Setting aside his terrifying reaction speed, his keen insight is far beyond what a typical four-core warrior possesses. He immediately warned Master Darius. It seems we need to change our list of strong contenders for the element crystal. I underestimated that kid. It turns out he's the most threatening contender for the element crystal. I can't see through that kid's true strength at all. His strength is definitely more than just four-core. To be safe, the first thing we must do once inside is find an opportunity to kill those two. Hearing this, Master Darius gave an affirmative answer. Just do as you say. Meanwhile, Kane and Grace went to take the synchronization test first. Their synchronization rates reached a surprising 54% and 42%. Little did they know, as a former human warrior, Kane's synchronization rate actually exceeds 96%. To avoid raising suspicion, he intentionally limited his synchronization rate to 54%. Kane remembered that Grace's synchronization rate used to be only 39%. Now, not only has she increased her core level, but her synchronization rate has also risen to 42%. This rate of improvement is quite terrifying. Looking at their synchronization rates, the examiner felt conflicted. Although there are no level requirements, one of you is a four-core warrior, and the other is a one-core warrior. Entering Bone Burial Castle with such a setup would likely be a bad idea. The lowest level demons in there are 3 finned. A four-core warrior can barely manage. But for a one-core warrior, it's just a pipe dream. He looked at them with amusement. I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to enter Bone Burial Castle to fight for the element crystals? Kane responded without hesitation. I'm sure. We have enough ability to protect ourselves. She's an excellent healer for our team. And an agile warrior as well. So, we confirm that we're going. Grace narrowed her eyes and looked at him. Kane is so annoying. To think he called me a healer. I'm a proud dual-core warrior, for goodness sake. The examiner was still puzzled. No warrior below level 5 had ever dared to enter Bone Burial Castle. While there are no strict rules regarding level or strength, this was the lowest level team he had ever seen. He warned them once more about the so-called element crystals. They only appear on special element crystal demons inside the castle. These demons don't exist all the time. They appear at irregular intervals and only reappear after some time has passed since they were hunted. Therefore, you're not just facing demons, but more importantly, powerful contenders. It's even a question of whether you'll survive. Even so, do you still choose to enter? Hearing this, Kane remained calm. Thank you for the warning, but our goal is more than just surviving. All right. In that case, please follow me. Only then did Grace let out a long sigh of relief. She should have been terrified of the Bone Burial Castle, a place rumored to be nearly impossible to survive. Yet for some reason, she felt completely calm and even confident about this journey. She didn't know why, but as long as Kane was with her, she felt an immense sense of courage. Then, the two entered the desolate Bone Burial Castle. As they looked around, they immediately spotted something ahead and were forced to hide and wait for the demons to leave. It seemed the place had been completely overrun by demons. Kane then explained to Grace that while the Bone Burial Castle is called a castle, actually it was a city. Years ago, its scale and popularity were not inferior to that of current Dawn City. Since it was located at the heart of the continent, it was once the most densely populated central city. But after the demon invasion, it slowly fell into ruin. It was also the main battlefield where Kane once led human warriors in a decisive war against the demons. Afterward, the vast lands surrounding the castle were occupied by demons. As a result, no one dared to live there anymore. Over time, people began calling it a castle instead. Perhaps it was a way to forget the prosperity of the past. Grace, standing beside him, remarked, "You really know a lot." Kane just shrugged. What a cocky guy, Grace thought. Once the demon left, Kane stood up and signaled, "Our goal is that special demon carrying the element crystal. So we must conserve our energy and only fight when absolutely necessary." But just as they were about to move, they spotted human warriors fighting demons nearby. Grace asked, "Kane, should we go and help?" Kane said it's best not to meddle in other people's business. In a place like Bone Burial Castle, it's better to just look after yourself. Kane sighed. Grace grew up in the small town of Hellos. She has a kind heart, but she's still naive about the cruelty of the world. Many of the human warriors who come here are even worse than the ones they met at the gates. Most are selfish people with hidden agendas. For our own safety, you should put away that bleeding heart of yours. But in the next second, Kane's pupils suddenly dilated. A demon suddenly lunged at Kane with its giant claws. Kane vanished instantly, leaving only the marks of his sudden dash on the ground. It turned out that the moment the demon attacked, Kane grabbed Grace and dashed to a safe area. Grace hadn't even reacted yet, staring wide-eyed and bewildered. When she looked back, she realized the demon had already appeared behind them. Looking closer, it was a water element wolf-riding demon. The demon was also completely baffled. My water-based attacks are completely silent. This is simply unacceptable. At that moment, Kane slowly set Grace down. Grace asked when this weapon demon had appeared. Kane explained that the beast likely used the fluid state of the water element combined with agility skills to approach silently. Hearing this, Grace realized that if Kane hadn't discovered it in time, she would probably be dead by now. Kane then stated that they had to finish this quickly without holding back to avoid attracting the attention of other demons or squad members. Grace told herself she couldn't be careless again, as she didn't want to become a burden to Kane. Hearing their plan, the weapon demon mocked them. "You're actually discussing this right in front of me. And you want to finish me off quickly? I'm a 4-core warrior. To think a mighty weapon demon like me is being looked down upon. This is simply the funniest joke I've ever heard." After saying that, he vanished in a flash. The next second, he appeared above the two of them. "You two are just too cute," he mocked. With that, he launched a barrage of water spikes. Kane immediately looked up. With a series of whistling sounds, countless water spikes lunged toward them. Stupid humans. Die. Suddenly, countless water spikes were about to riddle them with holes. Kane quickly pulled Grace close to him. Suddenly, several golden vines emerged from the ground, wrapping the two of them tightly. "Haha, I can't even be bothered to take your corpses." But the next second, the weapon demon was proven completely wrong. His water spikes had all been stopped by the vines. Looking at the two wrapped in vines, the weapon demon's expression shifted. This human actually masters both the wood and metal elements. Kane then caused the vines to slowly disperse. The weapon demon was even more confused. How can you possess multiple types of elemental power? Isn't that only possible for 5-core warriors? Kane, however, didn't answer. Instead, he charged at the cavalier demon with his giant sword. Simultaneously, he controlled vines to pierce the demon's feet from beneath the ground. But it was a cavalier demon, after all. Water spikes burst from the earth, immediately blocking Kane's path. Kane stopped in his tracks. Water elements, huh? With a whoosh, he bypassed the water spikes and closed in on the demon in the blink of an eye. Have fooled you. But the level 5 demon just laughed. Hee hee, I tricked you. So you can use water elements. The demon sneered, but how can that compare to my agility-enhanced water nature? Kane shouted, Grace, get away. By the time he realized it, the Cavalier demon had already lunged at Grace. Just as the demon was gloating, the core in Grace's chest suddenly activated, and she launched a kick into the Cavalier demon's back. At the same time, Kane arrived with his giant sword. At that moment, Grace didn't forget the core on her chest. With a loud hum from the nano greatsword, Kane pierced the 5-finned demon straight through. Grace then looked at the core in the demon's chest and, without hesitation, snatched the 5-core blue fin core. A mere core warrior like me will certainly benefit from this. She then violently kicked the demon to the ground. Don't worry, just as you said, I'm too lazy to even look at your corpse. After the two of them worked together to kill the 5-finned water demon, Grace's performance and the speed of her movements were impressive. Kane then slowly pulled the nano greatsword from the demon's body. Don't forget, my family is a martial arts clan with a 100-year heritage. That was just a basic move. To avoid any further complications, Kane suggested that they leave the area immediately. But Grace noticed the wounds on Kane's face and said, Let's find a place first so I can help you heal. Kane smiled slightly. It's just a scratch. Do I really seem that fragile in your eyes? We agreed before we left. Taking care of you is my responsibility, no matter what. Otherwise, I'd have no reason to exist. Are you really this serious? As expected of Grace, known as the unsmiling Rakshasa. Fine, I'll listen to you this time. And I can use the time to adjust my condition. But just then, a dark shadow attacked from behind Kane. It turned out to be young Master Darius's 6-finned warrior guard. He swung a giant axe down toward Kane's head. The air seemed to be torn apart. Only the afterimage of the axe flashed by. The ground beneath Kane was blasted into a huge crater by the force. The guard thought this strike would surely kill Kane. But the moment the giant axe fell, Kane easily blocked it with his blade. Kane then looked back. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. The 6-finned guard pressed harder with his giant axe. It seems my judgment was correct. You may look like just a 4-core warrior, but your strength should far exceed that of a 4-core, right? Kane neither denied nor confirmed it. Instead, he swung his greatsword with force to push the attacker away. Feeling the terrifying power erupting from Kane, the 6-finned guard prepared to activate his earth element power. But just then, a surge of purple energy struck Grace. The next second, she was frozen in place. It turned out to be the 3-core recovery guard by Lord Darius's side. Taking advantage of the fact that Grace's attention was on Kane, she successfully used a paralyzing toxin to immobilize Grace. This is a paralysis skill unique to recovery-type warriors. While it's usually used to treat wounds, if it's injected into an opponent's body, it can instantly strip them of their ability to move. Marcus smiled and said, Instead of protecting the precious young Master Darius, you chose to sneak attack us. Do you really think that's a good idea? This is the Dagula Bone Burial Grounds. If you die here, your bodies might never be found. Just then, young Master Darius slowly appeared from behind. It's true, your bodies won't be found. Still talking tough even with death staring you in the face. You're probably just afraid of losing face in front of your woman. These words hit like a bolt from the blue. Since when did I become Kane's woman? Yeah, this is infuriating. What on earth is this guy talking about? But now wasn't the time to be angry. She decided to bear it for now. Then, Darius gave the little guard's backside a hard slap. I'll give you a proper reward when we get back. The little guard's body trembled, her face flushing red. As for you, Grace. After saying that, he looked at Marcus. I want you to watch him die. No one has ever dared to refuse me, young Master Darius. You've given me a strange impulse. Once I've killed him, I'll go back and take my time enjoying you. Seeing Darius being so arrogant, the 6-core guard beside him reminded him. Didn't I tell you to hide and not show yourself? I can handle this guy myself. If you like that woman, I'll just bring her back for you. Wouldn't it be better if you guys just stayed hidden for now? Unexpectedly, Darius looked at him with disdain. If I hide, wouldn't that be a waste of my talent? With you here, no one would dare sneak attack us. I am, after all, a 5-core warrior. Are you underestimating me? That was when Marcus slowly spoke. Are you planning to get rid of your hand? I thought you were just a spoiled brat, so I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. But now it seems you really are scum. I just wanted to confirm one thing. Darius, you've probably ruined many girls' lives, haven't you? Hearing this, Darius was ashamed and enraged. You idiot, you're about to die, so stop pretending. Tonight, I'm going to ruin your woman. You 4-core piece of trash. Upon hearing this, the giant axe-wielding man also became angry. Stupid Darius, does he have no idea how weak he really is? Your so-called 5-core warrior status was only achieved because your powerful father pulled countless strings. You're just trash who hasn't even hunted a single demon on his own. I, on the other hand, am a proper 6-core warrior. If it weren't for the Mill family's irresistible offer, I would have torn a disgusting and reckless brat like you to shreds a dozen times already. But thinking about it, young master, before we left, the master specifically instructed you to follow my directions for everything. Please, don't. Since a 6-core warrior is just a hired hand, if young master Darius dies, then so be it. With that, he turned into a blur and charged toward Darius. Oh no, how does he have the aura of the fire element? Isn't he a 4-core warrior? How could he possibly master elemental power? By then, Kane had already reached Darius. Scum like you, who drags the name of warriors through the mud, doesn't deserve to live in this world. Facing Kane's impact, Darius had no power to resist and was blasted away in the blink of an eye. Isn't he just a 4-core warrior? Why am I too terrified to even think about resisting? At this moment, Kane looked like a god of death in Darius's eyes, who could do nothing but scream, "Save me! Save me!" Just then, the 6-core guard's giant axe came crashing down toward Kane's head. Seeing this, Kane could only raise his left hand to block. "Kid, your left arm is mine." But to everyone's surprise, Kane simply stepped aside to dodge. He spun around and swung his greatsword, creating a beautiful arc of light. The 6-core warrior was sent flying. This sudden move left him completely unable to react. What a flexible shift in tactics. How did this kid manage to use fire elements? But my earth element isn't something to be trifled with. With that, he charged back in with his giant axe. But Marcus's wood spikes sent the 6-core warrior flying once again. While dodging the spikes, he wondered how Marcus could control the wood element as well. What was the deal with this kid? Then he grinned. "It seems I underestimated you. You really are hiding a lot of secrets. I didn't expect you to be able to control 2 elements." With that, he slammed his giant axe deep into the ground. Countless earth elements began to converge toward the axe. "I'm really curious how you did it. If I could also master the power of 2 elements, I'd be even stronger. I only need 10 minutes to beat you until you're forced to tell me." Hearing this, Kane replied coldly. "Is that so?" As he spoke, purple energy suddenly surged in his hand. The next second, a blue claw grabbed the 6-core warrior's axe handle. It turned out Kane was controlling the dead 5-finned water demon. "You're wrong. I can control not just 2, but 3 elements. And I have a special ability that you know nothing about." Facing this sudden attack from the water demon, the guard was filled with disbelief. For some reason, he couldn't sense the demon's presence, only realizing it was there once it was right on top of him. He could only watch helplessly as the water demon stole his weapon. Damn, it's an agility-type weapon. The massive earth axe came crashing down toward him. The guard cried out in shock, unable to believe it was such an incredibly fast, agility-type water demon. In the blink of an eye, it struck 7 times. The guard was caught completely off guard. Seeing this, the guard looked at Kane. "How about we put our grudge on hold for a moment and team up to take down this thing?" To this, Kane simply shook his finger no. "Don't you wonder why this demon is attacking you?" As he spoke, the water demon's spikes lunged forward. Only then did the guard realize the truth. Could he be controlling the demon from behind? The guard was shocked by this thought. How was this possible? How could a mere 4-core warrior have the ability to control demons? He immediately activated the ancient dragon shield to block the attack. Just how much strength was Marcus hiding? Although the guard was a 6-core warrior, he could barely keep up against the attacks of the water-type demonic energy. Marcus noted that this big guy actually had some skill. He was certainly a warrior worth the high price a great family would pay. The 6-core guard suddenly reached out his right hand and shouted, "Axe, come." A second later, a giant axe began to shake and gradually broke free from the rocks. While the battle was in full swing, the spinning giant axe flew from behind and struck the water demon in the blink of an eye. But even so, under Marcus's control, the water demon used its unique agility and fluidity to easily dodge the fatal blow. The 6-core guard was clearly struggling. He had already pushed the axe's speed to its absolute limit. But with that kid operating from behind, he couldn't land a fatal hit. Could he be a 7-core warrior? Otherwise, how could he have the ability to control the demon's corpse? Never mind that for now. The most urgent thing is to deal with this weapon demon before worrying about him. He dashed toward the water demon. But just as he was about to spring up, vines suddenly wrapped around his right foot. The guard thought, "This is bad. This guy is using wood elements to disrupt my movements." At the same time, attacks followed in rapid succession. Under attack, the guard could only block with his axe. But the powerful impact was so strong that it shattered the ground, leaving the guard utterly miserable. If it were just a weapon demon, it wouldn't be so bad, but there's a mysterious kid behind the scenes launching sneak attacks. Damn it, his awareness is really hard to deal with. Seeing things go south, Darius barked, "Go help him." Get rid of the demon first. As he spoke, he tried to throw the nurse into the fray. But the nurse calmly replied, "Sir, I'm just a healer. Besides, you still need me to use paralysis to keep this woman restrained, don't you?" But what they didn't notice was that Grace's hand had begun to move slightly. But Darius didn't care about any of that. Why care about this core warrior? If anything happens to me, you'll all be in trouble. I might even lose my life. With that, he pushed the nurse forward. But Grace suddenly responded, "I pity you. As a warrior, shouldn't you strive to fight? Does it have to be a man?" As she spoke, the nurse was paralyzed by Grace's skill. Grace continued, "I'm a chi and recovery warrior myself, and I've long mastered the art of healing. I only need to use energy to reverse your skill to undo it. Recovery can save lives, but it can also kill. You clearly don't understand that." Hearing this, the nurse lowered her head in shame. This girl was a genius of the recovery system. As soon as she finished speaking, the nurse rushed toward Darius. Grace then said slowly, "Now it's your turn. I avoided his internal organs, so whether he survives depends on him." Darius was already enraged. A mere trashy one-core warrior dares to sneak attack me. I might not be able to handle a 5-core demon, but a 1-core warrior is nothing. Is no different from crushing an ant. Hearing this, Grace looked completely unimpressed. "Trash like you, with such chaotic energy and zero combat experience. You're probably the type who was forced by your family to hoard resources just to bring them some fame. A so-called 5-core warrior built on a pile of resources. A pampered brat like you is a disgrace to the title of a great warrior. You sharp-tongued bitch. Who told you I have no combat experience? For over 10 years, my family has hired powerful warriors to train me. The process was endless agony, enough to make a man lose control of his bowels. But under their guidance, I managed to reach the level of a 5-core warrior. For this trip to Bone Burial Castle, they even paid a fortune to hire this 6-core warrior for me, and provided a healer. With their help, I could have obtained the element crystal effortlessly. But you people ruined everything. You damn bitch. And that brat too. I thought that next. I thought Darius would attack Grace. But what happened next left everyone stunned. Hey, big guy. Stop daydreaming and get over here to protect me. My father gave you so many rewards. Just so you could protect me. Get over here now." Hearing this, the warrior grit his teeth. "You useless piece of trash. Shut your mouth. What the hell can you do besides mess around with women? You're a waste who doesn't even dare face a mediocre demon head-on." Darius was completely stunned. His left hand trembled. "You dog of a servant. How dare you insult me? Just wait until we get back, you'll see." But at that moment, Grace slowly pulled out a dagger. "Darius, do you really think you'll make it back? You think you and your warrior can actually kill me?" In the next second, Grace was like a ghost, circling around to his back. She then stabbed Darius hard in the back. Darius immediately started howling in pain. Chaotic energy surged wildly through his body. In his panic, Darius swung blindly, but Grace dodged it with her agile movements. Meanwhile, Darius held his head, screaming in pain. Chaotic energy flickered across his face. Grace realized that this kid didn't know how to use his energy to begin with. If he recklessly activated the weapon core now, this terrifying energy. According to Leo, if a warrior is backlashed by their core energy, they'll become completely uncontrollable. You must distance yourself immediately from such a warrior, otherwise you'll risk being seriously injured. If a warrior finds themselves in that state, they must calm down, regain control, and return to their familiar energy pathways. But if the energy goes berserk, the only result is self-destruction. In that case, it seems that fate suits you perfectly, Darius." With a whoosh, Grace turned into a streak of light. "You actually dare to provoke me. Today, you'll taste my high-speed slaying move." Dark energy gathered in his blade. He immediately lunged at Grace's face. But Grace wouldn't be outdone. Swinging her blade, she clashed with young Master Darius. Darius looked on with disdain. "I'm a blue-core agility-type warrior. What can a mere green-core recovery type like you do against me? Not to mention, you're only a 1-core. By now, Grace had a few scratches on her face. But she continued to channel green-core energy into her blade. Thanks to the agility training her father gave her since childhood, she saw that although Darius had the power of a 5-core warrior, his attacks were mindless and lacked any real technique. Grace dodged Darius's attack with a simple dip of her body. This infuriated Darius. How can a mere green core dodge my attacks? Now's the chance. Taking advantage of the moment Darius was distracted by his own talking, Grace stabbed her blade deep into his abdomen. No matter how high your core or how great your strength is, if you can't use it properly, you're only utilizing 1% of your power. With that, she continued to stab Darius repeatedly. Darius began screaming in pain. Wild, violent energy flickered across his face. He screamed, "I am the young master of the Mill family. You all deserve to die?" He then began slashing wildly at Grace with his blade. Seeing this, she stepped aside to dodge. Then she quickly flashed away to create some distance. I didn't expect him to lose control and self-destruct so quickly. She immediately slammed her weapon into the ground. At this distance, there's no way to dodge. I can only rely on my shield and the anchored weapon to offset the coming violent impact. Just then, Darius began to roar uncontrollably. Violent currents of electricity crackled all over his body. Kane and the 6 Corps guards stopped their attacks upon seeing this. They all turned to look toward Darius. Suddenly, a beam of blue energy shot straight into the sky. The 6 Corps guard cursed. That idiot actually let a girl break his defenses. Then, a massive explosion echoed through the sky. A shockwave spanning 100 miles erupted with Darius at the center. As the dust slowly settled, a pit 10 meters deep was left in the ground. Grace thought her shield had withstood the impact, but when she looked up, she realized Kane had activated a wood-metal barrier to shield her. Not bad. You actually managed to break a 5 Corps warrior's defenses, Kane said. Hearing this, Grace slowly stood up. Although he's a 5 Corps warrior, he doesn't have the strength of one. His temperament is terrible, and he has no combat experience. He's not even equal to an ordinary 1 Corps warrior. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a single chance against him. I probably would have lost in a single move. Your analysis is spot on, Kane replied. You were also injured during the clash with him just now. Hurry up and recover for a bit. Hearing this, Grace touched her face. I really didn't notice just now. Hearing this, Kane said, your decision-making and courage are truly impressive. You have the potential to become a high-level Corps warrior. Grace's face blushed. Are you serious? Why is he suddenly praising me so seriously? This expression on my face is so embarrassing. But then Grace realized the battle was far from over. Where's that 6 Corps warrior? Kane explained that the water demon he controlled had already dissipated in the shockwave. After all, it was just a mindless shell. Damn it, that useless Darius is dead. Even if I flee the Mill family now, I'll probably be hunted relentlessly by the warrior assassins they hire. This is such a headache. It turns out the warrior assassins he mentioned are an underground organization driven by desire. They are composed of a group of desperate rogue warriors specializing in assassinations and other guard missions. But their prices are exorbitant. Moreover, there are even terrifying 7 Corps warriors among them. But to hire assassins of that level, money is no longer enough. You need to offer an equivalent exchange. Having said that, he spread his left hand, indicating there was no point in continuing the fight. You two really are freaks. Despite his low level, he possesses such incredible strength. Hearing this, Kane agreed that continuing the fight was pointless. The people the 6 Corps warrior was protecting are all dead, so there is no reason to keep fighting. He then asked Kane, if you and that 5-fin demon had actually fought me seriously, I'm afraid I wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Manipulating elements and controlling demon corpses. You've hidden a lot of things, kid. What kind of power is backing you to produce such a formidable warrior? Kane explained that he was simply a 4 Corps warrior with a special ability. He added, with my strength, even if I fought you to the death, I'd likely be in danger. A special ability? He had heard of rare genius-type warriors who possess talents and abilities that ordinary warriors lack. But he was curious. Since you've already mastered elemental power, why come here for element crystals? They should be useless to you now. Kane smiled and replied, that's none of your business. Normally, a 5 Corps warrior only needs to fuse one element. But because of the entity inside him, Kane wanted to use element crystals to fuse multiple elemental powers. By merging 5 elements into one, he hoped to reach a level of strength that no one could match. He had to find a way to become stronger. Diana is currently imprisoned in a heavily guarded place. To rescue her, he cannot rely solely on the power of the entity within him. He might even have to face the new 6 heroes. And even the terrifying 3 Corps new king. At that moment, the 6 Corps warrior turned to leave. I suggest you leave this place as soon as possible. That idiot's self-destruction will only attract more demons or warriors. In a place like this, you'd better just focus on surviving. With that, he vanished in a flash. Then, Kane and Grace followed the demon's footprints, working closely together to kill several demons. That evening, they encountered a few human warriors. Using his sharp wit, Kane introduced them to each other and shook hands to thank them for taking them in. Grace was completely bewildered by all of this. Night soon fell. An exhausted Kane stayed by Grace's side to protect her. You sleep first. I'll just take a quick nap in a bit. But Grace then spoke up slowly. Your combat strength, your negotiation skills, and all your experience in battle. I can't imagine where someone our age got all that experience. Hearing this, Kane sighed slowly. Maybe I was just born knowing how to handle these things. Just like that. Then, Grace slowly opened her eyes. Judging by your behavior, you're like a brat with the soul of a middle-aged man. Hearing this, Kane looked up silently at the sky. Maybe. The next morning, just as it dawned, a loud explosion rang out. Grace was instantly jolted awake. It sounds like there's fighting over there. Kane said it wasn't just that. There was also a powerful demonic aura. The energy fluctuations seemed very chaotic. It looked like quite a few human warriors were in pursuit. He reckoned the elemental demon had appeared. Follow me. I have a way to find that demon first. With that, the two of them shot off toward the demon. Grace followed closely behind Kane, but she wondered why Kane was so excited about the demon. Hearing this, Kane stopped. That's right, I am indeed very excited. A new type of demon is something I'm really looking forward to. In his previous life, he had fought every kind of demon. That's why he was so curious about this elemental demon. He had to take it down before anyone else found it. The two of them arrived on the roof of a building. Kane sensed that the demon's movement had slowed. It must be hiding. We need to take it down while it's recovering its strength. Grace wondered how Kane knew. The area was too large to search easily, although he wouldn't admit his special abilities to her face. Ever since the elemental demon's aura appeared, he could vaguely sense the creature's presence. It was a strange feeling, like sensing one of his own kind. Right now, the demon was heading underground. Grace then spotted other demon hunting squads, and there are as many as 8 of them. It seems they also noticed the previous fight. However, finding the demon's exact location will still take some time. I must find and defeat it before they do. Grabbing Grace's arm, Kane said, "Looks like we need to take a shortcut." Grace froze in place. A strange feeling rose from deep within her. In the next moment, Kane forcibly dragged her straight into a bottomless pit. Grace clung tightly to Kane's back like a bat. The demon is at the very bottom of the castle, and this is the fastest way to reach him. During this time, I've gained a general understanding of how to use elemental power, so I'll give this method a try. As they plummeted, Kane released wood element vines to slow their descent. A giant intersecting web quickly formed at the bottom of the hole, cushioning their fall. This is really thrilling. Meanwhile, Grace had already closed her eyes in terror. After landing, everything was pitch black. Grace softly called out, "Kane, where are you?" Kane barely managed to squeeze out a few words. "I'm under you. Could you please get off me first?" With a thump, she jumped down. Even Kane hadn't expected there to be a hidden world beneath the ground. The demon was just ahead. They had to be careful not to disturb it while moving. Before long, the two of them reached the demon's hiding place. It looked like it was meditating. As expected, it was a gold elemental demon. Judging by the aura it emitted, this guy was far stronger than an ordinary demon. So, the two of them began discussing a strategy. Once the battle began, it would attract other powerful fighters. They had to take it down before anyone else arrived. Then, they would take the element crystal from its chest and retreat quickly. Based on their calculations, they only had 5 minutes to fight. Kane signaled that he needed Grace's help. Grace couldn't believe that Kane actually wanted to finish off this elemental demon within 5 minutes. Confused, she asked, "What do you need me to do?" Kane then explained the high-level method of operating internal energy to Grace in detail. Grace became even more confused. She asked, "Where did you get so much experience? This way of operating energy that you're talking about? I've never heard of it." Kane smiled and said he believed she could do it. "In that case, I'll go first." Grace turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the elemental demon. At the same time, the elemental demon noticed Kane's appearance. To end the fight quickly, Kane immediately unleashed the demon power within him. Among the other teammates, there were warriors with strong perception. If they came here, it would be hard for him to get the element crystal. He then turned into flowing water and appeared right in front of the elemental demon. Seeing this, the elemental demon smiled faintly. "I can't believe you found my hiding spot so quickly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to manipulate multiple types of elemental power." But before the demon could finish, Kane stomped and cracked the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was above the demon's head. It was only then that the elemental demon realized the human before him was actually emitting a terrifying demonic aura. After clashing, Kane discovered that as long as the energy between the various elements is balanced, one can achieve the ultimate elemental power. Meanwhile, the demon had already sneaked up behind him. But Kane noticed this, gathering the energy of 2 elements in his hand. He then spun around violently, firing both bursts of energy from his hands. Instantly, 2 terrifying energy waves intersected and spun at high speed. The demon attacked at the same time. In the blink of an eye, these 2 world-destroying forces collided. A massive explosion rang out, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Grace had already activated her shield as Kane had instructed, keeping herself safe. "The fight is starting. It's starting." Kane told her, "Don't be surprised by my appearance or my abilities. You can just think of it as my special power. Just remember, I am Kane." It was then that Grace realized how terrifying Kane really was. The aura he radiated was far too similar to that of a demon. No, this is actually the aura of a demon. As the dust settled, The elemental demon was also very curious. This guy had only looked and already mastered his skill. Moreover, he could control two elements simultaneously. But Kane claimed he knew more than just those two. Since you're so curious, I'll satisfy that curiosity for you. With that, the elemental power in his hand blasted forward. It quickly sent the demon reeling back. The demon took this opening to use the wood element to heal its wounds. Just as Kane suspected, the elemental demon also possessed multiple elemental powers. Now that he had figured out its strength, Kane decided to end it here. No sooner had he spoken than the elemental demon found itself frozen in place, realizing its feet were tightly bound by vines. It knew these vines were controlled by the human in front of it. Taking advantage of the moment the elemental demon was immobilized, Kane reinforced the metal element, shaping it into a sharp blade on his hand. This was a technique he learned from a metal element demon during the demon hunter competition. At the same time, the elemental demon also broke free from the vine's restraints. In that case, let's see whose elemental power is stronger. Betting all of my metal power. Instantly, 3 metal shields formed from metal elements appeared. Kane grinned. Now it's your turn to focus your energy. He then shouted to Grace, now. The elemental demon looked back, only to find that Grace had formed a long fong of energy. This was a spear created through high-level energy manipulation. First, gather the core energy. Then, feel its presence with your heart. This allows you to sense the flow and shape of the energy, turning the formless into the tangible, turning the surging energy into a powerful force in one's hand, and then using it for oneself. This is bad. After using the demon's power to kill the elemental demon, his weak body suffered a backlash. He didn't even have the strength to stand. He had no choice but to be supported by Grace as they moved. But just as the two of them left the cave, several figures closely followed behind them. Just before this, Kane had told Grace that while he fought the demon, she was to deliver the fatal final blow. After all, it was a special 5-finned elemental demon, and if it focused its intelligence on defense, the two of them likely wouldn't be able to defeat it quickly. Once Kane concentrated the demon's energy, the elemental demon's defenses would become very weak, creating the perfect opening for Grace to strike. The 5-finned elemental demon realized their intention, seeing that these two humans had planned for this blow from the start, but it was already too late. It could only watch helplessly as a green energy spear thrust toward it. It seemed Kane's analysis was spot on. This energy-gathering law could greatly extract the energy of a single core, allowing it to easily pierce through a demon's armor. While the demon used all its energy to fight Kane, it completely abandoned its own defenses. The elemental demon tried to heal its wound, but it was useless. Grace wasn't about to let this hard-won opportunity slip away. She lunged forward and snatched the element crystal from the demon's chest. Without its element crystal, the demon immediately lost its vitality and collapsed to the ground. The elemental demon died without understanding why it couldn't repair its wound, so Grace slowly explained it to let the creature die in peace. Because her attack was actually pure restorative energy. But when used as a weapon, it rejects any healing methods that aren't its own. Hearing this, the elemental demon finally realized the truth. So you had everything planned out from the start. After saying this, the demon collapsed, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell. Just then, Grace came running over in a hurry. Are you okay? Kane winked, signaling he was fine. That strike of yours was really cool. You truly are the genius of the Grace family. Upon hearing this, Grace's face immediately flushed. She curled her lip and turned away with a look of disdain, saying, You don't have to tell me that. I have no intention of being a burden to you. Kane asked, You used up most of your energy in that strike. Is your body holding up? Grace signaled she was fine, at least enough to keep moving. But just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Just as you expected. I didn't think they would find us so quickly. Some warriors with strong perception can accurately pinpoint the location of combat energy fluctuations. There's no time to lose. We have to leave quickly. The footsteps were coming from the left. Before they arrive, we just need to leave to the right as quickly as possible. But a second later, Kane's heart jolted, and he collapsed to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing the blood, Grace was at a loss, and hurriedly rushed over to help him up. Kane clearly hadn't been attacked by any demons or warriors. So what on earth was going on? Kane tried to force himself up, but even after clawing deep grooves into the ground, he still didn't have the strength to stand. Seeing Kane shaking uncontrollably, Grace hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Only then did Kane realize what was happening. His body's foundation was naturally weak. Although his physical strength and synchronization rate had improved, he had used the demon's power too many times recently. His body had finally reached its breaking point. Damn it, why now? He wouldn't be able to recover quickly, and the other warrior squads were already closing in. He told Grace to take the crystal and wait for him outside. But Grace pulled Kane up. insisting that if they left, they had to leave together. She didn't care what had happened to him, and there was no time for explanations. As his captain, she would never leave him behind alone. Soon, the two of them found an exit. This should lead back to the surface. Kane, hang in there, Grace urged. You'll feel better once we get some fresh air. At this point, Kane didn't even have the strength to speak. With Grace's help, they soon reached the surface. A complex as massive as Bone Burial Castle was bound to have other exits. However, Grace was surprised to find that this was exactly like her previous dream, and in that dream, Kane had been injured as well. But she didn't have time to dwell on it now. Just then, 6 figures suddenly appeared behind them. In the blink of an eye, they blocked their path. Teaming up with you guys really paid off, one of them said. Since we're all 5-finned, there's no need for pleasantries. Since we're all 5-finned, there's no need for formalities. You triplets certainly have strong perception. Were those two the ones who started the fight just now? At that moment, Grace realized things were going south. Damn those 6 5-core warriors. Then, a blond man with a mole between his brows said disdainfully, I must be seeing things. How does a mere 1-core warrior dare come here? Is your squad really just the 2 of you? And that guy is already injured from fighting a demon. But a second later, the blond man's eyes widened. He had spotted the element crystal in Marcus's hand. He pointed at the 2 of them and shouted, Look, the element crystal is in that guy's hand. As soon as he spoke, the others all looked toward them simultaneously. Haha, this is too easy. This crystal belongs to us 3 brothers today. But a bald man nearby countered, Our squad won't allow that. Grace felt consumed by guilt. She was simply no match for these people. Damn it, if only I were stronger, I could protect Marcus. Just then, Marcus struggled to slowly stand up. He then signaled Grace to hold onto the crystal. It was obvious that the 6 of them were targeting the crystal. They had no intention of letting the 2 of them leave this place alive. But Grace was deeply worried about Marcus's condition. Kane said that at least he could still fight. With that, he slowly stood up, gripping his greatsword. I am a warrior. As long as I can still move, I will fight until the very end. To think you'd actually try to fight 2 whole squads. We have 6 5-core warriors here. If you're smart, just hand over the element crystal. I'll make sure you 2 die quickly. He was completely unable to summon the demon power within him, because his body simply couldn't handle such immense power. This was bound to be a difficult fight. With that, he stomped hard, cracking the ground. Then let's see who's capable enough to take it. Meanwhile, Grace, standing nearby, suddenly remembered something. Why was this so similar to the dream she had before? But how would this end? Kane, you have to win. Kane roared. Facing the combined assault of several 5-core warriors, he was truly pushed to his limit. But even if he forced out his demon power, he could only hold out for 60 seconds. Yet, in those short 60 seconds, he would protect Grace, even if it cost him his life. Now, here's the real question. Which one of you should I start with? Just now, as the battle for the element crystal was about to begin, the bald 5-core warrior started talking trash. You 3 killed him. The element crystal belongs to us now. But the triplets were just as determined to win. Sorry, but we 3 brothers are taking it this time. It turned out the 3 brothers had already found a buyer. Even if they didn't need the element core themselves, they could make a fortune just by selling it. At that moment, Kane could clearly feel that if he forced his inner demon power, he could only hold out for 1 minute at most. Why did this damn body have to fail me at a time like this? But one thing was certain. With that 1 minute, he could ensure Grace escaped safely. Meanwhile, the bald guy's squad and the triplets' squad charged forward. Seeing this, Kane gripped his greatsword. He cast a longing look at Grace, then tightly closed his eyes. Even if it's only for a minute, it's enough time to kill you all. He infused fire energy into his greatsword, and the violent energy within his body surged wildly. The opponents also sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Kane. Why did his aura suddenly increase several times over? It was only when Kane closed in that they realized he was a monster, a hybrid of human and demon. Before they could react, Kane vanished from the spot. Seeing this, the 3 brothers immediately activated their enemy sensing skill. But in the next second, Kane appeared behind them. Just as the youngest triplet turned to look, the demon was already beneath him. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, He's here. But before he could finish, Kane's greatsword pierced through his body. Blood sprayed from his abdomen. Kane grinned. I'll start with you. It took only 5 seconds to kill him. The other 2 brothers were still completely bewildered and lost. It took a full second for them to finally react. Then, the 2 brothers charged at Kane. Kill this demon. Avenge our 3rd brother. Kane looked back and smiled slightly. If you're looking for death, don't blame me. Kane quickly swung his great sword in a wide circle. In an instant, he sliced the 2 brothers in half. All 3 brothers were wiped out in less than 8 seconds. Nearby, the bald 5-core warrior realized things were going south. This demon's speed was simply unbelievable. By now, Kane was in a bloodthirsty frenzy. He used the gold and earth elements within him to activate the skill Thorn Tide. Countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground. They impaled the dead brothers, launching them into the air. The bald man was also forced back by the onslaught of spikes. In the blink of an eye, several of his subordinates were also slaughtered. Such powerful skills and speed. Although those three brothers specialized in perception, they were still five-core warriors after all. They were ruthlessly wiped out in an instant. What on earth is this thing? If things go south, I might end up dying here today. Kane approached, carrying his greatsword. Nearby, Gavin refused to believe it. I can't believe that we can't take down a single demon together. Let's give it everything we've got and fight this thing. Hearing this, Kane rushed forward, saying, if that's the case, let's try it. But the moment he charged, Kane's mind suddenly shook. Oh no. That feeling of helplessness hit him again. He could barely keep himself upright, leaning on his greatsword. Damn it, it feels like every organ in my body is about to explode. Blood began to well up and spill from his mouth. At this point, only 36 seconds remained. From a distance, Grace watched everything happening in the arena nervously. Oh no, it looks like Kane's body can't take it anymore. That's when Victor, the five-core warrior, noticed something was wrong with Kane. He thought that stealing the core of the eight-finned female warrior now would be easy. But this half-human, half-demon creature was an unstable factor. He decided to strike while the iron was hot, and take Kane out in one go while he was vulnerable. With that, he charged straight at Kane. Seeing this, Kane gritted his teeth. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a price. He then slammed his great sword into the ground. Instantly, an energy shield with a radius of over 10 meters formed. Seeing this, Victor looked excited. It's just a simple shield, I can smash it easily. While attacking, he had the others keep smashing the shield with their skills. But even though the three of them put in every ounce of their strength, the protective shield didn't show a single crack. The five-core bald guy realized the shield wouldn't break, but for some reason, it kept shrinking. He wondered what on earth was going on. The next second, he realized something was wrong. Oh no, it's a trap. Everyone stop. But at that moment, Kane grinned. Don't you think it's a bit too late to realize that? He slammed the greatsword deeper into the ground. Now, I'll return all your energy to you. He shouted, energy operation, reflect, and instantly blew the bald guy and his crew away. Under the energy impact, the bald guy and the others' bodies began to slowly disintegrate. A violent circular energy mass spread in all directions, with the terrifying energy shooting straight up into the sky. The squad in the distance also noticed this terrifying energy fluctuation. They figured energy of this magnitude must be related to an element crystal, so they rushed toward Kane. As the dust slowly settled, the ground was left with deep pits thousands of feet deep. The bald guy and his group had been burned to a crisp. Kane was half kneeling on the spot, leaning on his greatsword. Seeing this, Grace rushed over. Kane, are you okay? Kane smiled faintly and withdrew the greatsword from the ground. I'm okay. I barely managed to control the range and density of the energy explosion. As long as you're okay, Grace, that's all that matters. Just as he finished speaking, he collapsed backward. Seeing this, Grace rushed forward and helped him up. Kane, pull yourself together. I'll get you out of here right now. Kane struggled to open his eyes. Grace, leave first. Don't worry about me. The energy surge from earlier has already attracted more warriors and demons. Grace gestured for him to stop talking. No matter what, I won't leave you behind this time. Hold on to the crystal, and I'll carry you on my back. I can't let you fight alone. Leave the rest to me, Kane. You have to hang in there. I will definitely get you out of here. But then, Grace began to realize something. The current situation was becoming even more similar to that mysterious dream. Grace's evolution into Cyrus was absolutely explosive. After Grace finally managed to rescue Kane, the events that followed were exactly the same as in her dream. As two demons appeared, Grace realized it was over. But what happened next was something she had never dreamed of. That's right. The long-awaited Black King made a grand entrance, appearing as a powerful, mature woman. Just a moment ago, the moment Grace stepped through the door, she was shocked. This is exactly like the scene in my dream. Kane, hang in there. I'll definitely get you out of here. Kane, don't fall asleep. By this time, Grace had no strength left, but she still gritted her teeth to support him. We got it. You're not going to die. Kane, stay strong. You're the reason I keep going. Please, open your eyes. I'm begging you. We finally, but I haven't even finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Kane's hand, which was holding the element crystal, went limp. The crystal rolled across the floor with a clatter. Why is this happening? Grace then struggled to pick up the element crystal from the ground. She didn't know how to make sense of it. She wasn't sure when it started, but it probably began after Kane finished fighting. This was clearly the same scene from her dream. That meant two demons should appear above her next. Sure enough, two demons were now closing in on her. Before Grace could react, They appeared right in front of her. It was exactly like the dream. Seeing this, Grace paused for a moment, then suddenly quickened her pace. Grace sprinted toward the exit, carrying Kane on her back. But in the blink of an eye, the demon landed right on her head. A mere one-finned warrior actually dares to try and claim the element crystal for herself. Even so, Grace still shielded Kane tightly in front of her. The demon then stabbed Grace in the back, sending her flying. Looking at the two lying on the ground, the demon mocked them. I wonder how these two pieces of trash even made it this far, and even managed to get the element crystal. We'll just call this human fodder. At that moment, Grace looked at the gaping hole in her chest. Her heart had been pierced by the demon. She knew there was no coming back from this. Kane still tried to struggle and crawl up, but the demon lightly stepped on him, pinning him back to the ground. This guy still has a bit of life left in him. But come to think of it, it's quite strange. There's a scent on him that I find absolutely disgusting. Even now, Grace was still deeply worried about Kane. Don't touch him. The demon completely ignored Grace's plea. I really don't like the smell of this man. Maybe I'll try cutting off his head for fun. Hearing this, Grace ignored her own injuries and crawled toward Kane. I said don't touch him. You damn demons, let her go. Hearing this, the blue-finned female demon stood up. Oh, you're quite something, little girl. Still got such a temper, even though you're about to die. With that, she kicked Grace right in the chest, sending her flying. Damn it, I'm still too weak. I can't protect my teammates, and I can't protect Kane. I'm sorry, Marcus. Grace could only watch helplessly as Kane was toyed with by the two demons. But she still whispered. Don't you dare touch him. Damn it, I have to protect Marcus. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't accept this. If only I were stronger. But just then, a vortex of black mist appeared out of thin air. As the vortex appeared, time and space in the surrounding area came to a complete standstill. Then, the click-clack of high heels echoed through the room. How annoying. This is going to be a problem. The manipulator of time and space, the Black King, makes her second appearance in the story. This is such a pain. The Red King warned me not to interfere and help this human warrior. But I went ahead and did it anyway. Now I've got a headache. But it's only because I'm worried about you, the hidden king within the human's body. I'm sure you won't blame me when the time comes. This human body is still too weak. As expected, it can't handle my dear Red King's power. Logically, this body should have overloaded long ago. But this guy managed to hold on until now. He truly is the strongest human Red King set his sights on. His willpower is simply incredible. Right, I should check first. Black King leaned in and whispered into Kane's ear. Are you there, Red? But after waiting for a while, there was no response. This is so annoying. I rarely get to come see you. Yet you're still slumbering and haven't awakened. He then turned to look at Grace, who was floating nearby. He stood up and approached her, staring straight into her eyes. This girl has an energy fluctuation that's very familiar to me. Now this is getting interesting. Her power seems to be much stronger than I imagined. But unfortunately, with her current weak human body, she can't activate the power she's supposed to have. Suddenly, Black King's eyes widened. A bold idea popped into his head. Since Red King told me I can't help that kid directly, I can just do it indirectly, right? I, the Black King, am truly too brilliant. With that, he lifted Grace high up. Then let me help you evolve and gain a new life. You have fluctuations of space and time within you. He then opened his small mouth and kissed Grace on the lips. This is perfect. I'll give all my power to you. Grace's green core on her chest slowly turned black. As the blackness spread, the blood throughout her body also began to change. As the core turned completely black, it signified the black core of the eight-finned demon, which possesses the ability to control space and time. As their lips slowly parted, the Black King slowly savored the feeling. He didn't expect this body to be able to absorb so much of his power. Very good. It seems your desire to become stronger is quite intense. I'll leave the rest to you then. As he spoke, a blue portal appeared out of thin air. The Black King vanished along with the portal. Meanwhile, the demons on the field and Grace began to move. At the same time, Grace slammed violently into the ground. Just as a demon's spike was about to slice off Kane's head, a severed hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the spike. This shocked the demon. Strange, what is this? Hearing the voice, the demon looked behind. How is this possible? But as soon as he spoke, a voice echoed from the dust. I told you, don't touch him. Half of her hair had turned black. It was Grace, who had obtained a portion of the Black King's power. She had evolved into a demon form, a four-finned Cyrus, with the ability to control time and space. She evolved. Grace finally evolved into a Cyrus, sharing the same constitution as Kane. But unlike Kane and the Red King's explosive power, her ability was more like the Black King's, allowing her to control time and space. Facing the attacks of two five-finned demons, she simply raised her hand, and their bodies were instantly split in half. Sorry, I'm not one of your kind. I am a demon warrior, Osiris. Just moments ago, after Grace obtained the Black King's demon power, she warned the two demons not to move. But the demons didn't take her seriously, simply staring at where the Cyrus stood. That was when the Cyrus revealed her true form. Try touching him one more time. As he spoke, a black claw reached out from a spatial rift. This left the two demons stunned, because they sensed the aura of their own kind coming from Cyrus. Hearing this, Cyrus slowly stepped forward. I'm nothing like you lowlives. The two demons thought he was just bluffing. No matter who you are, you must die today. With that, they unleashed their water powers and attacked Cyrus. But he didn't even budge. He simply extended his right hand. Instantly, a cubic energy mass appeared above the demons' heads, slamming the water demons heavily into the ground. Only then did the demons realize that he could manipulate space. Damn it, I can't move. But don't you dare underestimate me. A single one of these things isn't enough to kill me. Cyrus grinned. Who told you there was only one? Open your eyes and look closely. Suddenly, countless cubes floated above the demons. As Cyrus swept his hand downward, the cubes smashed directly into where the demons were with a series of loud thuds. Once the dust settled, only a bottomless crater remained in the ground. The other demon began to tremble in fear. He had just watched his companion get smashed into that deep pit. There wasn't even a trace of him left. Cyrus's gaze shifted, signaling that it was now the other demon's turn. The elemental demon no longer had any will to fight back. All he could do was stumble backward. She looked like nothing more than a weak human, yet she radiated an overwhelming pressure. He didn't even dare to think about resisting. Suddenly, the demon spoke up. Wait a minute. I'm dying to know who you two actually are. Your abilities make it clear that you're one of us, and you possess a rare spatial power. But as for the companion by your side, he carries an aura that fills us with an unknown dread. Tell me, what exactly are you things? Cyrus responded coldly. We are human warriors. The demon didn't believe a word of it. Human warriors? The demon burst into laughter. What a massive joke. Do you even believe your own words? In an instant, you went from one fin to possessing the power of a four-finned demon, to the point where even we five-finned can't stand against you. But just as he finished speaking, the demon's head was split in half. You're really too noisy. Soon, only the two of them remained. Cyrus gently stroked Kane's cheek. You were always the one saving and protecting me before. This time, it's my turn to save you. Then, looking at the element crystal on the ground, the space hand was activated once again. The element crystal instantly appeared in her hand. Then, she placed the crystal on Kane. We can leave now, Kane. As the warning lights of Bone Burial Castle lit up, two guards nervously watched the situation inside. After checking with a special device, they discovered that the beings were humans, warriors returning from the Bone Burial grounds. As the gates slowly opened, the first thing they saw was a pair of women's feet. Then came Grace and Kane, who had both returned to their human forms. By this point, Grace had used up the last bit of her strength. Kane, we're back. As soon as she spoke, she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the two guards immediately rushed forward to help. Quick, take her to the medical room. But a second later, the guards were left stunned by the sight behind them. Wait, look behind the gate. Oh my god. What on earth was this sight? These were all monsters crushed by spatial power. How did they even get here? Just then, a voice echoed in Grace's mind. I really wasn't mistaken. You're a perfect fit for my power, little girl. You even have an unawakened precognition ability within you. I'm quite curious, and I'm looking forward to it. Suddenly, Grace was startled awake by the voice. Looking up at the ceiling, she realized she was in the medical room outside the city. It seemed they had been saved. Was that just a dream? She touched her lips, only to find they had already healed. What was going on? It felt as if such a severe injury had never even existed. Furthermore, she couldn't remember anything that happened after they entered Bone Burial Castle. The more she tried to remember, the more her head throbbed. Those memories were as if they had been shrouded in a thick black mist. Just then, a bedsheet was draped over Grace's shoulders. Thank you for getting me out, Grace. Grace looked up and saw it was Kane. However, she had no memory of what he was talking about. Seeing this, Kane could only explain patiently. According to the people who brought them here, someone had carried them to safety. The amazing Grace. Hearing this, Grace began to recall what happened. From the moment Kane was injured until they encountered the demon, her mind was filled with worry for his safety. She looked at Kane with a worried expression. Kane, are you okay? Are you all right now? Kane reached out his hand. See? I'm doing great. The rest are just minor injuries. Sorry, Grace, I was careless. I was already feeling unwell in the castle, but for the sake of the element core, I pushed through. We almost lost our lives because of it. Hearing this, Grace asked anxiously, By the way, where is the element crystal? Kane pulled the element crystal from his clothes. Don't worry, I have it. I found it in my clothes when I woke up. You must have tucked it in for me. Thanks, you're so thoughtful. Grace had no memory of doing that. Did I put it there? Why don't I remember any of it? Kane told her to focus on recovering first. In short, the purpose of their trip to Bone Burial Castle had been achieved. Now, they just needed to find a safe place to refine the core. As he spoke, Grace prepared to get up. Once the paperwork is done, we can leave. Hearing this, Kane simply hummed in agreement. But Marcus felt that something had changed about Grace. During the time he was unconscious, what exactly happened to Grace in the castle? Why does she now have a demonic aura similar to his? She's stronger, much stronger. Grace, who used to be a burden, has been completely powered up. Not only did she gain the Black King's ability to manipulate time and space, but she even gained another surprising identity. It turns out she is the biological daughter of the richest man in Hello City. With a single swipe, she spent 1.2 million battle points. Everyone present was completely stunned. Not only that, to figure out the mysterious power within her, she had to master and control it through combat. Because of this, Grace gained yet another identity, the arena fighter, Felix. Just then, the two of them prepared to head to the nearest town. Grace looked at Kane and said, "You need a quiet place so that you can stably refine the element crystal." Kane agreed. He knew that focus was essential when refining a crystal and that he must not be disturbed by any external forces. Since demons can use all elemental powers, this crystal was exactly the last earth element Kane needed. If he could successfully fuse all 5 elements, and then use the crystal to merge them all together, what kind of change would Kane actually undergo? At that moment, Grace suggested, "I've heard my father mention that some B-rank towns or higher provide training rooms for rent, which are usually available for warriors in need. This might meet your requirements." As it happened, there was a B-rank town just ahead, Salamanca City, a modern trading city built based on ancient architecture. The town was quite bustling, and most of the warriors didn't seem to be locals. Grace was immediately curious about why there were so many organized squads of warriors here. Hearing this, Kane gave a slight smile. You city girl actually know about organized squads. They usually wander outside the towns, with no fixed place to stay, primarily focused on searching for and scavenging resources. They usually operate in small squads, with extremely strict requirements for individual ability. They are well-armed and highly organized in their operations. Although Salamanca is a B-rank town, it is also a very rare trading city. Therefore, other factions and organized squads are allowed to enter. Soon, they came across a place called the Super Training Room, but they had never heard of the items Marcus needed. This left Marcus feeling unimpressed. Are you serious? As a warrior, you don't even know about battle points. Battle points are the exclusive currency for warriors, and they can be used for spending in any city. And you're even a 4-core warrior. How could you not know this? Are you just cosplaying? Grace then pointed to a small device nearby. It's actually very easy to find out how many battle points you have. You just need to scan your finger on this machine. In Kane's previous life, battle points didn't really exist. Resources were distributed fairly through a quota system, and you just had to apply to your superiors. Kane marveled at how quickly the times had changed and placed his finger on the scanner. But the result showed only 0 points. The people around him immediately began to mock him. This kid must be here to cause trouble. Why would someone with 0 battle points come all this way to rent a training room? Boss, you actually got played by this rookie. The boss immediately became embarrassed and furious. You brat, do you think I'm some kind of joke? You have no battle points, yet you still want to rent a training room. I think you're intentionally here to cause trouble. Kane was scolded so badly he didn't have the heart to argue. Am I really this poor in this life? Why does it feel so natural? But in the next second, the boss was completely stunned. The available balance was 1.2 million battle points. Grace said coldly, "Please book the largest room for me." She had more than enough to buy the whole place. Seeing this, Grace glared at the boss. Hurry up. In fact, Grace's father had another identity. He was the richest man in Hello City. The boss immediately changed his attitude. My dear, beautiful, exquisite customer, please follow me. Then Kane spoke up slowly. I knew your family was wealthy, but I didn't expect you to be this rich. Grace mentioned that her father taught her to keep a low profile. They soon arrived at the largest training room. The area was nearly 200 square meters. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of reinforced materials. There was even a balcony at the end. You can use that as your lounge area. If it gets in the way during training, it can be retracted into the floor. What do you think? My training rooms are pretty good, right? Kane looked around and agreed. I'll take this one. Now, boss, if you're done, you can leave. Now, Kane, you can practice here. From now on, Kane, you can cultivate here. I'll go take a walk outside so I won't disturb you. I'll get a room, and then another one. I also need to organize things for a few days. Before leaving, Kane mentioned it was getting cold. I'll lend him my thick coat. But he didn't want it. Your coat is too small. Then, Kane slowly took out the crystal. He had to become stronger as quickly as possible. Only then could he rescue Dexia. Since those who resisted the new king had their arms and legs broken, he had to face the new 6 heroes and even the 3-core new king. Once I become powerful, I will definitely settle the score with every single one of you. The backlash from the demon's power this time proves that I cannot simply rely on demonic power. I must make myself stronger. I'll extract the earth element from within for my own use, and then fuse the 5 great elements. As he spoke, he pulled the element core from his bag. Respond to me, element core. Suddenly, the core erupted with bursts of blinding light. Turning to Grace. It seemed she had regained memories of what happened at Bone Burial Castle along the way. Something seemed to be hidden within her body, and she had inexplicably awakened some kind of powerful force. Furthermore, her strength was instantly boosted to the 4-finned rank. It was a powerful and strange force, craving battle and growth. It felt as if a voice was whispering in her ear, as if it were another version of Grace. What exactly was this thing inside her? Was it born from her desperate desire for power? What kind of power was this? Moreover, she couldn't fully control this power yet. Just then, she came across a warrior's arena and decided to head there to test her strength. Since the warriors came from various factions, the arena rankings were all the more appealing. Only through combat could she truly master this mysterious power. Regardless of the whispers from the entity inside her, there was one thing Grace didn't doubt: the need to get stronger. However, if she was going to enter the arena, it would be best to hide her identity. She remembered the festival masks being sold on the street, which would ensure no one recognized her. She refused to be a burden any longer, and she wouldn't let any human or demon look down on her. If a mysterious power had truly awakened within her, she was determined to master it completely. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged from Grace's body, and she transformed into the powerful Cyrus. Meanwhile, the arena owner was still counting the day's earnings. Suddenly, a voice spoke right in his ear. "Excuse me, how do I enter the arena?" The owner immediately sensed a new customer. Female warriors rarely appeared in the arena. The owner immediately asked what her rank was. A name or a nickname would do. Hearing this, Cyrus paused for a moment. A 4-core warrior. As for a name, just call me Felix. She reached the top. Grace climbed to the top of the women's division on her very first appearance. Her opponent was also a powerful 4-core female warrior. She was a goddess in the eyes of every spectator. Flora's dazzling techniques were as flamboyant as blooming flowers. As soon as they entered, both released a powerful pressure. Under these brilliant flowers, feel the power of my. But in the next second, the entire audience was stunned. Because Grace knocked Flora flat with a single punch. Please don't insult the word warrior anymore. Just a moment ago, the owner had said respectfully, "The Salamanca Arena welcomes you. Would you like to participate today?" Grace replied that she could enter the ring at any time. The owner's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. It's been a long time since a new female warrior has competed. The men's division has been stagnant for a while. If he played his cards right, he could make a fortune. So he quickly shouted to the waiter, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and take this female warrior to register." Seeing this, the waiter gestured for Grace to follow him. "Honorable Ms. Felix, please follow me." After finishing Grace's registration, he began explaining the arena rules to her. Grace told him, "Just call me Felix. There's no need for such formalities." Hearing this, the waiter grinned. "Got it. Then I'll call you Big Sister Felix." Grace replied that he could call her whatever he liked. Then she asked what the highest rank of the competing warriors was. The waiter replied that the highest was currently a 5-core warrior. But that's only for the men's arena. As for the women's arena, the highest rank is a 4-core warrior, just like you. Grace wondered why there was a distinction between the men's and women's arenas. For a while in the past, men and women competed together. But the men didn't like fighting women. Supposedly, it's embarrassing to lose to one. So, they were eventually separated. Gradually, fewer and fewer female warriors came to participate. But Grace believed that strength determines victory. To her, talk of shame was meaningless. Anyone who said such things was definitely just a self-righteous weakling. Hearing this, the waiter thought to himself that this young lady was really something. "Sister Felix, you're right," he said. "A warrior's victory should be decided by strength alone." Shortly after, he brought Grace to the female warriors' arena. As soon as they entered, a thunderous roar erupted from all around the arena. Grace looked up at the sound, surprised to see so many people. If she weren't wearing a mask, she would have felt truly anxious. The waiter told her it was time to step onto the arena. "Good luck. There's a generous prize if you win." But as the daughter of the wealthiest man, Grace had no desire for money. So she asked if there were any other rewards besides the prize money. The waiter replied that there was the arena ranking, which was a form of honor. Hearing this, Grace said that was enough, as nothing is more important than a warrior's honor. Grace's clothes accidentally brushed against the waiter's face, making him blush instantly. About half an hour passed. The loudspeaker at the arena began to blare. Distinguished guests, you're all in for a treat today. Our female warrior arena has a new member. Let's welcome our four-core warrior with a round of applause. As soon as the announcement ended, the crowd erupted. It's been so long since we've had a female warrior fight. Stop stalling and start the match. Grace hadn't expected such an enthusiastic reaction from the crowd. She assumed there would be many female warriors competing in the arena. However, she was quite curious about how things were in the male warrior arena. Then the host continued, "It seems everyone is impatient. So, let's welcome our other contestant. The only other female warrior we have left. Our arena goddess." Grace was stunned. She checked the rankings and saw there really was only one name. The dazzling Flora. The audience immediately went wild. Finally, we get to see the beautiful Flora fight again. Flora is my goddess. Grace was speechless. She finally understood why no other female warriors joined the arena. It was because the female warrior arena had become utterly tacky. Flora looked at Grace with a smile. "I take it you're my opponent. Nice to meet you. I look forward to our match. I am the four-fin blue core, the radiant Flora." Grace didn't respond to this. Since her last awakening, she could clearly feel a strong space-time power, though she needed more actual combat to be certain of it. But facing such a trophy-like four-core warrior, Grace had no desire to fight at all. But then Flora suddenly spoke. "A rare masked black core warrior. I'm quite curious about little sister Felix. If you lose, remember to take off your mask. That's a promise between us, okay?" These words sent the atmosphere in the arena to a fever pitch. "I love you, Flora." Grace watched this as if it were a joke. She thought this woman was just way too dramatic. Since they were both four-core warriors, she decided to just have a proper fight. With that, a dark green energy erupted from Grace's body. Flora wasn't about to be outdone, and a blue energy immediately surged from her. Felix versus the radiant Flora. Starting now? Grace was ready to face her opponent, but Flora started acting up again, which left Grace completely bewildered. "Are you ready to witness my beautiful dance?" Just as she finished speaking, Flora actually started dancing right there in the arena. "Let the stage be filled with romance. Beautiful flower thorns shall bloom wherever I tread." Seeing this, the audience immediately started screaming. This was Flora's classic Flora microstep. We're in for a real treat. Flora is so beautiful. Let her keep dancing. Grace, however, actively dropped her offensive stance. The audience thought Grace had been stunned into silence. Could it be that she was giving up in the face of such a large-scale attack? Flora smiled and continued. "Amidst these gorgeous blossoms, please feel my..." But before she could finish her sentence, Grace's fist blasted forward. She smashed Flora away instantly. Too noisy. The audience was stunned. Even the boss who was commentating was left speechless. The waiter's eyes widened in pure disbelief. With just one punch, Grace had smashed Flora so hard that she foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. There was nothing left of her goddess-like image. In Grace's eyes, Flora was even more of a waste than that useless Darius. She couldn't even detect the aura of a single-core warrior from her. Her abilities were nothing more than a flashy act to grab attention, just because of someone's existence. Because of people like you, female warriors don't get the respect they deserve. The audience went silent instantly upon hearing this. Warriors exist to fight. Don't insult the word warrior. Don't underestimate warriors, you bastard. Hearing this, someone paused for a moment. Sister Felix is so cool. Then they started leading the cheers. The rest of the audience seemed to snap out of it too. They grabbed the t-shirts with Flora's photo and tore them off without hesitation. Not only did they switch to Felix's photo, but they also held up signs of her and started shouting. Just then, the boss rushed out and announced that Felix had won. It was truly shocking. She was so cool. Let's congratulate her on taking first place. Grace, however, remained unfazed and said this competition was basically child's play. A tournament with only one person can just be cancelled. I'm going to enter the men's warrior arena. The boss was shocked and asked her to repeat herself. But she even chewed up and ate the wooden skewer. Because in her eyes, the skewer was even more delicious than the candied haws. It turns out she wasn't human at all, but a demon with some kind of special ability. Grace got her wish and stepped onto the male warriors arena. Her opponent was a powerful agility-type four-core male warrior. With just one punch, he smashed Grace into the ground. But what will the outcome be? Let's wait and see. Just then, the scene shifts to the market in Salamanca City. A man in a bathrobe had a little girl sitting on his shoulder. This strange outfit immediately caught the attention of passers-by. Look at that guy. He's walking around in just a bathrobe. The one on his shoulder must be his daughter, right? Some thought she was his sister. The man looked to be only in his 20s. The man in the bathrobe whispered, "Possession successful." The little girl's eyes suddenly changed. She pointed at the candied haws nearby and said, "I want to eat this. I heard these are sweet and sour." Seeing this, the young female vendor immediately stepped forward to help. "My candied haws are the sweetest in all of Salamanca City. Once you try them, you'll definitely want more," she said, but the man and the girl didn't say a word. The little girl just reached out with both hands, insistently showing that she wanted to eat. Without a word, the man in the bathrobe picked up the entire bunch. He said with a grin, "If you want to eat them, you can have them all." The young vendor was stunned on the spot. But then, Julian prepared to leave without paying a cent. "This should be enough for you to eat tonight," he told Mia. "Let's go see if there's anything else interesting." This sequence of events left the vendor completely stunned. She shouted at the two of them, "You two haven't paid yet." Hearing this, Julian suddenly stopped. Mia also turned her head and stared coldly at the vendor. The vendor snapped angrily, "What are you looking at? You're just going to eat and not pay. So what if you're strong? Believe me, I can take you. I used to fight in the arenas." Julian opened his mouth slightly. The human world is truly troublesome. His gaze suddenly became eerie. The vendor immediately fell into a trance. Julian whispered, "Go back," like she had lost her soul. The vendor walked away like a zombie. Mia continued munching on her candied haws. But the words she spoke next were shocking. "The vice captains and captains have already left the city. Yet these people are panicking just because we killed a few human warriors." Hearing this, Julian slowly opened his eyes. Humans really are cowardly and fragile. Once you finish your mission, we'll slaughter this entire city. And slaughter this city. Hearing this, the little girl looked incredibly excited. She was so thrilled that she even accidentally ate the wooden stick of her candied haws. Before long, it was time for the arena matches. "Ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat." The female warrior actually requested to challenge the male warriors on stage. This was the first time such a thing had ever happened. "Please look to my right. Please welcome our challenger, the four-finned black core warrior, Miss Felix." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience in the stands erupted in excitement. "This is just too cool." The boss then continued. At first, none of the male warriors were interested in fighting. It was only after some discussion that they finally chose someone. "Please welcome today's combatant, the four-finned white core warrior, Iron Hand Razor." Razor's eyes turned cold. Both were four-core warriors, but Felix was a rare black core. The boss then announced the rules of the match. No one is allowed to leave their opponent crippled, and absolutely no killing. "Now, let's move to the handshake." Razor slowly extended his right hand. "I look forward to fighting you, Felix. If the boss hadn't promised an extra reward, I wouldn't fight a female warrior like you. I wonder if we could come to an agreement." Hearing this, Grace's outstretched hand suddenly stopped. Razor said coldly, "How about we just go through the motions and call it a draw? That way, you save face, and I won't be embarrassed." Grace didn't give any answer to this. Seeing this, Razor said viciously, "Was I not clear enough?" To his surprise, Grace turned and walked away, completely unfazed. "A warrior like you isn't worthy of shaking my hand." This left Razor, who had been ignored, feeling extremely irritated. "You're asking for death, so don't blame me. I don't give a damn about those stupid rules." He suddenly stomped, shattering the ground, and launched himself like a rocket behind Grace. Grace didn't expect Razor to make such a sudden move, but since she had already entered the Cyrus state, she easily dodged Razor's attack with a simple sidestep. Razor didn't miss the chance to taunt her, saying, "Not a bad waist you've got there." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Grace's chest again. He even brazenly claimed he would sever Grace's upper body. Grace had no time to dodge, and was slammed violently into the ground by Razor. The audience couldn't help but gasp, "My God, what's happening? Was that girl just killed instantly? Oh no, someone died on the stage." Meanwhile, Razor was confident that he was certain his full power strike would kill his opponent instantly, although it was against the arena rules. Someone like Razor didn't care about rules. If you crossed him, death was the only outcome. Just as he was secretly gloating, a slender hand suddenly appeared before his eyes. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Razor quickly leaped back. "What the hell is this? Is there someone else on the stage?" But in the next second, everyone was shocked to find that Felix's body, which had been split in two, merged back together in the blink of an eye. The crowd cried out, wondering what Felix actually was and how she could have such a surprising trump card. Grace gave a wicked smile. "It seems my father was right. A perfectly timed desperate situation really is the best way to unlock one's potential." The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. Could this be the power of Felix's black core? Now this is truly eye-opening. Now this is a real eye-opener. Felix. Grace's black core ability immediately made Ray envious. He had to find a way to steal it. He launched a sudden attack, using the agility core skill, Swift Snake Step. He left several afterimages behind him. In response, Grace slowly closed her eyes. A fake jab, then a right hook. If those two are dodged, then the final blow should be a fully charged left razor punch. After saying that, she suddenly snapped her eyes open. This caught Ray completely off guard. How did she figure out what I was thinking? But the next second left him even more shocked. Just as he was about to dash forward, a hand suddenly appeared and gripped his arm tightly. Before Ray could react, Grace appeared above him and grabbed his right arm. She pinned both of his arms down and slammed him into the ground with a powerful kick. Ray immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dealing with you is actually quite simple. All I have to do is control your hands. It worked. While Grace was dominating the men's warrior arena, Kane finally succeeded in fusing the last type of earth element power. But he still wasn't relying on his own strength. This is because human breathing techniques have no effect on element crystals. He wanted to grow stronger without relying too much on the power of elemental demons. But he could only sense the power of element crystals while in demon form. In the end, he still had to rely on the power of the Red King within him. Unbeknownst to him, his actions caught the attention of Julian, the man in the bathrobe. But Julian thought he was just imagining things. Bean, are you ready? Then let's begin the joyful slaughter of the city. Meanwhile, after being beaten, Razor looked furious. What on earth is this ability? Why is it that we're at the same level? But before he could finish, Grace's hand struck toward his chest. Grace coldly told him, "Your rhythm is off." That's when Razor realized. His left arm had been paralyzed by the energy of the pressure point strike. This shouldn't be the fighting style of a green core. How could a black core like her also know this? But Razor was a warrior seasoned by years of combat. You actually think you can beat me empty-handed? You're being far too arrogant. With that, he immediately materialized a backup nanogauntlet on his right hand. The host of the match was also surprised. As expected of Razor, with a synchronization rate of 42%, he can actually control two pieces of equipment on both hands simultaneously. Just as the host finished speaking, Razor's right fist smashed toward Grace's face. But Grace didn't budge an inch. A space slowly began to appear before her. A hand slowly appeared under Razor's feet, and another grabbed his arm. This left Razor completely bewildered. Not only was his attack easily neutralized, but he was pushed back, losing his balance and stumbling backward. It was then that Grace realized what was happening. The ability she possessed allowed her to manipulate space and glimpse the future. Meanwhile, the boss was watching Grace's every move. Felix's synchronization rate was skyrocketing. He was holding an expensive synchronization detector. While it couldn't compare to precision instruments, its portability made it very popular. Her synchronization rate was already as high as 42%. But it had suddenly surged to 64%, and it was still continuing to rise. At that moment, fragmented images flashed through Grace's mind, and she finally remembered everything that happened in the Bone Burial Castle. The reason she possessed this strange ability was entirely due to the gift from that female demon. That was how she became the four-finned black core warrior, Cyrus. Razor had long since lost the arrogance he had before the fight. How can you have such a high synchronization rate? Who on earth are you? But before he could finish speaking, a blue spatial shield appeared over his head. Razor was clearly stunned, but he had no chance to resist and was slammed hard into the ground the next second. The audience was equally shocked. My God, what kind of power is this? Is Felix really this strong? Meanwhile, Razor was still talking trash. Damn it, I'm 10th on the men's arena rankings. How could I lose to a female warrior like her? I'd rather die than surrender. Grace looked at him with disdain. Since you have so much backbone, she said, increasing the pressure of the spatial shield, I'll grant your wish today. Just as Grace was about to launch a full power strike, Razor immediately surrendered. My lady, I give up. I give up. From now on, I'll change my name to Soft-Legged Razor. The boss then excitedly announced the result. No one expected Razor, who was known as a tough guy, to surrender. It was truly unbelievable. Felix is so cool. Congratulations to Felix for winning this arena match. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Felix! Felix! The boss then pointed to Grace. Please tell us your choice. Hearing this, Grace slowly turned her head. Then, let's welcome the next challenger. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Felix announced that he would continue fighting. She is just too cool. Go Felix. Gorgeous fireworks began to light up the arena. Tonight felt just like a celebration. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Kane was panting heavily from exhaustion. Damn, it's been ages. And I still can't sense any fluctuations inside the element crystal. Ordinary breathing techniques aren't doing a thing. This was because in his previous life, he had no experience with this. He only started encountering things like element fusion in this life. Currently, he was still missing the final one, the earth element. If all 5 elements could exist within a single body, the resulting power would be unimaginable. But just then, he suddenly seemed to realize something. The elemental power of demons. If the so-called elemental power is a derivative of demonic power, then human breathing techniques might not work. Does it mean I need to be in demon form to actively sense the power within? This is truly ironic. He wanted to get stronger without relying on that demon power, but in the end, he still had to depend on this guy's strength. Once Kane transformed into his demon form, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body. The sturdy training room was instantly wrecked. Suddenly, a massive surge of earth element power erupted from underground, forming a giant hand in front of Kane that dissolved into threads of energy and entered his body. Kane grinned. Earth power. I can feel you. Meanwhile, the man in the bathrobe in the distance seemed to notice this. Mia, who was with him, asked in confusion, "What is it, Julian?" It turns out the man in the bathrobe was named Julian. He pondered for a moment and replied, "It's nothing. I might just be imagining things." "But Mia, are you ready? I've been training you since you were a 2-finned rank, and I've always had high hopes for you. Don't let me down. If this mission is completed successfully, you'll be eligible to advance to the 5-finned rank." Hearing this, Mia closed her eyes tightly. But in the next second, his eyes suddenly snapped open. "Yes, I'm ready," he said. As he spoke, a surge of purple energy erupted from his body. Then let the massacre begin. It's a showdown. A showdown. Grace is finally going to face the top rank of the men's arena. Just as she continued to defeat several male 4-core warriors, a heavy thud suddenly cracked the ground. A dark figure appeared behind Grace, emitting a terrifying killing intent. He was on a completely different level than the previous warriors. Even the 4-core warriors broke into a cold sweat upon seeing him. He is the current arena overlord, the Lulan dancer, Adrian. He's known as the strongest 5-core warrior among the free fighters. Rumor has it he's a cruel and cold-blooded killer from a hunting squad. Grace wanted to see exactly what the gap was between her and a 5-core warrior. Facing such a powerful enemy, let's see how Grace handles it. Grace had just begun her intense arena matches. I heard an amazing female warrior has arrived, taking on the men's arena all by herself. It's truly unprecedented. She hasn't lost a single match so far. I've got to go check it out. A waiter reported to the boss, "It feels like the whole city is here, and there clearly aren't enough seats." Hearing this, the boss jumped up immediately. "I'm going to be rich." But the area outside was still packed. Everyone was scrambling to buy 8 or 10 tickets at a time, all wanting to witness this exciting arena match. The waiter was getting frustrated too. "It's all your fault. Now I won't even get a chance to see Grace." The crowd in the arena were all chanting Grace's name. "Felix, Felix, I love you." As for Grace, after a bout of fighting, the male warrior was crouched down, panting heavily. This is unbelievable. Among the female warriors of Salamanca City, how did such a powerhouse suddenly appear? The previous male warriors had all been defeated, and she's a rare black core. Her strange attack style and abilities were indeed a rare form of space manipulation. Even though the warrior had speed comparable to light, he was like a snail in front of Grace. His movements were completely red. Her strength was far from simple. She definitely knew more than just space abilities, and she might even have trump cards she hasn't revealed yet. The warrior had originally thought he was quite strong, but against Grace, he was completely powerless. Grace, meanwhile, handled both offense and defense with ease. If he lost, it would be a huge embarrassment. As he spoke, an energy bow appeared in his hand. Hearing this, Grace gave him a faint look. "You want to play bows with me? I'm quite fond of bows myself. Why don't we have a little match?" With that, a fine steel bow appeared out of thin air in her hand. Without another word, she launched a sudden attack at the warrior. Using her space abilities to close the distance and accelerate, she reached the warrior in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the warrior grit his teeth. "Are you damn well looking down on me?" He let out a loud roar. "Then let's give it a try." Suddenly, several flashes of light streaked past. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows. But Grace clearly had the upper hand, while the warrior could only barely defend himself. The next second, the warrior suddenly exerted a burst of strength. Grace's bow was instantly knocked away. Seeing this, the warrior smiled slightly. "As long as I find the right timing, I can still knock your bow away. So, you can't beat me with a bow, can you?" As he spoke, the bow in his hand suddenly began to hum. Suddenly, blue energy formed a pair of bee wings. Then, he leaped up from the spot. He immediately activated his bee raid skill and shot toward Grace. Seeing this, Grace immediately dodged. In the next second, she appeared right before the warrior's eyes. She then activated her space hand. While the warrior was still dazed, Grace grabbed him by the head. Then, she tripped him. The warrior was sent flying, landing completely outside the arena. He even smashed through the ground upon impact. The warrior struggled to get back up. For a moment, he couldn't see a thing. At that moment, the boss acting as the commentator announced that since he had been thrown out of the arena, Grace was the winner. Next, she would face the next rank on the male warrior leaderboard. But just then, the warrior shouted to stop them. Who says being thrown out of the arena means you lose? The boss replied that these had always been the rules. Regardless, the warrior insisted on continuing the fight. He told the rank 1 warrior to wait a bit longer. While the two were arguing, a massive club-like weapon suddenly smashed the ground. A warrior holding an alloy staff suddenly appeared. The previous warrior felt this terrifying pressure. His head immediately dropped in submission. The man with the staff slowly walked past the two of them. The other fighter was already terrified, gulping nervously. Because this man was the top-ranked fighter on the men's leaderboard, the arena champion for 6 consecutive months. He was known as the strongest 5-core warrior among the freelance fighters in Salamanca City. He even possessed strength on the level of a vice-captain. Let's give a warm welcome to the arena champion, the Lulon dancer, Adrian. The audience couldn't help but start gossiping. Felix wants to challenge the champion directly? Isn't that a bit too hasty? This champion used to be part of a hunting squad, so he's cruel and cold-blooded. Some fighters have surrendered the moment they heard his name. The waiter also looked worried. He couldn't let Felix fight this guy, so he quickly called the boss on his walkie-talkie to stop the match. But the boss didn't care about any of that. The match absolutely could not be stopped. He claimed it was about respecting her wishes, since she got on stage specifically to challenge. The ads were already out, and tickets had sold for 10 times the usual price. He was definitely going to make a killing. As for whether Felix or Adrian lived or died, the boss couldn't care less. Adrian stood silently in the arena, a terrifying energy fluctuation radiating from his body. He glared at Grace with a murderous expression. Grace's eyes were filled with determination. She wanted to see exactly how large the gap in strength was between her and a 5-core warrior. Adrian suddenly spoke. You really are a charming warrior. I've watched every one of your battles. Your strange spatial abilities and amazing predictive skills that make you a very strong presence, even among 4-core warriors. It actually gives me an urge to smash you into meat paste. Hearing this, Grace was startled. This guy's killing intent was on a completely different level than the male warrior she faced before. At that moment, Adrian's attack arrived in an instant. Grace's eyes widened. Adrian wanted to use aerial skills to suppress her. After dodging several sharp attacks, Grace tried to take him off guard and use her spatial abilities to get behind Adrian. But in the next second, Adrian's alloy staff was already right in front of her. An attack coming out of nowhere like that would have finished off an ordinary person on the spot. Fortunately, Grace's reactions were quick, and she dodged the attack by leaning back. Adrian grinned. Little girl, what are you looking at? Trying to use your prediction to find my weakness. Unfortunately, that trick doesn't work on me at all. Grace barely managed to steady herself. She wondered what was happening. She had clearly seen the trajectory of his movement. So where exactly did she go wrong?